Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Haunted UA After His Death. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was disappointed. It was a strong feeling, filling every inch of his body and then some. He wasn't sure why he was disappointed, only that he had been feeling it for a long time. Longer than he had existed in his current state. Which was a strange thought to have. What other state could he have possibly lived in? It was a question that took Izuku a few weeks to answer. As he watched people walking to and from their houses, getting jobs and working hard. Izuku wasn't like them, he didn't live the same lives as they did. But he did once, he thinks. Because whilst these people were living their lives, he floated along beside them, not living or even being alive. He was dead. He thinks so anyways. His body moves without his permission a lot. Jumping to and from places, whenever his name was spoken aloud. He assumes it's his name, because it used to be said whilst people were looking at a photo of a young boy, a year or two younger than himself, but looking eerily similar. So he was Izuku Midoriya. Based on what he'd heard, he was a quirkless boy in a world full of quirks. He was 12 when he died, killed himself apparently, but no one could figure out why. Apparently he was well liked in school and had a caring mother, and his death was so sudden that no one could bear to talk about it. Something about that didn't sit right with Izuku though. His name was spoken the most by Izuku Midoriya, his mother from when he was alive. Going to her made his body freeze with a cold feeling that he couldn't shake. When her voice rose he couldn't help but shake, his body glitching in between worlds. He didn't think she was so caring when she cried into bottles of alcohol about how useless he was. Next was Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood friend. Going to him made his blood boil with empty anger that he couldn't direct to anyone. It was confusing to the ghost, because Katsuki seemed genuinely upset by what had happened, but after being brought to different conversations he had learned were therapy sessions, he figured out why. Katsuki had ruined Izuku's life, and it was probably his fault. Izuku knew so little about everything. At the beginning of his time in this body, he had been brought into a classroom quite a lot, with different children gossiping about his death. A few were sad but most didn't care, saying it was about time he'd offed himself. Being in the classroom made him more upset than anything. Each day he spent there made him remember his love for learning, which also made him remember his resentment for the school. But about a year after he had died, everything quietened down. He was brought to the classroom whenever they remembered he existed. He went to his mother's house whenever she had guests who asked about him or she was too drunk to remember he had died. So he mostly stuck with Katsuki, who brought him up in almost every therapy session. Being around Katsuki so much made the ball of fury inside of himself loosen just enough for him to follow the boy around regularly, although he still left whenever the boy used his quirk. The flashes of heat made memories burn into his eyes, memories of pain and anger that he couldn't bear to think about. When he wasn't with Katsuki he was wondering, watching the world pass without him, unsure where he would have stood if he hadn't killed himself. But every time that thought entered his mind the disappointment burned a little hotter than usual, making him freeze up and drop to the ground. He had figured out that the disappointment was from him being a ghost, having a quirk despite killing himself for the lack of one. But it didn't lessen with the realization. It took months for Izuku to figure out that it was because they were wrong. They had given up, chosen the easiest answer to end his case without actually looking into it. Every fiber of Izuku's existence, which denied all logic and explanation, buzzed with the feeling of betrayal, because he hadn't killed himself. He had been killed. Not that he remembered enough to prove it. So year after year passed and he was called upon less and less and he sunk into the background, forgotten in the history of the world. He was supposed to be 15 when he was called by someone he had never met. It had been 8 months since the last time he'd been called, so it was a jarring experience, being flown from his conversation with a tabby cat to the police precinct. Standing in front of him was the man who had called him, a tall man in his mid-30s with dirty black hair and tired eyes. He was talking to Detective Tsukachi, someone who Izuku had become familiar with when his case was originally opened. The detective was the only person who fought to keep his case open, but the best he could do on his own was make it a cold case. The two were talking, but Izuku couldn't help but notice how the strange man's eyes kept glancing at him as if he could see him. "All right, Aizawa, I'll see if I can get in contact with Mrs. Midoriya. You said the files were for a school project?" Aizawa nodded slowly, flicking through Izuku's file on the desk. "Yeah, Nizu thinks the kids should work on case files to experience the different types of hero work. I thought it might be a little gruesome for first years, but he insisted, so here we are." Izuku knew what his case file looked like. It was mostly empty, filled with interviews and photos and little else. The photos were gruesome, pictures of his body on the concrete, and the interviews were sad to listen to. Izuku coped with the knowledge that every tear they released were fake, made to look less suspicious. The detective made the call, and after 3 attempts his mother finally picked up. Her tired voice made Izuku flinch, and that made Aizawa narrow his eyes at him. It was strange, thinking someone could see him, but it hadn't happened in 3 years, so he wasn't going to get his hopes up. "Hi Mrs. Midoriya, I'm very sorry to bother you, but this is Detective Tsukachi. I worked on your son's case a few years ago." The two men stood silently as they waited for a response. Whether it be crying or refusal to speak, Izuku wasn't interested. "Oh." There was a long pause, shuffling on her end of the phone. "Oh, could I ask what this is about?" Her voice continued to make the hair on Izuku's arm raise, goosebumps speckling on his skin. "I'm here with Shota Aizawa. He's a teacher at UA. He was wondering if he could have your permission to use your son's case for some first-year students' lessons. We completely understand if you don't want this. I know it hasn't been a long time since everything happened." The detective was nervous, worried they would be berated for even thinking it would ever be okay. But Izuku also knew his mother could care less. He knew she would give permission, so he decided to look through Aizawa's bag. The paper shifted as he ran his finger through it, so he made it as subtle as he could. It didn't seem to matter though, because Aizawa's eyes were watching his every move. It was a little unsettling. It was silent on his mother's end of the phone. Almost 2 minutes had passed before she cleared her throat. "Is it for the hero course?" "Yes, ma'am." More silence. "All right, I don't see how that could hurt. But I don't want to be interviewed or anything. Please don't contact me about it again." To the two men she sounded desperate, too upset to relive it. So the detective reassured her before they hung up. To Izuku she sounded tired, annoyed over the fact that she had to think of her only son again. Her only son who was too weak to live long enough to help her. Izuku floated around the police precinct for a bit, as the men collected the rest of his file, all the information on the computers put onto USB drives as well as being emailed to Aizawa. Then Aizawa was leaving, and in a split-second decision Izuku followed. He sat next to the man in his care and waited for him to drive. What he didn't expect was for Aizawa to turn and look at him directly. Izuku looked at him in return, looking into his dark eyes before Aizawa started speaking. "Who are you?" It took Izuku a moment to realize it was him who was being spoken to. "Me? Who else? Can you see me?" Aizawa just raised his brow, making Izuku blush at the stupid question. Obviously he could see him. "Sorry, this has never happened before. But I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku smiled, but Aizawa continued to stare. He didn't say anything for a few minutes before he turned his car on and started driving. "You're telling me that you're Izuku Midoriya? The same Midoriya whose name is written on the case file I'm holding?" Izuku just nodded, watching as the trees passed their car. It was his favorite thing to watch, made him feel a little more alive. "The same Midoriya who's dead?" Aizawa seemed skeptical, which Izuku didn't blame him for. Izuku himself was half convinced that this was a delusion created out of his own loneliness. He hadn't spoken to anyone in 3 years. "The very same. I can assure you I am very dead." Aizawa just nodded, which was kinda strange. Izuku wants to believe that if he had met a ghost when he was alive he would have had some questions. The drive continued in silence, and Izuku wasn't really sure why he stayed, but they drove until they reached an apartment building. Aizawa collected his things and got out of the car without another word, and Izuku thinks it was curiosity or loneliness that made him follow. The two reached an elevator, and as they waited once again Aizawa finally started speaking again. "Are you going to follow me all the way home?" Izuku couldn't help the nervous giggle that left him as he heard the question. It's a little late for that, we're already here. Aizawa just sighed. Why are you following me? I've been a ghost for 3 years, what else do you want me to do? It was silent again, and it was beginning to grate on Izuku's nerves, until the elevator dinged and the doors opened. All right, hurry up then. They continued walking, Aizawa finally talking, and although Izuku could hardly hear him past the blood rushing past his ears, he thinks it was about cats. Having someone see him had been all he'd wanted for his entire existence, and it was finally happening. He couldn't help the excitement that started to replace his constant disappointment. It was silly to already be so attached to this feeling, a feeling he hadn't experienced since before his death. But with every word Aizawa spoke to him, and not to air surrounding them, with every side glance that caught Izuku's eye, he couldn't help but smile a little more. Eventually they reached a door, and Aizawa opened it without a second thought, and Izuku couldn't help but hold his non-existent breath. Behind the door he could see 3 cats blinking at him. He waved and they meowed before pawing at his floating figure. Shota, you brought a ghost with you? A man who was standing in the little kitchen which could be seen from the front door laughed at his own joke, but didn't look at Izuku, so he knew the man couldn't see him. Izuku looked at Aizawa, who sighed heavily as he pushed the cats back and closed the door. Hisashi, for once in your life, I think you're right. The blonde, Hisashi, laughed awkwardly, before meeting Aizawa's cold stare. What do you mean? Izuku wasn't interested in their conversation anymore, so he started wandering around their little apartment. It was nice enough, 2-bedroom and 1 bathroom. The kitchen was filled with pots and pans as if the two cooked a lot, but Izuku could tell most of them were new, so they were probably just for show. The lounge room had 2 small couches and a TV. It was cozy, and Izuku didn't remember the last time he's been in a place that felt so much like home. He had just reached the end of the apartment when his name was called, and he was brought straight back to where the 2 men were standing still. Midoriya Izuku? Wasn't he that kid that died a few years ago? He was on the news for a report on quirkless suicides. The blonde was look around as if trying to find where Izuku was, so he went to the table and picked up a pencil. Being able to interact with the rest of the world was a skill that had taken a year to perfect, and it used more energy than almost anything else he could do. He brought the pencil in front of Hisashi and watched as his eyes widened. Okay, well, I didn't see this coming. Well, hi little listener. I'm Yamada Hisashi, you can call me Hisashi I guess. Izuku nodded, not that the blonde could see, and put the pencil down. Are you gonna stick around Midoriya? Call me Izuku. The blonde was looking at Aizawa, waiting for a translation, so Aizawa sighed and repeated what Izuku had said. Of course, Izuku. Do you need to eat or anything? No, I'm fine. Do you have any paper? Or a phone? Izuku poked his head into the fridge, looking at the leftovers in containers and drinks in cans and bottles. He hadn't eaten or drank anything in so long he doesn't think he remembers how. Aizawa repeated his answer to Hisashi before giving Izuku a piece of paper. Izuku retrieved the pencil again and started writing on it. Hi Hisashi. I'm Izuku. Hang around, depends how interesting you guys are. He gave the paper to Hisashi, and the man read it slowly. The handwriting was messy, Izuku hadn't practiced in a few months, and was about as well written as a first-year middle schooler could get. Hisashi smiled back in his general direction and gave a thumbs up. Sounds like a plan, little listener. Just let us know if you need anything. Izuku nodded and left the room. He found it a little weird that Hisashi had just accepted the fact that he was here, and letting him stay without any other explanation. Izuku didn't actually know if he wanted to stay, but he had nowhere better to go, so he might as well. He sat in the doorway for the bedroom and listened to their conversation. Are you sure it's a good idea to just let the kid stay? That was the level of skepticism Izuku had been expecting. Well, he's dead and he already knows where we live, so it's not like we could stop him. It was weird hearing people talking about him as if he was alive. As if what they did could affect how he lived. He claims he's dead. There's no actual proof. You're the one who brought him here. If you have issues with it, why did you show him where we live? I don't know. This kid just appeared in front of me out of nowhere. I was a little confused, okay. Their bickering continued and Izuku grew bored, so he continued searching the apartment. It was the kind of apartment you'd expect 2 men to live in. Not very decorated but livable, everything was either in its place or thrown halfway across the room, so it was obvious two different people shared the bedroom. Floating into the next bedroom, it was clear that this was a guest's room. It was neat, with the bed made perfectly, and other than a few photos lying around and a couple of boxes, it was untouched. There wasn't any dust, so Izuku assumed it had been used recently enough, but it was definitely used for storage most of the time. Izuku laid on the bed, unable to feel the soft blankets that he was on top of, but aware of their presence. He didn't like being a ghost. It wasn't as fun or exciting as the movies made it. He couldn't talk to anyone for starters. Any notes he left or things he moved were assumed to be pranks by friends. But he didn't like the empty feeling that he constantly had. The disappointment had grown to be a background feeling, something that never left, but this empty feeling would grow and change constantly to fit any situation. It kept him from feeling happy about anything, kept him from accepting how he lived now. Even with the excitement building up inside of himself, he could feel the emptiness edging in again. The two men seemed nice enough, but they had no idea who he was. All they knew was what the news had said about him and what was written in his file. So Izuku closed his eyes and let the emptiness do whatever it wanted. He was tired of trying to stop it. Whether he stayed here or he left, he'd still have to exist alone, so he didn't care what happened to him anymore. At least the two had cats. When Shota had gone to the police precinct to ask for some cold case files, he hadn't expected to leave with a child, let alone a dead child. As soon as he'd asked Tsukachi about the file, the boy had appeared beside them, blinking around curiously before wandering around. Shota was going to say something, but the detective hadn't seemed to notice, so he let it go. When the boy had flinched at the sound of the woman's voice on the phone, he started to watch the boy closely, even as he began to go through his things. The boy followed him as he left the precinct, and even sat in the car with him, which was weird enough. Hearing he was a dead child had made him want to laugh. What kind of joke was that? But since the kid didn't seem to want to leave, he just turned the car on and drove home. It was probably a bad idea, bringing a delusional child to his house, but he was a little too tired to care. He had convinced himself that it was just a delusional child who could both float, walk through walls, and teleport up until he unlocked his door and Hisashi had made the joke about a ghost. The realization that he had actually brought home a ghost child was jarring in a way, watching the kid float around his house and go through his things. And that's what led him to where he was now, going through the case file at his desk. The group of students he had this year was definitely the most annoying he'd had so far, but they also held enough potential to stay in the class. The new assessment was, in his opinion, unnecessary for at least another year, but Nizu thinks it'll be good for them. After a quick flick through the file, Shota had learnt as much about Izuku as he had the energy to learn. He was 12 when he died, in his first year of middle school at Aldra Middle School. His body had been found on school grounds after the boy had fallen the night before the discovery. The police had looked into the school and his home life, but because Izuku was quirkless, they didn't bother to do more than that. So the case was written off as a suicide and forgotten easily. Looking at the photo of the boy in the file, at his bright green hair and even brighter eyes that matched his shining smile, he could hardly see the resemblance to the ghost. It was obviously the same person, but his hair was dimmer and his eyes had no light in them. He didn't smile like the photo showed, or the interviews said he did. Izuku didn't look like a 12-year-old. In his picture it was obvious how old he was, but now he was taller. His hair had grown longer and he was clearly more mature than he was. He would be around the same age as his current class. If he hadn't have died, he could have been in the class himself. Shota was putting the last of the file back together and into his bag when he saw Izuku watching him carefully. He waved and Izuku waved back, but the air was tense and uncomfortable. "Is something wrong, Izuku?" The boy jumped a little, but slowly came closer and sat on the couch across from where Shota himself was sitting. The boy shook his head and was silent for another minute. "You're a teacher at UA?" The question was quiet, and Izuku's voice shook as if not used to being used so often. "Yeah, I teach first-year hero course, mostly heroics classes and law and ethics for the entire first year." Izuku nodded again before looking down. "What class is going to use my file?" Shota's thoughts stopped for a minute. He hadn't thought that the boy would be affected by him having the files, but of course he would. The files in his bag spoke about Izuku's entire life and death. They were essentially Izuku himself. Class 1A and 1B, the hero course. They'll get the basic information and then tasked with running their own investigation to figure out what happened. Izuku just nodded, almost as if he didn't care, but Shota saw how his eyes had widened at the beginning. When? They'll get the assignment of Friday, after I've written up the class file for it. Okay. And with that Izuku floated off into the apartment again. Shota let him go and returned to his room, where Hisashi was sleeping calmly. It was Wednesday tomorrow, so he had 2 days to write up the report, but he would do it in home form. Without another thought he turned the light off and closed his eyes to sleep. Mr. Aizawa, can you please tell us what the next assignment will be about? Ashido was throwing her arm around in the air to get his attention, but Shota continued to write his report. You'll get it on Friday, you can wait till then. The girl groaned again and the boys around her decided they wanted to get involved, despite Shota's internal protests. But sir, can't you at least tell us the basics, what it's about? Kirishima wasn't as loud as Ashido, but his enthusiasm was just as bad. But it was Kaminari's loud agreement was what made him cave in the end. Fine. Listen up class, because I will say this once and once only. The class quietened down and they all looked in his direction, even Izuku, who had been floating over the tops of their heads all morning. The assignment will be about detective work. On Friday you'll be given the basic information on a cold case from a few years ago and you will be tasked with figuring out what happened. Your grade will be determined by how creative and thorough you are. You will also be marked on how close you get to the police's report. No questions till Friday. With that the bell rang and he walked out, listening to their gossiping and excitement as it slowly faded into the background. Izuku didn't come with him, which was strange. But it didn't bother Shota whether he stayed in the classroom or walked with him. It's not like he could interrupt the class. When Izuku had asked if he could go to school with them they had agreed, but Izuku seemed more relieved than necessary. Shota could only imagine how hard it would have been to go through 3 years having no one, especially considering he had to cope with that fact that he had died all on his own. In his mother's interview about his death she had said that he had loved school more than anything, so Shota wasn't totally surprised when he had asked, but watching how Izuku had smiled seemed strange to him. He didn't even need permission if he wanted to come, but the boy had been so grateful, so he didn't question it. In the classroom he listened to the kids' conversations and watched with rapt interest as they laughed between themselves, and Izuku would stare at each of them as if dissecting their every thought. Shota still wasn't convinced that giving his students a case about a boy who killed himself was the best idea, especially since he would have been their age when it happened. It felt insensitive, given what he knew about some of his kids' mental health. But none of the other cold cases that were available could even possibly be an option. Too graphic and violent for kids their age to even comprehend, let alone work on. He still had a day before he had to give it to the class, and they were already excited. To teenagers this kind of assignment would be fun, not having to think about the actual consequences of cases like this. But now Shota had to think about the ghost who was floating over his head as he closed his apartment door. Originally hearing about the case had been sad, but it wasn't personal. Having Izuku around didn't necessarily make it personal, but it made it a lot more real. Learning about Izuku from the case file versus the boy in front of him were two very different angles, painting two very different pictures. Izuku was sitting on the couch, flipping through a magazine as Shota marked some assignments from his class. He hadn't said much about what it had been like as a ghost, although he hadn't said much of anything. He was a lot quieter than the case file depicted, although Shota could only imagine how traumatizing death could be. So Shota was completely unprepared for when Izuku disappeared out of nowhere. Sure, he'd seen Izuku appear out of nowhere, but seeing the opposite was unnerving. 1 minute he was there and the next the magazine was silently floating to the ground. He stood up, walking around to see if Izuku had floated off, but he was completely gone. Shota sat down again, continuing to mark the work, but he kept looking up to see if Izuku had retuned. Finally there was a banging sound out the door and Hisashi walked in. "Hey guys. How's it going?" Shota waved as the blonde walked past but didn't respond until he put his coffee cup down. "Izuku's not here." "Oh, where's the little listener?" Hisashi's voice was slowly getting softer and softer as he walked throughout the apartment, before he jumped onto the couch right next to Shota and cuddled up next to him. "I don't know, he just disappeared." He'll be back later, I guess. Shota put his stack of papers down and leaned back against the couch. The two talked for a while, sitting together before they decided to head to bed. Hisashi, do you think it's a good idea? Is what a good idea? The cold case assignment. It didn't matter what Shota or Hisashi though about it anymore, but Shota needed that confirmation to know that he's not alone. I think Nizu should have waited another year before giving it to the students. Shota nodded against Hisashi's chest. He would never admit it out loud, but Shota did love his students. He wanted to keep them safe and protect them for as long as he could, but seeing Izuku, practically one of his students and yet having no one to protect him, it felt wrong to push these two worlds together, the ones that are safe and the one he was too late to save. When Shota woke up, it was still dark outside. Hisashi was still asleep next to him, so he had to extract himself as silently as he could. It took at least 5 minutes, but he finally closed the bedroom door and crept as close to the room next to theirs. The door was open, and he could see Izuku's shaking figure sitting on the bed. Shota walked in and sat next to the ghost, not moving to touch him but being as close as we could. Hey Izuku, what's wrong? Izuku looked up at him, tears in his eyes but smiling wide, and Shota didn't know what to think. He hadn't seen Izuku cry before, but he hadn't seen him smile like this either. And nothing. Izuku took a breath. Well, he looked like he did, even though Shota was half convinced he doesn't need to breathe. If someone says my name, like my full name, then I go to wherever they are, right? Shota nodded and Izuku took another breath. One of my old friends talks about me sometimes, and it's stupid. Shota wrapped his arm around Izuku, pulling the kid closer as he cried. Shota never thought he'd be able to touch Izuku, him being a ghost and all, but after accidentally walking into him once he figured out he could. He also learned pretty quickly from that point that Izuku was incredibly touch-starved, and loved any form of physical contact. So Izuku buried himself into Shota's side and he let the kid cry. He didn't know how much time had passed, or how long they had sat there for before Izuku pushed Shota away again. He wiped his eyes and looked at Shoyuta, still smiling, but it was sadder now, less open. No one's mentioned me in a while, and hearing what they had to say it was nice. After everything that, happened. As long as you're okay. Shota wasn't good at comforting people, he never had been, so he usually left these kind of things for Hisashi. But watching the kid smile at him helped him keep his cool in more ways than he could ever imagine. He'd been teaching for almost 10 years, but it had never gotten easier. There were kids that made him want to try harder, but none of them had been like Izuku. And it was weird to think that, because Izuku had been staying with them for less than a week, but he was different. Shota didn't know how he was different, didn't know what made the boy special. All he knew was that the next assignment was going to give migraines for weeks and that maybe he doesn't mind as much. This time at least. When Izuku left Aizawa, he wasn't completely surprised to see Katsuki looking back at him. It had been a while since he'd seen him. The last time was at a therapy session where the psychologist brought Izuku up to see if everything was okay. This time it was Katsuki who brought him up, but Izuku couldn't figure out the context because he had yet to say anything else. Sessions like these made Izuku nervous. It usually meant Katsuki was going to admit something, and most of the time it was something Izuku would rather not know. He knew it wasn't necessarily a good thing that he could hardly remember anything from his time being alive. It probably meant it was too traumatic for Izuku to handle, like selective memory, but knowing that doesn't make him want to remember. He's perfectly fine forgetting the trauma surrounding his life, even if that means he has to forget everything. But Katsuki goes to therapy to heal from the trauma of their junior years. And since that trauma surrounds Izuku, he has to be there too. Which means he has to remember. Sometimes Izuku likes to think Katsuki can see him. He can't. Izuku has tested it hundreds of times, on nights where Izuku caught Katsuki crying silently in his room. Or days where he was yelling at his classmates because all they would ever do is laugh about Izuku's death. But whenever Izuku enters the room, Katsuki just seems different. Maybe he's not, and it's just because Izuku can't remember what he was like before. Sitting in that therapy room with Katsuki though, making eye contact despite the blonde having no idea he's there. It makes Izuku think that he knows. Not consciously, maybe he just hopes Izuku's there. Maybe he wants him there. You haven't brought Midoriya up in a while, has something happened? Katsuki's therapist, Hiroshi, was an older man who got along with the blonde well. He was professional and had been working long enough to be able to handle Katsuki's attitude. Nothing. It's nothing serious. Katsuki was sitting on a couch in the office, fiddling with his hands and looking anywhere but at Hiroshi. We're getting a new assignment about detective work. Made me think about him, I guess. Well, I'm glad you're comfortable enough to bring it up with me. Is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about? Izuku liked Hiroshi. He was nice and he could see how much the man had helped Katsuki since he started coming. Izuku sat next to Katsuki, pushing himself into the corner across from him. I was so mean to him. I don't know. He wouldn't leave me alone. No matter what I did, he wouldn't leave. I didn't want to be mean to him, not like I was, but he had to leave. He twisted his fingers around some more, pulling on each one, and Izuku wanted him to stop. Why did you want him to leave? You've said it before. Was he bothering you? No, well, yes, but no, it wasn't like that. The group that hung around me was always so angry. They hated him so much. I didn't want Izuku to hang around me. So I tried to make him leave. But he wouldn't. And then he died. Katsuki didn't usually talk like this. Only when he felt guilty about something that he wanted to admit. It was why Izuku hated these meetings. Last time Katsuki spoke like this, he had said he was the one to find Izuku's body, laying crumpled on the concrete with a pool of blood surrounding him. Izuku didn't stay for that session. It was shitty. I was shitty. I didn't know what to do. You were brought up in an environment built from physical violence and anger. You did the only thing you'd been taught your entire life and no one tried to correct you. Izuku likes to think that if he had lived, him and Katsuki could have been friends again. That they could have recovered from everything, but every now and then he doubts it. He thinks that he might never be able to forgive Katsuki for how his life ended. I guess. It was clear Katsuki wanted to say something else, so Hiroshi didn't respond yet, and the silence was too loud for Izuku to face. He almost considered leaving. A week before he died, I found him lying at the bottom of the stairs. He had a cut on his arm and was crying, but the hallways were empty and I heard a teacher coming. We were late for class and I didn't want him to get another detention, so I pulled him into a bathroom. Izuku didn't remember that happening, but the more Katsuki spoke about it, the more he could see it. That's what always happened when Katsuki made him remember something. He'd see it, but it wouldn't truly affect him. He watched it like it was a movie, like it wasn't actually him. He asked me what I was doing and I don't know what I was thinking. But I told him to shut up and he just did. He didn't say anything at all. It made me so angry. Hiroshi was nodding sympathetically, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning forward. Why did that upset you? He always asked questions like that. Izuku thought it was kind of funny. They were such simple questions, but they made Katsuki so mad. I don't offend you, no. He threw his hands in the air and turned away from the other man, pulling his legs onto the couch. If Izuku had actually been sitting there, they would be tucked against his legs. He just did what I told him to without a thought. It was like he was scared. He probably was scared. 'Cause I was the villain. His voice was shaky and it made Izuku hurt. He traced his invisible fingers over Katsuki's leg, watching as he shivered from his cold touch. It reminded Izuku that he was real. You're trying to be better, that means you're not a villain, Katsuki. You didn't mean for things to go so far. You were a child. Katsuki just nodded at the words, but Izuku knew he didn't believe them. Not truly. Tell me what happened next. Izuku could just remember what had happened. Katsuki had yelled at him and he got scared, terrified, but the blonde didn't do anything. He just stood by the stalls, not even looking at Izuku. Then out of nowhere he'd slammed his fist into the door and swore loudly. Izuku had jumped so hard he almost fell over. The blonde did genuinely look guilty at that. I'm sorry. Izuku's head turned so fast he hurt his neck, but Katsuki wasn't looking at him anymore. It. Then Katsuki looked at him, so seriously that Izuku had to take a step back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Izuku had wanted to say more, but someone was walking down the hallway and Katsuki was walking out, heading to class. They'd arrived back at the same time, but Izuku received detention for being late. So you apologized? Izuku turned his head again, Hiroshi's voice bring him back to the present. Does that help you at all? Having been able to apologize at least once. I mean maybe? I don't FING know. It wasn't enough. He's still dead, you know? I could have done more. It was moments like these that made Izuku's disappointment burn the most. Katsuki didn't need to feel guilty for his death because it wasn't his fault. It wasn't Izuku's fault, and if someone cared then maybe they'd know that. But Izuku didn't matter to anyone enough for them to know that, so people like Katsuki were stuck feeling guilty when it wasn't their fault. Izuku wishes he knew whose fault it was. You weren't responsible for Midoriya's death. The police found a lot of different factors that could have contributed to his decision. Izuku had heard this speech before. It had been used in almost every session Izuku was brought to. It was probably the only reason Izuku knew anything about his life, aside from what Katsuki said. I know, but he's gone. And how am I supposed to get over that? Hiroshi started to babble on about different ways to cope and Izuku couldn't be bothered to listen. He watched Katsuki closely, at the glossiness in his eyes that always felt so wrong to see, and the nervous fidgeting that never seemed to stop. He was so different to how he was at the beginning. When Izuku had first woken up after his death, it was face to face with Katsuki, when his mother had told him that Izuku was dead. Izuku doesn't know why it was at that moment in time. There were so many other chances, other times he could have come back. But seeing Katsuki break down in front of other people for the first time, it was something Izuku would never forget. I've asked this before, during one of our first sessions. But if you could label yours and Izuku's relationship, or at least what you wanted it to be, what would you call it? Originally you said there wasn't any relationship at all, but I'm curious to see if that's changed. Katsuki was silent for a moment, but he had looked up to where Izuku was sitting, as if he knew Izuku was there. We didn't have a relationship. We didn't speak, and I tried to avoid him. But I wanted to be his friend. I wish I didn't think so much about what everyone else thought. That made Izuku tear up, but he didn't know why. He knew Katsuki's side of the story. He knew how the blonde felt about everything that had happened surrounding Izuku's death. But other than the few distant memories of hurt that Katsuki had given him during these sessions, Izuku didn't know his own side. So whenever Katsuki said something that made Izuku cry, Izuku couldn't give a reason. He couldn't explain why that hurt him so much, or why it made him so unexplainably happy. Hearing those words from Katsuki healed something in Izuku that he didn't even remember existed. So that was how he found himself crying into Aizawa's arms hours after he had disappeared. After the session was over, he'd flown around for a while, watching as the city slowly started to shut off for the night. He hadn't meant to wake Aizawa up, but he didn't regret it as the man hugged him and told him it was okay, that he was allowed to cry. Seeing Katsuki without being called to him was kind of strange. He was one of the last few people to ever bring him up, so he hardly saw him around. Izuku tried to avoid any place that felt even remotely familiar. But sitting in class, next to whatever teacher was teaching the class some math subject that Izuku never got the chance to learn, and watching Katsuki scribble down notes felt surreal. He had been talking with the kids surrounding him as if they were friends and didn't seem even remotely affected by the conversation he'd had with Hiroshi the day before. Izuku supposed it was for the best. He didn't want the blonde to be crippled for life by what had happened 3 years ago. So Izuku wandered around the class, looking at the students' work and pushing bags off a few desks if they got any questions wrong. It's not like they'd know that's what it meant, but it made Izuku feel like he was helping. His favorite student was the blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair. He was the first to mention on everyone's bags dropping one by one. "Oh my god, Kaminari, please shut up. No one cares." The one with purple hair spoke up from the back. "Shinso, Izuku thinks his name was." Izuku did like Shinso. He was funny and smart and made Izuku laugh the most. But he was acting strange. Every time Izuku laughed at his jokes, Shinso would look in his direction, and he'd watch Izuku push bags off desks, so Izuku was half convinced he could see him. Izuku sat down on Shinso's desk, blocking his work, and watched Shinso stared at him, looking slightly annoyed. "Hi." He glared at Izuku some more, but before he could respond the bells rang and everyone was making a beeline for the door. Since Izuku was still sitting on Shinsu's things, the boy couldn't leave, so after a few minutes and they were all alone, he turned to glare at the ghost. "What are you doing?" "That's so weird," Izuku mumbled to himself. "Two people in a week." Izuku finally got off Shinsu's desk, floating straight into the air above it. "What are you doing here? Who are you exactly?" The boy didn't speak very loud, but he was quick, his words mushing together as if he didn't actually want to ask the questions. "I'm Izuku, and I follow Aizawa around." Shinso nodded slowly, putting the last of his stuff in his bag but making no move to leave the classroom. "And he just lets you float around the class like that?" Izuku almost laughed. Talking with people that didn't know he was dead was almost as weird as talking to people who did. "Well, I mean, it's not like I'm bothering anyone. You two are the only ones who can see me." Shinso just glared at him, with this unreadable expression that made Izuku nervous. "Right. And what are you exactly? Some kind of ghost?" Sarcasm was dripping off of Shinso, which made Izuku chuckle silently. He missed talking to people, especially his own age. "I'm a ghost." He just sighed, a really long sigh that made Izuku laugh again, before sitting in his chair again, Izuku floating down onto the table again. "Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be?" It was silent after that, an awkward silence that made Izuku want to leave, but Shinso was still staring at him, so he remained still. "How can I see you?" Izuku almost jumped at the questions, but he had enough sense to simply look at Shinso instead. "What do you mean?" Izuku knew what he was asking. It wasn't a complicated question, but he also didn't care enough to answer it. He'd wanted a quirk his entire life, and he got one in death instead. He didn't want to learn anything about it. "You know what I mean, why can't the rest of the class see you?" Despite Izuku's hate for his quirk, he was still a quirk nerd, whether he remembered what that meant or not. So of course after he'd figured out Aizawa could see him, he'd done some searching. It didn't make sense for one single person in the entire world to be able to see him. He hadn't been able to figure it out exactly. There were lots of different possibilities, but as he'd flown through the streets he had noticed something. Ever since he'd died, he avoided walking directly into the crowds of people, always too scared to have to face the reality of floating through them. But the night he'd met Aizawa, he'd flown directly into a crowd and had actually bumped into some people. It's not like it was the first time he'd flown into a group of people. Just because he tried to avoid it didn't mean it didn't happen. But he never paid enough attention to whether or not people reacted. He'd completely rejected the very thought of it because he didn't want to set himself up disappointment. One man in particular had sworn at him, calling out about how rude teenagers were becoming these days. It wasn't enough to give a reason because he knew nothing about this man. He had no idea what connected this man to Aizawa, and Shinso, he supposed. But it was nice to know that some people could see him, even if it was 3 years late. "I'm still trying to figure it out." "Cool." It was awkward again, neither knowing what to say. But Izuku was content with the idea that Shinso knew he existed. "What PRD do you have next?" Izuku had been dreading the law and ethics class all day. After Aizawa told him that was when they'd get the assignment. The only problem was that he didn't know their timetable, so he had no idea when that was. Shinso looked around for a minute, as if he could conjure the memory from thin air. "Law and ethics, I think. We're getting that cold case assignment." Izuku nodded quietly. He didn't want to be in the class when they got it, but he'd rather be there than be dragged there when someone eventually said his name. Why did it have to be the one class with Katsuki in it? God forbid the universe cut him some slack once in his poor life, or death he supposed. Bakugo Katsuki did not like school. He hadn't liked school in a very long time. His parents seemed to think it's because of Izuku, but it's not. He didn't like school before the nerd died. It didn't help, mind you, it's just not the reason. School had always seemed like a chore to Katsuki. After his quirk came in, he was the best. He had to be the best in quirk training, regular studies, everything. He didn't get to sit and have fun with his friends because no one thought they were good enough to be his friends. He only had followers. And Izuku. It had gotten better at UA. Suddenly he wasn't the only one with an amazing quirk, and no one expected him to be the best. They thought he was strong, sure, but they thought they were strong too. He could be a normal student for once. And he had friends, not that he'd tell them that. The self-proclaimed Baku Squad were always hanging around him, laughing and joking together. He wished Izuku were here with him. Izuku always wanted to be a hero, and no matter how many times someone told him he couldn't, he never changed his mind. He always had that look in his eyes, like he couldn't believe someone would even think to say that to him. It was something Katsuki admired about him, that and how positive he was. Finding Izuku's body was like a punch to the gut, knocking the wind out of him. It didn't feel right that his last memory of the nerd was of his blood covering the concrete. It made him sick to think about, even years later. Katsuki was brought out of his head by Ishido slamming her hands down on his table. They were in class getting ready for law and ethics, waiting for Aizawa to show up. Katsuki was decidedly not excited for their new assignment, but from watching the class talk and gossip he could tell he was alone in this sentiment. "So Blasty, what do you think the cold case will be?" Ishido was definitely the most excited, not that Katsuki cared. She was very vocal in her excitement over the past few days. "Do you think it'll be some murder case? Or maybe a disappearance?" Kaminari cut in. Before Katsuki could respond, but that was probably for the best. "This is gonna be so fun. I love watching crime shows and murder mysteries, it'll be just like them." Which was another topic Ishido could not stop bringing up. It was exhausting to listen to. "I doubt it'll be the same as movies. And it probably won't be as serious as a murder case, we are first heard after all." That was Ida, one of the biggest headaches in the class, in Katsuki's expert opinion. He probably would have been good friends with Izuku. Before anyone else could cut in, Aizawa was walking through the door, that cold feeling following behind him. It was the same cold feeling Katsuki got during most of his therapy sessions. It usually meant someone was going to mention Izuku. It gave Katsuki a bad feeling. "All right class, settle down. I told you on Wednesday about the assignment, but I'll go over it one more time. Ida, can you hand out these files?" One of those generic brown files was placed on Katsuki's desk, ones that you see in all those crime shows. It was thin, holding maybe 2 or 3 pieces of paper, but Katsuki didn't want to open it yet. No one in the class did yet, waiting for Aizawa to tell them to. The case file contains the basic information on the case you'll be investigating. That includes the victim, pictures of the crime scene, and a list of people to interview. You will not actually be interviewing anyone, however. I'll give you more information on that in a moment. Katsuki opened the file and his breath caught in his throat. Looking back at him was a photo of a young boy with fuzzy green hair and shining green eyes. He felt the blood drain from his face as he read the name on the file. "Izuku Midoriya? I think I heard of him a few years ago." Uraraka spoke up, but Lotsuki could hardly hear her. He looked up to where Aizawa was standing. His mouth was moving as if he was speaking, but Katsuki still couldn't hear him properly. Izuku Midoriya's case began 3 years ago. He was in his first year of middle school when he died. Katsuki flipped the paper to the list of people to interview. "Inko Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya. Kirai Warui. Yakueber. That's not a lot of people to interview, shouldn't there be more?" Yaoyorozu raised her hand politely from behind Katsuki, but he cut her off before Aizawa could respond. "I can't do this assignment." The class was looking at him. They knew he wasn't excited, but that wasn't a reason, and he knew that. And why not? The cold air around the room seemed suffocating to Katsuki, and the paper on his desk started to shift as if someone was touching them. Aizawa was watching him, or more like the area in front of Katsuki, as if someone was sitting there rather than himself. "Midoriya, he went to my school. I knew him. That's against the rules, right? A conflict of interest or something?" The class looked confused and a little sad, but they didn't know what happened. The files didn't say how he took his life, how Katsuki had seen the body. They didn't paint the whole picture. But Aizawa still wasn't looking at him, and the purple fucker beside him was looking on his desk as well. It was getting on his nerves. "I understand if you don't feel comfortable working in this, Katsuki, but if you would like to, I see no reason as to why you can't." He felt something on his arm, not something solid but cold. It made him shiver, and for a second he thought he could see the green piercing eyes that had haunted him for so long. A second later they were gone and Katsuki closed his eyes. He didn't want to work on the assignment. He didn't. But it's not like it would hurt. When Izuku's case first begun, the investigation was lacking, to put it into words. The interview list was so short because no one cared. The police couldn't bother to interview any students, and the teachers never mentioned anyone in particular to make them suspicious. Katsuki's family may have been close to the Midoriyas, but not close enough to mention apparently. Katsuki just nodded and sat down. He didn't want to do it, but he didn't want to not do it either. He might have to book more therapy sessions, but it wouldn't hurt anyone to do it. Aizawa nodded and the cold feeling disappeared again. All right then, is there any questions before I explain the next part? Ashido stuck her hand in the air, waving it around as if Aizawa couldn't see it. What are we investigating? How he died? Essentially yes. You'll be looking into his death and the circumstances surrounding it. However, if you find anything during your investigation that catches your interest, I see no reason why you can't look into that. Mina nodded excitedly and started taking notes, which Katsuki doesn't think he's ever seen her do before. How do we get the interviews if we can't talk to people about it? Ida put his hand in the air, stiff as if he'd been practicing his entire life. You'll give your questions to me, and if the police ask the same question, I'll give you the recording. If Bakugo feels comfortable with it, you can ask him some questions as well. Katsuki's eyes widened as a few people looked at him. The idea of being asked about Izuku was nerve-wracking. After he died, no one wanted to know anything about him, except his therapist. He nodded and a few people wrote something down in their books. This was going to be exhausting. If you want to see any evidence that the police collected, then you can ask me. There's a list in the back of your files. I don't expect you to solve the case. I'll be marking you on your investigation more than your results. Think creatively and don't push it to the side. The bell went, but for once no one jumped up to start talking to their friends. Everyone was still going through the files, which Katsuki couldn't even look at yet. Then Ajuru raised his hand and Aizawa nodded at him from his place in the doorway. Was Midoriya quirkless? Katsuki looked down at his desk, refusing to meet anyone's eyes as Aizawa looked over the class. He was. Is that a problem? A few people were looking between Aizawa and Ajuru, but no one said anything. Aizawa nodded again and walked out, leaving the class to the files. Katsuki could see Ashido looking over at him, just waiting to start asking questions. So Katsuki just sighed and nodded, letting 4 different people come bounding up to him with notebooks ready. How much do you know about the case? Kirishima was the first person to speak up, but only because he pushed in front of Ashido. I don't know. Everything, I guess. Kirishima nodded, scribbling something down. What that was though, Katsuki had no idea. The question have him no information. How close were you to Midoriya? Katsuki shrugged and started writing up the title of the assignment. They had a free study PRD next, which meant he'd probably be interviewed for the rest of the class. We weren't friends or anything. My parents were friends with his, so we had to hang out sometimes. That's it. Ashido scribbled something down, drawing a line across her page and an arrow pointing to some name written down. If you don't mind me asking, Bakugo, who was Kirai Warui? And why are there only 4 people listed down? If you know, that is. Yaoyorozu was standing behind Ashido, more politely than the other 3. Katsuki pushed back in his seat, crossing his arms over his chest. The cold feeling had crept up again, and his papers crinkled softly on his desk. Katsuki's liked to think it was Izuku, no matter how unlikely that was. Wari-sensei was our home form teacher in our first year of middle school. He was an a-hole and I definitely don't miss him. I think he was fired at the end of the year. Was his termination related to Midoriya? The purple fucker was making his way over to his desk. He probably had questions too. I don't know. Probably not. Nothing really changed after he died. Yaoyorozu thanked him and walked back to her desk, leaving Shinso to take her place. Was Midoriya bullied? For being quirkless, I mean. The question made the others in the group pause, like they hadn't considered that an option. Katsuki could see Ajuru mumbling something from where he sat, but Katsuki just glared at Shinso. Course he was. That's what happens when you're quirkless and people are DS. Did you bully him? That made Kirishima's eyes widen, and Katsuki looked at his table again. He really didn't like these questions anymore. I guess. I was young and stupid, and believe me, I regret it. Katsuki was expecting some kind of retort, some angry comment, but instead Shinso just nodded. Do you know how the case ended, what the police believed happened? Dunce's face spoke up finally. He'd been writing something down the entire time he sat there. Not telling though, you can figure it out on your own. Kaminari just nodded and continued to write something down, like he was actually interested in the assignment for once. Present Mike had walked in at some point, and he finally came over to where the group surrounding Katsuki was sitting. Alright guys, I know we all have lots of questions, but let's do some silent work. Try and learn as much as you can about Midoriya before you start asking questions. Familiarize yourself with the case. Ashido nodded excitedly and ran back to her desk, which wasn't in the seating plan because they'd all but abandoned it after Mineta was expelled. Then everyone began working quietly, whether that was reading the case reports or writing up different thoughts they had. Katsuki wasn't as upset with the assignment as he thought he'd be. It was uncomfortable, having to talk so much about Izuku to so many different people, but he didn't mind it. It felt like he finally got to tell people what he thought about it. In his own book, he started writing down a list of classmates that had bullied the nerd the most. Aizawa had said they couldn't interview the list of people, probably because he didn't want to have to deal with upsetting so many people. Not that they'd actually be upset, except maybe Inko. So Katsuki was going to see if he could talk to his old classmates, see if they remembered anything. When Hitoshi read the name on the file, his first thought was of the ghost floating around the class. He tried to subtly look at him, watching Izuku sit in front of Bakugu with a small smile on his face. Bakugu, on the other hand, was as pale as a sheet. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, which was kind of ironic. Hearing that Bakugu knew Izuku before the boy died was surprising, to say the least. But Hitoshi saw the way Izuku looked at the blonde. It wasn't the kind of look that made him think they had some complicated past, just that Izuku liked Bakugu, or at least felt bad for him. Maybe Izuku misses Bakugu, it's not like Hitoshi would know. So when the class was allowed to return to the dorms, Hitoshi hung back to ask Izuku if he'd come with him. The two were already walking slowly, lagging behind everyone else, so Hitoshi had to speak quietly. Didn't want to seem crazy and all that. Izuku agreed, and once they made it to the dorms, Hitoshi went up the stairs without another word. Hitoshi's room was on the second floor, in between Aoyama's and what was supposed to be Mineta's, but that purple fucker had been expelled before they got the dorms. Once they made it inside his room, Izuku started going through his things without a second thought. It almost made the purple boy laugh, and if Aoyama hadn't been right behind him, he probably would have. I didn't know UA had a dorm system. Hitoshi nodded, not really paying attention to the conversation. He started pulling the case file out of his bag and placing it in the desk. We moved in at the beginning of the second semester. Aizawa-sensei said it was because they didn't want to have people cleaning out the dorms if they couldn't make it past semester 1. Something about it being a waste of time. Izuku nodded and flicked through his case file, grimacing at some of the photos. They weren't gory, not overly at least. The boy's legs were twisted awkwardly, as if broken, and his arms were bruised. There was blood, obviously, but other than the pool surrounding his head, there were only surface-level scratches and dried blood caking his face. The body was covered in scars, however, clearly older than when the incident took place, ranging from burn marks to slashes. Izuku's life had not been fun. So what are the chances of you telling me how you died and me passing the assignment? Hitoshi looked up at Izuku, who was jumping up and down on his bed, the bed moving as if there was an actual weight on it. Pretty unlikely. All I know is the police report, everything else is a mystery to the both of us. So you don't remember anything? Your whole death is just wiped from your memory? Izuku nodded. Well, Hitoshi thinks he did. It's hard to tell whilst he's bouncing up and down. Hitoshi wrote a couple notes down as he waited for Izuku's response. Not just my death, I really don't remember anything at all. All I know is what I've pieced together from people talking about me. Hitoshi nodded. Supposed it made sense in a nothing makes sense so what the hell kind of way. Can you tell me what the police thinks happened? Or do they not have an opinion, since it's a cold case? They think they know what happened, but they don't really. It's a cold case because one of the detectives on the case didn't agree with them. So the police are wrong? I thought you didn't know how you died. Hitoshi wrote that down. He didn't think it would be important yet, but there was no harm in marking it down anyways. Better to have some notes. I don't know for sure, just a feeling you know. Izuku finally stopped jumping around and started hanging upside down, feet pressed against the ceiling. You have a lot of energy for a ghost. Izuku smiled at him, a blinding smile that almost matched the one in the photo on the case file. Hitoshi thinks he would have liked Izuku if he was still alive. He had that fun kind of energy around him, like he didn't care what happened next. That might come from him having literally nothing to lose. I don't lose energy the same way you would. Moving around does nothing to me, I only get tired if I try to interact with your world. What, like pick stuff up? Can you like possess things? That'd be cool. Izuku laughed, and Hitoshi decided that he had a nice laugh. Yeah, I can pick stuff up and move things around. It's weird though, I'm very much dead and I'm not just invisible, you know, like if I was just invisible people would still be able to hear me. But the world still reacts to me, if I touch a piece of paper it'll move, I just can't hold it without using energy. Does that make sense? It definitely did not. Hitoshi had absolutely no idea what Izuku was saying, but he nodded anyways. He's sure he'll pick it up eventually. I don't think I can possess anything, though I haven't tested it much, just a few times whilst I was bored. 3 years is a long time to spend alone. Although now with so many people being able to see me, I wonder if people could always see me. Maybe it's a condition on my quirk, or like only certain people can see me. But I don't know what the connection is considering I don't know who can and who can't see me. I wonder if Izuku looked up suddenly, before blushing and waving his hands around. Sorry. I didn't mean to start rambling like that. Katsuki says I've always mumbled a lot and I guess not speaking for 3 years hadn't helped much. Hitoshi really had no idea what to say. His mumbling had been interesting, hearing him decipher his own quirk like that, but he probably needed more context for it to make more sense. Relax, I don't mind. It was interesting to listen to. Izuku smiled again, this time an awkward embarrassed smile, but it was just as nice as every other smile Hitoshi has seen so far. Do you want me to help you? On your assignment, I mean. I don't know how helpful I'll be, but I can try. Izuku floated down so that he could read Hitoshi's notes, still upside down. If you want, can I ask you some questions? It's okay if you can't answer them. Izuku spun around and sat on the desk, just beside the file that was left open. He nodded so Hitoshi turned to face him and wrote the questions down. Bakugo said Karai Warui was one of your teachers, but what about Yaku Ebru, do you remember him? Yeah, he was another one of our teachers, I don't know what he taught though. I only know him cause after Wari-sensei was fired he became Katsuki's teacher. Hitoshi nodded and wrote that down, listing his next question. Do you know why Karai Warui was fired? Not really, I do remember being brought to the interview he had with the principal before he was fired, so it probably had something to do with me. What do you mean, brought to the interview? Was this before you died? Izuku shook his head and pointed to his name on the case file. If someone says my full name I get brought to where they are, it's how I met Aizawa. Hitoshi nodded again and made a note of it in the column of his page. And you don't remember what was said about you? They didn't talk about it directly, just things like, he deserved it, and, it won't happen again. Hitoshi wrote the number 4 down and circled it, before writing the question. Do you remember anything about your death at all? Izuku didn't answer for a minute, looking at the photo of his body on the ground. This one had a tarp covering it, all that was visible was one of his feet poking out, with a bright red shoe covering it. I remember falling, well not really, I remember the feeling over falling. Of the wind rushing past my head and how it stopped so suddenly. Nothing useful, I'm afraid. Hitoshi nodded and wrote that down. He probably had more information than anyone in the class right now, except maybe Bakugo. He had first-hand experience after all. Does Bakugo know anything about the case at all? Hitoshi looked back up at Izuku, who was swinging his legs around. They would be kicking Hitoshi's bag below him, but instead they just passed right through it. Didn't Izuku say objects reacted to him as if he was really there, or something like that? Maybe he was putting effort into passing through the bag, or he was subconsciously allowing himself to touch other items. Ghosts were confusing. Izuku had just opened his mouth to respond when he disappeared. Completely, out of nowhere, just vanished with no warning. It made Hitoshi pause, looking around to see if Izuku had just moved quickly, but he was gone. Maybe someone had said his name, That's what Izuku said before, right? Hitoshi shrugged and started piling his stuff into a smaller bag. The class usually had study group after school on Friday, and whilst most of the class skipped it, Hitoshi had a feeling they'd be there for this assignment. As he made his way downstairs, he thought back to the obvious injuries on Izuku's body. He'd obviously died from the gaping head injury, the one that caused the blood pooling around his body, but for that he'd have had to land head first. In the picture it looked like Izuku had broken legs, and for that he'd have to have landed feet first. So which was it? Mina had been watching crime shows her entire life. She lived and breathed American shows like Criminal Minds and NCIS. So hearing they were getting a cold case assignment was the best news she would ever hear. Granted, it was a little less exciting when Bakugo said he knew Izuku Midoriya, but he seemed okay with it. Mina could never imagine a school friend, or even just a classmate, dying out of nowhere. When the Yamada-sensei made them work in silence, Mina decided the best thing to look into was quirkless statistics. She knew the baselines, like higher suicide rates and how they're more likely to be hate crime than any other quirk group, but it was important she knew everything in detail. It might not be necessary, it could have nothing to do with the case, but Mina had a gut feeling. By the time they were allowed to head back to the dorms, Mina already had a full page of notes written down. Mina was the one to organize the study PRD this time, if only to get more information out of Blasty. Once she was done with the quirkless statistics, she was gonna ask Bakugo some more questions. Shinso joined their group this time. He normally stayed in his dorm on Fridays. He seemed to be working on the case too, but now that Mina was looking, she thinks everyone was. So, Baku babe, you up for some questions? She didn't actually look up at him, but she could feel the eye roll he gave her. We've had one class you couldn't possibly have any questions yet. Not true. I have tons of questions, you'd be surprised. She finished writing her list down, a total of 10 questions, and grinned at Bakugo. Fine. What do you want? Great. Firstly, were you interviewed by the police at all during the investigation? Your name's not written down. He leaned back with a sigh, and Mina could see Shinso write the same question down before looking at the blonde. No. None of the students were. We were never given an explanation as to why not. Mina nodded and made a note on her paper. Do you think it has anything to do with Midoriya's quirk status? Bakugo barked out a laugh and Shinso circled something on his page. He seemed pretty into this assignment as well. Course it was. They took one look at the scene and wrote it off. Okay then. Was Midoriya acting strange at all the day before his death? The only thing that indicated that it could be a suicide was the cause of death, but Mina hadn't done all that studying for nothing. Quirkless suicides were 60% more likely than any other group, especially in Midoriya's age frame. He was always acting strange, mumbling and fidgeting constantly. But no more than usual, I guess. Mina wrote that down, but saw Shinso staring at his paper with a weird expression on his face. What do you think, Shinso? Suicide? That made Shinso look up at Mina, looking like a deer caught in headlights, but he slowly shook his head. Sorry to cut in, but do you know who found the body? Shinso asked, looking at Bakugo again. Mina flipped through the case file for a second. She's pretty sure that was mentioned somewhere, the second page. The body was found the morning of the 28th of January 20XX by middle school teacher Kirai Warui and reported shortly after. The body was covered with a tarp to ensure no students saw. Maybe Shinso hadn't read the entire report yet. But before Mina could cut in, Bakugo was speaking again. It's in the report, fucker. Read it before you ask any questions. But Shinso didn't seem fazed by the insult, he just motioned towards Bakugo. I know what the report says, I was just wondering if you saw the body at all. It was a weird question, and Mina couldn't figure out what made Shinso ask it, but looking at his paper she could see the words body found by teacher circled with a question mark. Maybe he was just curious. Bakugo rolled his eyes again, but nodded. I did see the body. I got there before any other student or teacher because his parents had called mine to ask if we knew where he was. He never went home that night. So you found the body? Why didn't you report it? Bakugo looked a little uncomfortable, and Mina felt bad, but it was an important question. I freaked out. I ran to the park next to the school and waited there till I heard sirens. By that point there was no point telling anyone. Shinso wrote something down and nodded, clearly done with his questions. Mina had to scribble out one of her questions and add a new one. She needed to look at some physical evidence. She had no idea where to go next. You said earlier that Midoriya was getting bullied. Is that what caused the scars that you can see in the photos? That made Bakugo tense, so it was probably a good question. God, Mina loved being a detective. Most of them, maybe all of them. Except the burn scars. No one in our school had any fire quirks, not ones like that. Mina nodded and marked that down. What about Midoriya's parents? You said your families were close, right? What would you say their relationship was like? That made Uraraka look up from beside Ida. Mina could see the same question written down in her book. Well, not exactly. It was just the word parents with a question mark below it. I always thought they were fine. Not the greatest parents in the world, but good enough, I guess. After Izuku died, I found out Hisashi hadn't been around for a while. He only came back for the funeral, and Inko was just, I don't know, weird. Weird how? Uraraka poked her pencil into her cheek, and she'd drawn a line from the question mark to write missing dad. I don't know if you know. She seemed more annoyed than upset. Gave me a bad feeling. He rolled his eyes and Uraraka drew another line, this time writing neglect. Mina wrote the information down on her own paper and tapped it a few times before looking up again. Did Midoriya have a lot of friends? People who would miss him? The obvious answer here was suicide, and by the way Bakugo had said that the police wrote off the case, she was betting that's where they ended up as well. But she didn't think they did a lot investigating at all, and Mina wasn't gonna let her one chance at being a detective end so soon. No one in the FING school liked him, so I guess not. He was either bullied or ignored, never hanging around with anyone. Well, I guess there were a couple guys that he'd meet up with when school let out. That made Mina, and a few people who were writing down the information she gained as well, pause for a second. What guys? Bakugo shrugged, like he didn't care much. Some guys, probably older than us at the time. Looked like they were in high school. So you didn't know them? Were they bullying him? Bakugo shook his head quietly, looking at his own paper for a second. No, nothing like that. They seemed friendly enough, and Izuku was always smiling around them. I think they were just friends. Can you describe them? Todoroki spoke up, which was kinda weird cause Mina didn't even know he was there. There was 3 of them. The tallest was this guy covered in burn scars, black hair and blue eyes. I think I only walked past them once or twice. The second tallest was a guy with like pale blue hair. He had red eyes and looked like he needed some FNG chapstick. Mina wrote down their descriptions, looking at Todoroki as he seemed kinda confused. And the third one? Yomomo spoke up, holding her own book against her chest. The third one was a girl, shortest apart from Izuku, and maybe only a year older than us. She had long blonde hair tied up in 2 buns. She was FNG crazy, that was for sure. It was quiet for a moment as everyone wrote down their notes, and Todoroki pulled out his phone to type something up. Then Mina nodded and flipped her page, needing a new one with all the information she was getting. Did he hang out with them often? Bakugo snorted at that, pushing his paper into his bag and standing up. All the FING time, but I didn't see them much cause Izuku was either the first or last person out of school and I wasn't hanging around that long. I'm going to my room. Wait, but I have more questions. Bakugo shouted something that Mina couldn't hear, but it was probably mean considering he didn't stop walking. The next 20 minutes were spent silently writing notes and reading the report, but Mina knew she'd have to ask Aizawa-sensei for some more information, maybe ask about the interviews, if she was going to get anywhere. The silence was eventually broken by Shinso mumbling something into the air next to him, and pointing to his paper. Is something wrong, Shinso? Yomomo asked from her spot beside him. Shinso had shifted since his round on questioning Bakugo, so Mina couldn't see his paper anymore, and she wished he'd move back. Maybe she should suggest sharing notes. What? Oh no, I'm fine. Just, talking to myself. And that would have been a completely reasonable answer if the pencil next to him didn't immediately start rolling, and for his paper to press forward. Definitely just talking to myself. Mina had to suppress a giggle at his resigned sigh. Kaminari, on the other hand, has no such problems, laughing out loud into Shinso's ear. Careful, dude, you might be haunted. He wiggled his fingers in Shinso's face, who rolled his eyes and looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else. I'm sure that's the least of my problems. Shinso pushed his pencil back again, shaking his head slightly. Mina looked back at her paper, the last of her questions that Bakugo never answered left. On the front of files sitting in front of her was a small picture of Midoriya. It wasn't a case photo, only having Midoriya's face smiling towards the camera. Though now that Mina was looking closely, she could see a slight mark on his collarbone. Bringing the photo closer to her face, she could just make out an angry red burn on his neck. Maybe it was around his neck? It seemed to travel lower, but she couldn't see past his shirt. The photo was supposed to be the most recent one of Izuku. It was probably his school photo from that year. Before Mina could think on the topic any further, Ajuru was walking into the room, and this normally wouldn't be an issue except this time he was being loud. I don't see why you guys actually care about this assignment. It's not like he was important. Several heads turned to face him, and more than a few people told him to shut up. Mina turned to face him properly, writing down a note about the photo without looking. It's just an assignment, dude, relax. Kirishima walked into the room behind Ajuru, putting a cup down next to Mina's paper, and sitting in the empty seat. We have to figure out how he died. It's not like it's hard. A quirkless kid fell off a building. There's really only one answer. Another round of people complaining went around the room, and Ajuru rolled his eyes. You can believe whatever you want, but please take your quirkism somewhere else. No one cares. Shinso packed his papers away, and when he turned his book around, Mina could see a drawing of Midoriya with the words "I don't look like that" written beside it. Shinso left and Ajuru sat in his seat, and Mina immediately packed her things. She wouldn't get any work done with him here. He threw his hands in the air when the people surrounding them did the same. What? It's not my fault quirkless people can't handle life like the rest of us can. They're just under-evolved. Ajuru, you're just making it worse. You guys don't get to act like you're better than me for this. You were all thinking it. Do you guys want to trade notes in my room? The group nodded and started heading up the stairs, ignoring Ajuru's whining behind them. So 10 minutes later, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Yomomo, and surprisingly, Shinso were sitting around Mina's room. It was a lot colder than Mina remembered it being when she left, even though she hadn't turned the AC on. They traded notes for a while. At this point, no one really had any worthwhile clues. Shinso had something about the injuries Midoriya seemed to have, so they planned to talk to Aizawa-sensei about it next class. Shinso was acting strange though, like generally speaking. He kept looking next to him, the only space left on the floor, and pointing to his paper as if someone was asking about it. He looked like he was trying to be discreet, but Mina had been waiting for her moment to be a detective her entire life. She was paying attention to everything. I don't ever want to speak like Ajuru did back there, but suicide does seem likely. He was obviously bullied, and his home life was sketchy. History of mental illness. Yamamoto tapped her pen against her paper, and Kirishima was reading off her page. Oh, Yayarozu, are you going to look into his home life? The girl turned to Kirishima, smiling brightly, and held her book close to her chest. Yes. Aizawa-sensei said we could investigate any part of the case we found interesting, so me and Ochako decided to look into that. That's cool. I was going to investigate those friends Bakugo was talking about. Do you think Todoroki would help me out? He seemed interested in it. Kaminari pointed to Mina's page where she'd written down outside friends. I saw that too. Do you reckon he knows something? I'm pretty sure he was writing down a phone number. Shinso hadn't looked up from his paper, and he was scribbling something down that Mina couldn't see. He laughed out of nowhere, a snort that made everyone look at him. He blushed, muttering something to the space beside him. Again. Are you sure you're not haunted, Shinso? I'm sure Tokoyami has an Ouija board or something. Kaminari poked at Shinso's cheek, and Shinso swatted his hand away. F off, ghosts aren't real. Shinso's paper crumpled suddenly, and his pencils flipped to the ground. Shinso didn't react for a minute, and the room was silent. Then Kaminari started jumping up, and Shinso grabbed his things quickly. He pushed everything into his bag, ignoring Kaminari's screams in an attempt to leave faster. Well, maybe the ghost thing wasn't too far off. Mina laughed and Kirishima shoved her to the side. Yamamoto was giggling into her hand, shaking and clutching her side. Well, now that Mina noticed, it was a lot colder. She had goosebumps on her arms and Kirishima was pulling his jacket tighter. Shinso didn't seem affected, so Mina kicked her foot to where he was standing. It was warmer there, not a big difference but still better than where she was sitting. It was like a wall, and Shinso didn't seem to notice till he stepped over to head for the door. He paused awkwardly, looking behind him and tilting his head, almost as if he was asking someone about it. As he turned back to the door, he made eye contact with Mina and she raised her eyebrow. He shrugged slightly, shaking his head and continued towards the door. Don't get him wrong, Shota loved being a teacher. Most of the time. He did not, however, love being called into Nizu's office without a reason. If it was about work, then the rat would have come to him, which means it's probably for a meeting. Which meant Shota dragged his feet the entire walk to the office, and took every given opportunity to delay the inevitable. Nizu somehow knew this, so all the teachers were avoiding him, and the students refused to look at him. He made it to the office in record time to be greeted with the rat, Shinso and Izuku sitting around a desk. Izuku was scribbling in a notebook that Shota decided he didn't want to know where came from, with his legs crossed like a child. Shinso was talking to him and the rat was grinning at Shota, who almost turned around and walked out. Could you really blame him? He'd been here for a minute and he could already feel a migraine coming. Aizawa, so glad you can join us. Please have a seat. Nizu poured some tea and pushed it in front of Shinso, who looked very uncomfortable as he grabbed it. Can I ask what this is about? Shinso spoke up, shoving Izuku's shoulder after he'd whispered something to him. Of course. We're here to discuss Izuku, of course. Izuku looked up, alarmed if anything, and began spluttering on about something or other. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, I just thought we should all be on the same page. So we can all see him? Shota spoke up, causing everyone to look at him. Izuku looked fidgety, like he wanted to float around instead of sit in a chair, and Shota couldn't blame him. Nizu sipped his tea for a moment before responding. Yes, I believe so. Do you have an explanation for that, Izuku? Izuku twisted his hands together, playing with them and pulling on them roughly. No sir? I know you're not the only ones, people on the street can see me too, sometimes, I just don't know the connection. Sorry, he mumbled sheepishly. Nizu nodded in his direction and Izuku smiled hesitantly. No matter. I'm sure we'll find a reason soon enough. But on to more pressing matters about the assignment. What about the assignment, sir? Shinso hadn't drunken from his tea yet, only holding it to give his hands something to do. Shota wished he could leave, he really didn't want to be here. Nizu pushed an extra case file onto his desk, turning it to face them. It had a photo of Izuku and a new list of important people. Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki Bakugo, Toga Himiko and Nikushimi Takibi. Well, now that we know Bakugo is personally involved, and Izuku of course, it's really only a matter of whether or not the assignment should continue. What do you mean? Nizu looked at Shota with an impatient expression on his face. Like having this meeting was wasting his time. I mean that Bakugo could pass the assignment easily, he was there for the entire case after all. And Izuku could give the answer to Shinso if he wanted to dash. Izuku jumped up then, floating upside down but still having his legs crossed. I can't actually tell Shinso, I mean. I know as much as the police do, which is less than what Katsuki knows. Nizu sipped his tea again, pouring himself another cup from the tea pot beside him. Shota kinda wanted to smash it, just to see what he'd do. And besides, we wouldn't want to bring up unpleasant memories for either boy, now would we? Izuku looked confused, tilting his head towards Shinso then back at Nizu. Well, considering Katsuki already agreed to the assignment, I'm sure he'll be okay. He doesn't agree to things he doesn't want to do. And it's not exactly traumatic to me, seeing as I can't remember anything. I just started existing one day, I didn't even know who I was. Why do you want to cancel the assignment so badly? You were the one to push for it when everyone else said no. Nizu hesitated for a second, which was a first for Shota. The rat usually had everything answered before the meeting begun. I've been told I'm rather, what would you call it, callous? Careless? I've even been called heartless on one occasion. I just wanted to make sure everyone was okay with the assignment. The silence that followed made Izuku laugh awkwardly, shaking midair and twisting around. Sorry, Nizu sir? Thank you for the consideration, but if you're genuinely considering this, then ask Katsuki. I don't mind at all. Why couldn't he have had this moral epiphany before Shota gave the assignment? If Bakugo decided he didn't want the class doing the assignment, he would cancel it without a thought, but the rest of the class did seem excited. Ashido was vibrating in her seat when he explained it, and he doesn't think he's ever seen her take as many notes as she did. There wasn't even a lot of information in the files. Nizu seemed to think it over for a minute before sipping his tea. If you insist, Izuku. If there's nothing else, you are free to go. I'll call Bakugo down shortly. Shinso nodded, making a beeline for the door with a quiet, "Thank you, sir." Izuku had a little more tact, nodding at both of them before floating out behind Shinso. Shota himself groaned silently, cursing his luck and leaving without so much as a wave. A few hours later he received a text saying the assignment was still on, but Bakugo was to be permitted more time out of the dorms. Not like Shota would deny a request to leave campus, they were still teenagers with lives outside of school after all. A few minutes after responding to the text, there was a hesitant knocking at his door. Opening it with a glare directed at no one in particular, Shota was met with angry red eyes and messy blonde hair. "Bakugo, to what do I owe the pleasure?" He gestured for the boy to come inside, putting on another coffee pot and joining him in the lounge room. The blonde kicked his feet around for a second before looking up. "I need permission to leave campus. Every Tuesday and Thursday. If that's okay." The last part was added as if an afterthought. "Do you have the forms?" The blonde nodded, putting a set of papers on the coffee table and passing a pen over. Shota scanned the paper, noting that the reason, and flipped to the second page. He signed the papers and put them in his work bag. He'd have to submit them to Nisa later. "Is it about Izuku Midoriya?" Bakugo didn't notice the slip-up, just nodding quietly. "Yeah, Izuku." He shook his head for a second. "Midoriya and I were friends, a while before he died, but still." The next thing Shota knew, Izuku was in front of Bakugo, blinking at him before turning his head to see where he was. "Oh, Aizawa, hello." He waved, pushing away from the blonde. Said blonde didn't react to Izuku's presence. He was just sitting, probably waiting to be excused. "I'll give the forms to Nizu. You can go back to your friends now." Bakugo mumbled an before heading for the door. Before he opened it, hand on the knob, he turned back, eyes focused to where Izuku was sitting. Izuku waved and Bakugo's eyes widened, but he left without saying anything. "What was that about?" Izuku turned back, a small smile gracing his lips and shrugging. "I don't really know. Sometime it's like he can see me, but not really. More like he knows I'm there. You should probably start figuring that out, problem child." Izuku spun around suddenly, and Shota was beginning to understand that his movements were connected to his reactions. Like when he was shaking in the office before, it was because he was nervous. Spinning meant he was surprised. He stopped again, facing Aizawa with a bewildered expression. "Problem child? I have caused 0 issues since my arrival, thank you very much. Kid, you're literally a ghost, that's problem enough." Just like Katsuki's dislike of school, he didn't like meetings. Before, everything that happened with Izuku being called into the principal's office meant Izuku had done something that Katsuki could make worse for him. After Izuku, it meant they were concerned with his lack of friends, as if they cared about anything but their reputation. Since UA, the only principal meetings he'd had was for the dorms, and the first few times he'd asked to leave campus. Nothing big. This time was different. Shinso, the purple fucker, had been called earlier and refused to talk about it, so Katsuki was a little nervous. Not that anyone knew that. The door swung open as Katsuki approached it, and the blonde could see Nizu sipping tea whilst he waited. So he walked straight in and sat down without any words being spoken. "Thank you for meeting me. I'm sorry this was such short notice." Nizu's high-pitched chittering voice was as annoying as ever, so he probably wasn't in trouble. "Maybe. Whatever. Don't get him wrong, therapy had helped more than he'd ever admit with his social skills and being respectful and everything, but they hadn't quite made it to authority figures. So Katsuki allowed himself some disrespect. He was still an angry blonde, or whatever his therapist had called him. Like a traitor. I wanted to ask how you were feeling about the assignment. I know Midoriya Izuku can be a touchy subject. The rat's eyes widened during his lame speech, and Katsuki was pretty sure there was a flash of green. That wasn't unusual though. Whenever someone mentioned Izuku, it was as if he was there. He wasn't, Katsuki knew that, but everything seemed to flash green for a second. Sometimes he swore he could see his green eyes. He'd mentioned it when it first started happening, but everyone thought he was crazy. Hiroshi said it was probably a subconscious thing, like he made himself believe Izuku was there to lessen his grief or something. Eventually Katsuki stopped bringing it up, but the green never disappeared for good. It's just an assignment, I'll be fine. Nizu looked to the side for a second before nodding his head. Given your relation to the victim, Midoriya, of course, I am willing to cancel the assignment if you see fit. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. It was a nice offer, and Katsuki decided if Nizu was going out of his way to ask them, he may as well be a little respectful. Seriously, I'm fine, sir. Maybe more time off campus, but you don't need to cancel the whole thing. Nizu clapped his hands. He didn't seem relieved or anything, and he kept glancing to the side as if someone was talking. Great. I'll get you some forms for Aizawa to fill out about leaving campus, and everything can be sorted. Please know that you can talk to myself or any other staff members if it becomes a bit much. Katsuki just nodded and gestured to the door. Nizu excused him, so he stood up and left the office, heading straight for his dorm. Asking for more time off campus hadn't been a sudden thing. He'd already asked Hiroshi for more sessions a week, and they'd agreed on a time that worked well for both of them. Katsuki didn't think he had anything else to say about it, but Hiroshi said that they didn't have to talk about anything serious. Apparently he could talk about anything, which was nice. He'd spent an entire session talking about one of the motorbikes he wanted to get once, and Hiroshi was surprisingly knowledgeable about it all. He laid on his bed silently. Music was playing through his headphones, but they were sitting on his chest rather than in his ears, so he could hardly hear it. He had just closed his eyes when there was a flash of green above him, except this time it was more of a flickering glow. His green eyes appeared above Katsuki's, and his breath caught in his throat. Suddenly the glow grew larger, shaping into a sort of hand, and waving in front of him. The blonde jumped up, and the green glow flickered again before moving back, to sit on the other end of the bed. Now, when Katsuki said that the green flashes were normal, this was not what he meant. This was definitely the first time something like whatever this was happened. The green glow shaped out a little more, looking almost like a person now, and Katsuki was definitely panicking. He kicked his foot towards the thing, but he'd never regretted it more when it hit something solid and the green glow flickered again. There was a silent humming all of a sudden, and if Katsuki listened to it, which he was trying not to, it almost sounded like a laugh. He didn't move for a minute waiting for the thing to do something, but it just sat there, watching him. So after a few more moments Katsuki took a deep breath and opened his mouth to say something. Green eyes widened before the blonde could finish, and the glow disappeared completely. What? He started to whisper to the empty air in front of him, the actual F-. Kicking his foot out again led to him falling off the bed, as it went straight through the air and his momentum pulled him off. Sitting in a huddled pile on the floor, Katsuki stared at the space again. He has no idea how long he sat there, looking around the room for anything that could explain what just happened. He shook his head. Maybe he's just tired. He hasn't eaten in a while? Or he could be delusional. That would explain it. Something had to explain it. Wiping his face, he pulled his laptop out of his bag and sat at his desk. He was trying to find the contact details of some of his old classmates, the ones who knew Izuku, to ask about the case. He decided against asking Aizawa for permission because if he said no then he wouldn't be able to, but not asking means he can't be denied. In theory anyway. He'd already found 2 people, he wanted to get another 2 or 3 before he actually messaged them, do it all in one go to not waste time. None of these kids liked Izuku or were ever nice to him, but they knew he existed, so that would have to do. He wished he could get in contact with Izuku's friends from outside of school, but he didn't know anything about them. Curse his need to avoid Izuku. In theory it was a good idea. If he avoided him then he didn't have to be mean to him, and it had worked for the most part. This was the first time it had ever been an issue. Except of course when he was grieving and all that shit. He couldn't tell the stupid kids that hung around him that he was sad that Izuku had died, because they would have accused him of being weak. Katsuki's grown since then and he knows that that's not true now, but in the beginning he had to deal with everything on his own. He was always on his own after Izuku died. He didn't realize that despite avoiding the nerd he was still always around. They'd walk home together every couple of weeks, not purposely so it wasn't really together, but close enough. He'd listen to Katsuki swear and kick things and shout at nothing just because he'd seen him by himself and didn't want him to be alone. So when all that ended out of nowhere, Katsuki didn't really know what to do. He closed his eyes, rubbing at his temple and closing his book. He'd written a list of names and few different things he could look into, but he should probably head to Aizawa's if he wanted to get this stupid note signed. He closed his door behind him, looking back to see a fading glimpse of green in the door crack as it swung shut. Izuku is a liar. He doesn't know if he was always a liar, but in this moment he is 100% a liar. He'd lied to Nizu about not knowing how they could see him. And he lied to Aizawa about Katsuki not being able to see him. He didn't want to lie. Okay, well he did, but he had a reason. Izuku hasn't spoken to anyone for 3 years, and to find out the reason is as simple as a quirk is insulting. He may not remember anything about his life, but he still has to deal with the repercussions of it. Every negative effect of his trauma is still with him, he just doesn't remember what caused it. Which is chaos. But it also means he's still terrified of people leaving him or turning their back on him. In no way does 3 years of solitude help that. His whole argument on keeping the friends he had now is that they're the only people he can talk to. He doesn't want to tell them that that's not true. He was floating around one night, he couldn't even remember what he was doing beforehand, when he'd bumped into a woman. She'd apologized, but Izuku couldn't get over the fact that she could see him, could touch him even. So he'd asked her if she wouldn't mind answering some questions and she seemed excited to help, which Izuku hadn't been expecting. Turns out her quirk was telepath, the ability to talk directly into someone's mind. Whether that be to disorient them or give them information, one thing stayed the same, it was a mental quirk. Aizawa's erasure quirk was a mental quirk, and Nizu's high specs was mental. It was the only thing he could think to connect them. During the study session in the common room, Izuku had asked Shinso what his quirk was, and he'd said it was brainwashing, which was a mental quirk. The only connections he could think of was the type of quirk they had, which was a really lame answer. He supposed it made sense. People who had mental quirks had slightly different brain anatomy. The brain had to make room for the quirk specifically, which made the person more open to different side affects. Some people got better hearing or improved memory, seems they could also see ghosts. While seeing as ghosts aren't necessarily real, Izuku was pretty sure he was just a figment of his quirk, not an actual ghost. He could be wrong. It might just be that they're more susceptible to Izuku's quirk, or immune. He hadn't really had the chance to look into it. The point was he'd lied, he had good reason, but it was still a lie. He didn't have an excuse for lying to Aizawa about Katsuki, maybe just because it was something he wanted to figure out on his own. In the beginning, Katsuki had been like everyone else, none the wiser to Izuku lurking around. But as time went on and Izuku grew to like Katsuki more through every therapy session, the blonde had started acting strange. The other day in his dorm had been the closest he'd ever gotten to seeing him for sure. Izuku can't tell when people can see him, but he'd noticed Katsuki's eyes widen. He doesn't know what made him wave, but when he jumped back it felt like everything was working out for once. And then Katsuki had kicked him. When the blonde looked like he was going to say something, Izuku had panicked. Then the recognition left Katsuki's eyes and he looked around for Izuku, who hadn't moved. He didn't know how it worked or why it was happening now, but it made him really happy. So he'd started waving whenever the blonde looked like he could see him, and it was fun, watching Katsuki question if Izuku was there or not. But he didn't know what was causing it, and he didn't want anyone else to figure it out for him. So he didn't tell anyone. He lied. He'd like to say that was all he was lying about, but again Izuku was a liar. Izuku was genuinely excited about the assignment with the class. He'd wanted to know how he ended up like this for as long as he could remember, although that wasn't saying much considering he couldn't remember a whole lot. Or well, that used to be the case. When Katsuki had mentioned those 3 people he allegedly hung out with, Izuku's first thought had been about how wrong that was. So he does remember some things. It only started recently. Katsuki had never said so much about Izuku in one sitting, so he wasn't getting the chance to, well, forget it. Remembering things wasn't fun for him. Crazily enough, he didn't like hearing about how crappy his life had been. So he tried his best to forget the painful things. They were just sad stories. Izuku does remember the three people, not quite their names but their voices and how they laughed. But he also remembers a fourth person in the group, only vaguely. Remembering that group reassured Izuku of what he already knew, because we would have never left them, not intentionally. He could remember how much he loved their company and being their friend. He didn't want to die when he was around them, but he did in the end. He was mumbling this to Aizawa's calico cat, Puddles, in the hope to feel better about it all. Out of Aizawa's 3 cats there were 2 calicos and a tabby, Puddles, Night and Fable, and Izuku loved all of them. Puddles was his favorite though, no competition. He blinked for a second, scratching Puddles' chin as she purred, and opened his eyes to see Todoroki blinking back at him. The summoning thing didn't happen a lot after everything with his death calmed down, and after the class got used to calling him Midoriya it stopped again. So it was still definitely jarring to be one place and then suddenly another without a word of warning. Izuku moved away from Todoroki, taking in his surroundings. They were out the front of a large traditional home, in a corner hidden behind a wall of trees. A puff of smoke blew beside Izuku and he turned to see who Todoroki was talking to. Standing there was a slightly older guy, maybe around early 20s, with dark purple burns lining his arms and neck. He wasn't smoking like Izuku assumed he would be. Instead he had a blue flame lighting the end of his hand and was running it through his hair. "Where'd you get that name from?" His voice was raspy, grating against Izuku's ears, but he didn't care anymore. He knew that voice. It had been ringing in his ears since Katsuki had described the guy, the same guy standing directly in front of him. His piercing blue eyes and dark hair brought the first name Izuku had remembered since he died. "We're doing a case study on Midoriya's death. A kid in my class knew him and he said you were friends with him." Dabi nodded, shaking the flame out on his hand and leaning against the building. "Yeah, I knew him. He hung out with us for, I don't know, a year and a half? The night he died we were waiting to pick him up but he never showed." Todoroki nodded, scribbling something down on his notebook. "I don't really know what to ask you. I'm not as good at this like Ishido is, so do you mind just telling me everything you know about him? Whatever feels important." Dabi took a deep breath and pushed off the wall. "We met through some online chat group. I don't remember what it was for, but me, him and a few others started talking separately and we made a little group. When we started hanging out in real life, Izuku mentioned that he wasn't allowed out of the house a lot. Because of his parents? Izuku didn't usually like listening to anything about his parents. Nothing about them were ever good. But seeing Dabi, and knowing who he was, well, maybe remembering things wasn't too awful. Dabi kicked one of the trees surrounding them, stepping so close to Izuku that he panicked, forgetting he couldn't actually be seen. He floated a foot into the air but Dabi's body went straight through him. He floated back down and walked further away, so his back was to him. Yeah, he didn't like talking about it, and we all had stuff we didn't want broadcasted so we left it alone. We started picking him up from school cause he would show up bleeding and injured and he would never tell us half the time. We only started noticing when he passed out on us one time. Izuku wished he could ask Dabi his own questions, wished he could find his own answers for once. Maybe he should start following Shinso around whilst he was investigating, then he'd have a say. "Did you ever see who was bullying him?" Izuku looked at Todoroki, forgetting he was there for a second. He hadn't really paid much attention to him at all during the time he'd been with Class 1A. He was always so quiet. Izuku ran out of that building as quickly as he could and believe me, he was fast. If he wasn't running, he was already injured, so we never saw anybody follow him. There was this blonde kid that came out behind him sometimes. We threatened to beat him up once, but Izuku said he didn't care. Todoroki was still dotting stuff down in his notes before finally closing his notebook. "Thanks, Tuya. I think that's enough for now." He nodded and Todoroki walked off, leaving Izuku and Dabi alone. Dabi, or Tuya as his brother called him, didn't move for a minute. Izuku couldn't see his face and the silence was peaceful. Ever since people started noticing him, nothing had really been quiet. Dabi pulled his phone out, typing something in before putting it up to his ear. Izuku saw the name, Himiko, for a second before the screen went dark. Hey Himiko, yeah I know it's been a while. Did you guys want to catch up? Okay, yes sounds good. See you then. He hung the phone up and turned around, face to face with Izuku again. He didn't notice though, not a hint of recognition in his face as he walked to the front of the building, passing directly through Izuku. The ghost liked to pretend things like that didn't sting. Izuku floated through the streets again, high enough so that no one could possibly see him. Nights like these were his favorite, the moon high. In the sky, lighting everything up below it. He loved having people to talk to now, but he missed being able to leave whenever he liked. Izuku used to spend days on end floating through the city, turning down different streets and getting lost in the crowd. It made him feel alive and free, two things that didn't really associate with him anymore. Remembering Dabi was exciting and fun, but it was also scary. Because if he could remember that, then he could remember anything else. He could remember the stories Katsuki would tell, and how his parents didn't really want him around, and he'd finally have an explanation for every scar that lined his body. And he didn't want that. He liked not knowing, he didn't want that to change. Why couldn't he get the truth without any conditions? The streets curved and winded together, and Izuku could see restaurants closing their doors and people walking together, hands swinging beside them. He stopped at a rooftop and looked at his hands. They were pale, kind of see-through, and he had grown used to it. But he focused slightly, almost as if he was trying to pick up a pencil, and his hand became solid. He tapped it against some concrete, feeling the rocky surface on his fingers, and dragged it across. He didn't feel pain, but when he looked at his hand there was a graze mark, specks of red appearing against his pale skin. It disappeared when he dropped his focus and he sighed quietly. Then he pushed himself off the building, falling straight down into a crowd of people. He walked as if he couldn't float for once, pretending he was bumping into people and actually hitting a few as he made his way through the street. Sometimes he did this to feel more normal. He liked the freedom that floating through the sky gave him, but it was something a lot more open, to dive directly into the crowds. They'd yell in his ear and push past his shoulder and he'd act as if it affected him. He stayed like that for the next day, waiting until he was called upon to leave. The crowds always made him feel better, and it wouldn't kill him to take a break for once. Izuku was, quite literally, talking to Bakugo. A full conversation with the blonde. It would have been cute to see. If the blonde was responding. Hitoshi was lost on Izuku's game plan here. He'd been talking on and on for the entire class, which was incredibly distracting, mind you. He'd ask questions and then answer them, act as if Bakugo was asking something and answer it. If anything, it was sad. But Izuku kept talking, going over various topics that Hitoshi didn't care enough about to listen to. Even Aizawa-sensei started looking over to see what Izuku was doing, and that guy was an expert in pretending the ghost wasn't there. 5 minutes before the bell rang, Hitoshi thinks he understood why, because just for a second Bakugo's eyes flicked up to Izuku's floating form. It wasn't subtle, like he knew Izuku had been there for a while, it was unexpected and sudden. It looked as if Bakugo was just as surprised as Hitoshi was. But Izuku lit up, smiling brightly, which caused his body to start shaking. He waved at Bakugo, who blinked back. Then Bakugo looked around as if he couldn't see the ghost anymore, turning his head slightly before looking back at Aizawa. Hitoshi decided he didn't care enough to question it. The bell rang and the class started leaving, except Hitoshi. This had become their new routine, staying in class to talk to make Hitoshi seem at least a little normal. So, dead guy, how's things going for you? Izuku floated above the chair in front of Hitoshi, turning to face him and shrugging slightly. I guess it's all right. I'm getting called around a little more than I expected, but it's manageable. Hitoshi nodded slowly, deciding not to mention Bakugo. The two sat quietly, and Hitoshi pulled his lunch out to start eating. After a little while, Izuku started rummaging through the bags that were left in the room. Is being dead, I don't know, uncomfortable? Izuku turned back to him, raising one eyebrow in a silent question. I just feel like going from life to death would be a really weird transfer. Well, yeah, I guess, but like I've said 100 times, I don't remember life. To me, this is normal, I've never known anything else. And if I did, I guess it'd just feel like a quirk. But surely it'd feel strange? Unnatural? Even dash, he was cut off before he finished by the door opening slowly, Ishido walking in alone. Ishido was never alone during lunch, always with the Baku squad, so Hitoshi felt justified in his immediate suspicion. So, who you talking to? She smiled sweetly, but Hitoshi groaned internally. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if she'd figured out Izuku was here. That kid had zero interest in remaining a secret. No one. She nodded but sat where Izuku had been sitting, if he hadn't have moved earlier. Currently he was waving his hand in front of Ishido as if she could see him, which she couldn't. Liar. You've been talking to some invisible ghost for days. I have proof. She pulled out her phone, way too excited for an interrogation, but Hitoshi didn't mind. In her phone she flipped through pictures of Hitoshi, ones with his purple hair being tugged in different directions, another of him being pulled on by an invisible force, and the last one of him clearly laughing at something although no one was around. Hitoshi was about to comment on how that last one was hardly evidence that he could see ghosts, when Ishido flicked the screen again and a video stated playing. It was taken between the crack of a door frame, just showing Hitoshi looking at nothing in the classroom. Hitoshi would reason a guess that the video was taken the day before, judging by the work written behind Hitoshi's body. He was pointing at something, laughing slightly although the audio was shaky. Then he snorted, causing himself to knock a book of the table, and suddenly there was high-pitched laughter and a flash of green before it went quiet again. There was a sound of the presumed camera holder, like a gasp before it was muffled and the camera shook. Hitoshi's voice cut through the audio, crackly and grainy. God, stop. You're embarrassing yourself, he laughed again, whole body shaking. You made me drop my book. Suddenly Ishido was yanking the phone out of Hitoshi's view and smirking at him with her arms crossed. See, ghosts? That's not proof. It literally is. There's no way to talk yourself out of it this time. Explain. Hitoshi huffed a breath and rolled his eyes, matching Ishido's position before he started talking. Fine, it is a ghost. I can see one singular ghost. Happy? Ishido was nodding so quickly Hitoshi was worried she would break her neck, but she just looked at him and beamed, almost like Izuku. She's a pretty good detective, you should tell her. Izuku was smiling over her head, but it was a smug smile. Hitoshi knew Izuku was practically giddy with his situation right now, seeing as he clearly had no care in who knew he existed or not. You're not helping. He whispered, but it made Ishido whip her head around as if looking for the ghost. Are they here right now? What do they look like? Who are they? Hitoshi slumped further into his chair, glaring at both of the living incarnations of the literal sun. He's behind you, and it's Izuku, you know from the assignment. That made the smile drop of Ishido's face as she turned to look at him with a frown. Are you joking right now? I can't tell if you're serious. Izuku was moving suddenly, a glitching in and out between a solid form and see-through one. As he entered Ishido's line of sight she gasped, pointing behind him. Hitoshi was confused, because he knew Ishido had never seen Izuku before so it didn't make sense for her to be able to know, but as he turned back he realized what she was reacting to. Izuku's body, which normally had a light transparent wash over it, was now solid and colored completely. His hair was vibrant green like the photos everyone had seen, and his shoes were a shining red. Hitoshi had never seen him like this before, and he assumed there was a reason seeing as Izuku's eyes were scrunched up tight. Is he actually there? He's so see-through I can hardly see, but that is him, right? Ishido's voice cut through his gawking and all he could do was nod. Izuku peeled his eyes open, waving at the pink student before he returned to his normal state with a gasp of air, although he sunk to the ground and didn't speak for a few moments. Everything was quiet, waiting for something to happen when Izuku's voice spoke again. I wanted to see if I could do it, but that was exhausting. Probably won't be doing that again. Sorry. Ishido's was shaking Hitoshi, hands on his shoulders, and he could hardly think straight enough to listen to her. Did that really happen? Was that real? Come on man, give me something here. He put his hands up to get her to stop so she stepped back and Hitoshi coughed lightly. Yeah, that happened. Meet Izuku, I guess. Ishido was already scribbling into her iconic detective notebook. The class had yet to see her without it since the words cold case. Izuku Midoriya were written on the cover. Alright Shinso, give me the details. What has he told you and what have you figured out? We can trade notes now that I know you have something to give back. Hitoshi leaned against the back of his chair again, already too tired to deal with so many questions. He really hasn't told me anything, he doesn't remember anything from when he was alive. Ashido's deflated, smile becoming smaller, but Hitoshi couldn't say anything else because Izuku was waving his hand frantically. Wait, I figured something out. Or well, Todoroki did, but I was there, so it still counts. Hitoshi turned to look, which Ashido obviously noted, so she looked in Izuku's general direction, even though she couldn't hear nor see him. Todoroki was talking to his brother, Tuya, who had apparently known me when I was alive. Apparently him and a few others were those friends Katsuki was talking about the other day. Hitoshi wrote it all down as quickly as he could before looking back up. Did you find out any other names? Izuku nodded, still lying on the floor, and waved his hand around again. Not a full name, but Tuya called a girl on his phone afterwards. Called her Himiko. That name sounded familiar, though he couldn't remember where he'd heard it before. He'd have to think about it later though, because Izuku had put his hand down and now Ashido was waiting for information. Izuku says Todoroki's brother, Tuya, is one of the guys Bakugo was talking about the other day. And that the girl might be someone named Himiko. Ashido's nodded, overly serious but still clearly excited, and flipped a couple pages over before writing the information down. Is your notebook organized? It was strange, Hitoshi had never considered Ashido to be the note-taking type, especially to this extent, so he was always surprised by how much she would write in class. He didn't think there was that much information yet. Of course. I'm taking this seriously, I have a page or two for all the different info I have. One for those friends, one for his parents, two on the bullying, one on Bakugo, one on the teachers listed on the interview list, and even one on noticeable injuries I could find on pictures of Midoriya. Dimon, I'm just writing it as I go along. So you're definitely looking into his death? I know a lot of the class has split into different sections. She finished writing everything down before putting the book back in her bag and turning to face Hitoshi again. Yeah. Kaminari's doing the friends, Ochako and Yamamo are doing his parents, and Bakugo and Kirishima were gonna look into the teachers, so I figured I'd cover the death. What about you? He shoved his own book back in his bag. Next was math, so he wouldn't need it then, and now that he thinks about it, lunch must almost be over. I'm gonna do the death as well, but that's basically everything since we have so little information on it. Ashido went to say something, but Hitoshi looked over at Izuku and remembered something he'd said the first time he'd asked some questions. Actually, now that I think about it, Izuku did say something. Ashido perked up, nodding for him to continue. I asked what the police had settled on for his death, and he'd said they think they know but they don't. I'm gonna assume that means they're wrong about it, and since we think they assumed suicide, then that means Izuku didn't kill himself. Which limits the causes to accidental or, well, murder. Goddamn Shinso, holding out on the good details. That narrows his death down, which is more than we had at the moment. I guess we should look into the possibility of murder first, since it'll be harder to prove an accident. Which means we'll have to get a list of suspects. This is so exciting. Hitoshi muffled his laugh with his hand, pretending to yawn as the bell rang. They got their things out for the next class, and after a few minutes the rest of the class started piling in. Izuku was still lying on the ground, and everyone walked through him as if he wasn't there. Technically he wasn't, so it didn't really matter. Looking closer, it seemed Izuku was asleep, which Shinso didn't even know he could do. It must be like Izuku explained earlier, how ghosts used energy differently, showing his body must have cost a lot though if he was out so quickly. Class began and it dragged on, and Izuku remained in place for the entire lesson. Then the next, and he didn't even stir. The class started leaving to return to the dorms. Mina was pumped. When she'd confronted Shinso about the supposed ghost, she definitely didn't expect it to be Midoriya himself, or that she would get to see him, but it was so cool. Now she had more information and more ways to get information. She'd have to ask Shinso about how Izuku got the details that her classmates had. Maybe he was just reading their notes, but it was useful, so she didn't mind. Besides, it's not like this assessment was a challenge or competition. There's no rules against sharing notes. After class let out, Mina made a run for the staff office, hoping she could catch Aizawa before he left. She wanted to ask about the interview with the teachers and Izuku's mother, but he had said not to ask in class. She was rounding the corner when she bumped into someone, knocking her off her feet and sending her to the ground with a soft oof. She looked up to find Aizawa looking down at her with a confused expression. Jumping up and dusting herself down, she smiled at the teacher, trying to seem as innocent as possible. "Sensei, I was looking for you. I need access to the interview questions." He let out a tired sigh but just gestured for her to follow him. "I trust you have a list of questions with you?" She nodded as they reached the staff room, walking over to Aizawa's desk. He sat in his chair and opened a drawer, pulling out a box of flash drives, all labeled carefully. "To make this as realistic as possible, we've decided that we'll only supply you with the answer to questions you ask. So I'll need to see the list." Mina nodded again, pulling out her book and flipping to the last worked-on page. It was titled Questions for Izuku Midoriya, and she handed it over without another word. Aizawa read through them carefully, mumbling each one under his breath, before putting the paper down. "Not bad, I can see the reasoning behind them. If I can't find the question, just pretend she's either crying too much or refuses to answer, something like that. I'm afraid we won't be able to question the parents for you to get any more answers." He started pulling out different flash drives, reading the question on the label and pushing it into a pile. Eventually one pile was pushed back into the box and put back in the drawer, and 5 were pushed towards Mina. She dropped them into her bag carefully, promising Aizawa to return them as soon as she was done, and leaving the room. Setting her pace to a quick jog, she made her way to the dorms, waving to her classmates and going to her room. When she made it, she sat in her desk chair, which was closer to her door than her desk, and pulling herself to it. Firing up her laptop, she grabbed the flash drives, putting them on her desk and then grabbing her book, ready to take notes. The first flash drive she found was her first question, so she plugged it in and opened it up on her computer. Finding the file, she clicked it and it started loading, before a black screen appeared and she grabbed her pen. The recording was of a cliché-style interrogation room, with one police officer sitting with his back to the camera and another just off-screen. In between them on the other side of the table was Izuku Midoriya, tears dripping down her cheeks and her hand clutching her face. "All right, Mrs. Midoriya, the recording has started. I'm going to start asking questions now, is that all right?" The women let out a loud sob, but nodded and the officer on screen shuffled around a bit. "How close were you to your son?" the officer off-screen asked, and Mrs. Midoriya didn't respond for a second, just sitting there quietly. "He was my son. We were as close as anything, we did everything together. There weren't any secrets." She cried harder, and the officer on screen got up to retrieve a tissue for her. The video paused, finished already, and Mina sighed as she wrote the answer down. "Geez, he wasn't kidding," she mumbled, grabbing the next flash drive and reading the label. This one was her 5th questions, so she plugged it in and repeated the process again. The video began with the same setting as last time, clearly in the same interview. This time both officers were on camera, just further to the left. "All right, do you think you're ready for the next question? We can stop at any time," the officer on the right, who was previously off camera, asked. It was clear Mrs. Midoriya had calmed down, tears slowing down and responding instantly with a nod. Did Izuku ever show any signs of wanting to harm himself? It looked for a second that she was going to start bawling again, but she just took a deep breath and shook her head. "I knew he had trouble making friends, but I could never have imagined he would do something like this. He was always so happy." She went to say something but was interrupted by a half-sob, half-breath getting caught in her throat. She coughed a little before nodding. "My Izuku would never have done something like this to himself. I mean, sure, he was bullied, but it wasn't that bad." She began crying again and the officers shared a look. The video ended again, and Mina pulled the flash drive out of the socket. With that answer, it kind of pointed towards a suicide, the way she played off the things that could be affecting Midoriya. But it felt too forced to Mina, like she was trying to make the police think of reasons he'd want to kill himself. She wrote the answer down and grabbed another flash drive, not even looking at the label as she set it up, and it begun to play. It was different day, if Mrs. Midoriya's new set of clothes were anything go off of. And there was only one officer now, the man who was always on the left side of the camera before. "Thank you for joining me again, Mrs. I know this must be hard." This time Mrs. Midoriya was a lot less broken about her son's death, not crying and if anything looking annoyed. She shrugged and the officer took that as his cue to start asking questions. "I was wondering if Izuku had any issues with his teachers? Particularly a Mr. Karai Warui?" Mrs. Midoriya thought it over for a second, before shrugging again. "I suppose." Her words were slurred slightly as she spoke. "He loved school but was always causing trouble. I've had countless teachers call me about him, but I don't remember any names in particular." The office scribbled the notes down and nodded his head. Mrs. Midoriya did seek drunk, in Mina's expert opinion, but she also knew that it was against the law for police enforcement to interview someone under the influence or intoxicated, so maybe she wasn't. She could be hung over? Mina wouldn't blame her seeing as her kid had just died. That question has been her last one, number 11, so she wrote the answer down and set the next one up. This setting was the same as the first interview, and Mrs. Midoriya was crying just like she was before. "Okay, I think we're almost done here. Just one more question if you don't mind. Did Izuku have any friends outside of school?" It took a minute again for Mrs. Midoriya to respond, and she sniffled into a tissue a few times before looking up. "I don't think so. He was such a good boy and friends outside of school would mean he was doing bad things. But he's quirkless, you understand, don't you? He was too fragile to do things like that." The officer in the right looked away, shuffling his feet awkwardly whilst the one of the left nodded and agreed with her. "Thank you so much for coming in. I can't even imagine how hard this must be for you." The left officer stood to shake her hand, letting her out of the room and leaving himself. The officer on the right was left finishing his notes, in the otherwise empty room. Writing the answer under her third question, she couldn't help but scowl. Mina couldn't understand why people thought the quirkless were weak. They were just people like everyone else. Grabbing the second last flash drive, she plugged it in without another thought. She had so many questions for Midoriya's mother that she would probably never get the answer for, but maybe Midoriya himself would be able to fill her in. It was still the first interview, and it seemed to start right after the first clip had ended, with the officer grabbing a tissue for Mrs. Midoriya. "I know this is hard, but we do have a few more questions. You can stop at any time if you'd like, but I'd like us to get through a few more if that's all right." The women nodded to the man's words, and the officer on the right flipped to a new page in his notebook. "All right, Mrs., what was Izuku's relationship like with his father? I know he's not mentioned as an emergency contact." Mrs. Midoriya blew her nose, sobbing into her hand for a minute for looking up at the men again. Izuku and his father used to be really close, but ever since Izuku was quirkless, Hisashi couldn't handle the stress. Izuku couldn't understand this, of course, and would push on his nerves till he lashed out. "He left about a year ago, and I haven't heard from him since." The officer who asked the question paused for a moment, looking up at the women. "When you say lash out, did you mean physically?" "My husband did not abuse my son, if that's what you're implying. He simply disciplined him as needed. He just forgot Izuku wasn't as strong as everyone else is in times." The video ended, and Mina didn't know why that video had 2 questions in it, but they were 2 she had, so she didn't care. Writing the answers in and read over her other ones quickly. There were notes on the side for which one seemed either genuine, fake, or just wrong in any way. Sadly, there was a tag in every answer. Putting in the MASH flash drive, she opened the file, waiting for it to load, as a knock sounded in her door. Putting her book down, she opened it to see Bakugu staring at her blankly, so she smiled at him and waved slightly. "Hey Bakugu. What's up?" He jerked his head towards the stairs and crossed his arms over his chest. "Came to get you for dinner. The others are gonna clear the table if you don't hurry your butt up." He walked off before she could respond, so she left the door open and walked back into her room. Closing her laptop and her book, she left it all there for the next time she had a chance to look at the video, and walked out for food. Bakugu was already at the stairs when she jogged to catch up with him, joining the class for dinner. It smelled great, and Mina was practically salivating as she grabbed a plate of the katsudon. Bakugu only ever made it when he was in a mood, but it was Mina's favorite out of his cooking, so she didn't mind. She looked over to see Shinso whispering slightly to the air next to him, and figured that was Izuku. She felt weird, knowing he was there after watching the videos of his mother, so she looked away quickly. Her friend group was as loud as always, and she got caught up in the conversation before she could think any more about the case. As soon as class let out, Katsuki headed out of school grounds. His idiotic friend group knew he was going out, so they didn't bother following him, so he was by himself for once. The night before, he had received a text from the last person he was waiting on, agreeing to meet him at the park they used to hang out at. It wasn't too far away from UA, so Katsuki decided to jog there to take away the nerves. He wasn't nervous about meeting these people. He could care less about them, but he was nervous about the questions he'd have to ask. He didn't tell them why exactly they were meeting, just that it was about a school assignment he'd needed to ask them about. He'd managed to get 5 people to agree to the meeting, all of who knew Izuku fairly well. A lot of people in their middle school had been going to the Aldra schools their entire lives, so they all knew each other, some even before their quirks came in. As Katsuki arrived at the park, he could see 2 of the people had beat him there, and he was still 5 minutes early. Hana Hayashi and Itsuki Gushikin were talking as he approached, and turned to wave at Katsuki. "Hey Katsuki! It's been so long." Hana stood from where she was sitting at the bench and gave him a hug, much to his annoyance. Itsuki opted to shake his hand instead, and they all sat down. "Gotta say, man, I was surprised when you texted. The Katsuki I knew never needed help." Itsuki laughed, and the blonde rolled his eyes. These 2 were some of Izuku's closer friends before he was quirkless, and even after that were probably the nicest to him out of everyone. "Yeah, well, it's not like I need help studying. I gotta ask you guys some questions." They nodded and decided to wait for the others before they started. Katsuki just scrolled on his phone as the others chatted away. As soon as the designated meeting time came, another 2 people arrived, walking in together. Akihito and Arita Higashi were the only twins in Katsuki's year. They started going to Aldra halfway through elementary school, so whilst they weren't super close to Izuku, they did live the closest to him. "Hey guys! How's it been?" Another round of greetings went through the group, Katsuki only nodding as he waited. Akihito, Arita and Hana were the only ones in the group to continue on to Aldra High, though Katsuki didn't know if they still hung out a lot. Another 10 minutes passed, and Katsuki was just about to give up on the last person when Itsuko Satomi walked in. "Sorry I'm late, guys. My teacher held us all back after class." Katsuki didn't like this girl at all, but she was the only other person to respond and be able to meet up, so you get what you get. "Alright Katsuki, we're all here. What's this assignment about?" Akihito leaned over the table to get closer to Katsuki, who in turn leaned back to avoid him. "It's been so long since I've seen everyone. Why can't we catch up for a while before we start?" Itsuko was practically whining, and Katsuki was immediately reminded of why he hated her. She was an attention seeker, usually at the expense of everyone around her. "If you wanted to catch up, you should have been here sooner. We have literally nothing else to talk about." Itsuki always surprised Katsuki. He was so blunt all the time, and he never thought Izuku would like that. The green-haired kid was way too nice all the time, practically opposite. Itsuko was about to complain again, so Katsuki decided to start. "It's an assignment on a cold case. 10 points to whoever guess what it's about." It was silent for a minute before Itsuko shrugged. "How are we supposed to know? There are so many different cold cases out there." Itsuki was the first to respond, although pretty much everyone in the group seemed annoyed. "Were you not in our year when someone literally jumped off the roof?" "Oh, it's about that kid? What was his name again?" "Izuku Midoriya." Arita rolled his eyes, and Katsuki pretended not to see the flash of green. "Right. It was such a shame when he died, although I wasn't surprised. He was quirkless after all." "Okay, moving in from that." Akihito pushed himself off the table, leaning away before turning back to Katsuki. "So what do you want to ask us, Katsuki?" Sighing, Katsuki pulled his notebook out. He hadn't written any questions out, but there was plenty of room to write everything down. "We're supposed to be investigating his death, or something surrounding his life. I don't know what I'm gonna look into, so I've just got a few general questions. Did anyone know anything about Izuku's home life?" The group looked between each other, Akihito and Arata were whispering together. I didn't really notice much, but I do know his mum stopped picking him up around the 3rd year of elementary, which was a little weird since he had to walk so far. Hana looked towards Itsuki, who nodded. I never saw his dad around. We lived on the same street as him and I never saw the man. Sometimes it would go a few days without seeing his mum, but we assumed she worked a lot. Arata drummed his fingers against the table, watching as Katsuki wrote it down in dot points. Okay, thanks. What about that group of people who hung out with him after school? Itsuki waved his hand around, pushing Hana from her seat on the table. Oh, I know this one. Izuku mentioned them once. That one time we had a partner assignment in science. I don't really remember all the names, but one of them was Tenko. Etsuko pointed at Itsuki as well, shifting from her seat next to Arata. I overheard that actually one of them was Dabi. He said the guy had issues with his family and couldn't get a place to work. Katsuki wrote it down as Itsuko tried to start some conversation with Hana. Hana never liked Itsuko either, but now that Katsuki thinks about it, maybe no one did. She wasn't exactly popular. Great. Did you guys know anything about his mental state? Or did you guys expect him to do something like, that? The group was silent for a second. They were definitely the nicest to Izuku out of the whole school, so they were the only ones to actually care about his death. Well, except Itsuko. Well, he was quirkless, remember? It wasn't surprising, just a little sooner than I would have expected. I placed my bet on the end of middle school. Itsuko laughed as if she made some dumb joke, but no one else reacted. There was a flash of green above her and she shifted awkwardly in her seat again. There was a some mumbled between the group, asking each other if they'd noticed anything before Akihito spoke up. I mean, he was bullied obviously, and his home life didn't seem all that good. So he probably wasn't in the best state of mind, but I for sure didn't think he'd do what he did. There was another round of mumbled agreements and Katsuki wrote it down. Was he acting strange in that last week or so? Any odd behavior? This question had immediate responses. The group seemed more tense, back straightening and a few breaths hitching. The response was kind of strange, a little incriminating, but then again, he was asking them to think about the last week they ever saw their friend alive. I don't know about you guys, but when I heard what had happened I couldn't stop thinking about it. I mean, it could make sense, but he was so normal. If I'd noticed he was acting strange I would have asked him, but he was fine. Hana fiddled with her ponytail as she spoke, and Katsuki nodded. Me too, I always kept a bit of an eye on him, you know? Like, I didn't stop the bullying cause he was quirkless and at the time we were all DS, but I didn't want him to die. And nothing seemed to be different towards the end. Itsuki leaned back again, kicking his feet out and letting them hit Arata's legs. Is there anything else? I thought we might get hang out at least a little. This is so boring. Itsuko whined, but no one paid her any attention. Katsuki was running out of ideas, however, about what to ask the group. Maybe he should have asked Ishido if there was something she wanted to know. Did you guys happen to hear why Warui-sensei was fired? I don't know if it'll be important, but I figured I'd ask. Oh, I forgot about him actually. He was such a shitty teacher, though I do remember being glad he was gone. They didn't tell any students why, but I think it had something to do with this. Apparently he said something he shouldn't have whilst being interviewed. Itsuki stretched his arms out, reaching into his bag and pulling out a water bottle. Oh yeah, the school got searched and reversed or whatever after that. I just assumed it was because Midoriya got on the roof somehow, but there was gossip about Sensei as well. If Itsuko was good for anything it was gossip, so he nodded and tried to pretend he could at least tolerate the girl. Katsuki took a minute to check over his notes. He hadn't expected the group to know much, but he was glad he managed to get some information. Anahiko and Hana started talking together and Itsuko started mumbling about some awards she got at school. I hope we were helpful. I still can't believe Izuku could do something like that. Arata smiled at Katsuki and started tugging on Anahiko's bag. Sorry to cut this short, but we've got to head home soon. Hope you don't mind. It's cool, I don't think I have anything else to ask. The two nodded, said their goodbyes and walked off, leaving the other four behind. It was quiet again, Hana and Itsuki talking and everyone ignoring Itsuko. The peacefulness was interrupted by Katsuki's phone ringing, shitty hair, flashing on his screen. He excused himself and walked to the next table across to answer it. "What do you want?" Kirishima's voice cut through the phone, stuttering and slightly off tune. "Hey man, how's the park thing doing? Get any useful info?" "Finishing up now. I'll give you the information when I get back." He kicked some rocks with his feet, picking at the table's chipping paint with his free hand. "No worries man." Kaminari and Ishido were swapping notes, which is kinda freaky to see, and they're getting a little annoyed at the lack of news. "Like I care. They can wait another half hour." Kirishima's laughter rang through the phone, and if Katsuki smiled no one saw. "No rush. Ishido says she has another video to look over so she's going back upstairs for a minute. Talk when you get back." "Yeah whatever. See you." He hung up the phone and pocketed it again. During their study PRD in class, Ishido suddenly had some more info that she apparently got from Mind Freak. Where he got it from no one's saying, but Katsuki will figure it out. He turned around as soon as a flash of green caught his eye. It was becoming increasingly hard to ignore since he first saw it on Monday, but ignorance is bliss and all that. When he turned back to the group again, he could only see Etsuko left. Muffling a groan, he wandered back to the table and grabbed his stuff. "I've gotta go." He really didn't want to waste time on talking to her, but he couldn't exactly ignore her since she was the only one left. Even after I waited for you to finish, you're not even gonna talk?" Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he started walking away, throwing a "nope" over his shoulder with a small wave. She muttered something else, and for some reason it felt important, but as he looked back she was already wandering off. Shrugging, he kept walking, watching as the trees came into view and disappeared behind him. The tree green became blurry and suddenly he was face to face with the figure again, a mass of emerald-tinted skin color. Well, if it was actually there, which it's not, so he kept walking. When his shoulder hit something and he stumbled back, it was merely a misstep. The figure moved as he did, following him on his walk, but Katsuki couldn't actually see it, so who knows what it was doing. When it reached out a faded green hand and Katsuki ducked under it, he just happened to step in a pothole, that's all. When an airy laugh rang through his ears, he watched as the leaves moved on the trees. It was just the wind. This logic was getting harder to follow the more times he bumped into the thin air around him, but he was nothing if not persistent. Well, until it pushed him. Falling onto his back in the grass, he finally looked up to face the green. In the center of the head, tinted with a green glow, was a pair of green eyes, blinking at him carefully. The boy, because as much as Katsuki loved denying his existence, it really was there, smiled at him, holding his hand out to help him stand. "So you push me over and then help me stand?" Talking to him felt unnatural, if that was even possible, but the figure nodded and pushed his hand forward again, so Katsuki took it without another word. "Sorry?" The word was cut in between, echoey and muted, like they were talking through a radio rather than face to face. "Yo," kept calling me dash. It was hard to listen to, but undeniably familiar. "I don't know who you are." The person scratched his neck awkwardly, and even if they looked exactly like him, or sounded the exact same as him, it wasn't. Because he was dead, and ghosts aren't real. "Siant why me? Yo, can w who I am." Katsuki kept walking, leaving the person to trail on behind him, and really wishing this wasn't happening. "I can see you, but you're not him, so I have no idea who you are." Katsuki has no idea how long he's been walking for, but he can see the gates to UA ahead of him, so he doesn't care. He walked a little faster, almost at a jog, and definitely didn't relax a little when the figure stopped following him. There was a muffled huff behind him, before the green still in his line of sight disappeared. He almost slowed down, when the figure appeared right at the gate, waving at him slowly. He didn't stop though, he kept going, and as he approached it let out a sigh of relief when the figure disappeared for good. Walking, slower this time, through the gate he watched the area around him, looking for any sign of that emerald green color, but it was all clear. He'd probably have to think about it one day. Have to really acknowledge its existence, but till that day comes Katsuki will remain ignorant. Like he said, ignorance is bliss. Kirishima had said that Bakugo would be back soon, and that he'd have some information to spare, so Mina figured now was probably the best time to finish watching the videos. There was only one left, But she'd forgotten to check which question it was, so she had no idea if it would help at all. She ran back upstairs, not listening to Kirishima finish up his conversation with Bakugo and pushing past Uraraka as she headed to her room. When she reached her room, she shut the door behind her quietly, dropping into her chair and opening her computer back up. The flash drive was still in, and the video was ready to play, so Mina grabbed her book out and hit play. The camera was pointed at Mrs. Midoriya again, but it was titled slightly compared to the other videos, and her clothes were different again, so it must be a different day. There was a new officer this time, one that hadn't been seen before, and she cleared her throat before speaking up. "Sorry to have to bring you all the way down here again, ma'am, but this should be the last time. We're finishing the case up and just wanted to confirm a few things." Mrs. Midoriya simply nodded. She didn't seem as sad as she did in the first one, and a little more uncaring than the second one. Izuku seemed to have a lengthy list of scars and injuries. "I'm not implying that you hurt him in any way, but did you happen to know where the scars came from? Or how he obtained the injuries?" The officer was tapping her pencil against her notebook, kicking her feet out from where they were crossed under the table. Mrs. Midoriya glared at the women, but didn't give any snarky remark. "He was quirkless. We all know they're fragile." "That's not answering my questions, ma'am." The green-haired lady rolled her eyes, glaring even harder at the lady. "Of course it does. He was quirkless and got into fights, so of course he was injured." The officer didn't react to Mrs. Midoriya's raising tone, just waited for her to finish. "I understand that, ma'am, but I would like to know if you knew exactly what caused them." Mrs. Midoriya slammed her hands on the table, standing up as she did so. "He was quirkless. He got into fights with kids all the time. I am under no obligation to keep a record of every little scrape he gets for his reckless behavior." Nodding, the officer stood, holding her hands out in a placating gesture. "It's all right, Mrs. Midoriya, I understand. I apologize for pushing the subject. I think I can answer the rest of the questions, so you can leave if you would like." Mrs. Midoriya stormed out of the room without another word, and the officer turned to face the camera. The screen went black as the officer turned the camera off, and Mina sat staring at it for a minute. Midoriya's mother had definitely been defensive. She flicked her book open to the page with that question written down and scribbled out the response. What caused Midoriya's injuries? Fights? No direct response, but defensive on the topic. Look into further, if possible. Tracing over the words scrawled out in front of her, Mina thought about it harder. Mrs. Midoriya didn't want to talk about her son's injuries. But it didn't sound like she was too sad to talk about it, more like she didn't care. Quirkism? It makes sense but doesn't feel right. Maybe it wasn't what the question was about? Maybe she just didn't want to be in the room? Or could it be that this was the third interview, assuming so anyways, and she was tired of dealing with it? Could it be that she was hiding something? Something she didn't want the police to know? But how could Mina figure that out without talking to her? The only way of working it out was to look through every file that the police had of her interview, but to gain access she had to ask all the questions that the women answered. What was she missing? Although she could ask Midoriya himself. She's not going to lie, that whole situation kind of felt like a fever dream, but if it were real, she could just ask Midoriya himself. Shinso did say that Midoriya didn't remember anything from when he was alive, but he could remember things from his case. If Mina was a ghost, the first thing she'd look into would be her death, and if it was an open case, she'd do some digging. Hopefully Midoriya did the same. Now all she had to do was find him. How does one find a ghost you can't see nor hear? She's not sure yet, but if anyone can help, it's Shinso. She'd obviously declared him the ghost expert from now on, and maybe Tokoyami. Pulling her phone out, she opened the class group chat. She'd never actually had to message the guy privately before, so she didn't have his number saved separately. Finding his contact, she decided ringing it would probably be for the best. No need to waste extra time when Blasty would be back any minute. It rang 3 times before Shinsu's tired voice cut through on the other end. "Hello. Hey dude. It's Ashido, was just calling to ask about Midoriya." There was some sort of ruffling sound on his end, like he was sitting up off a bed. He was probably napping. Mina felt kinda bad now. What can I help you with? How exactly am I able to contact our ghostly friend? Can I call him actually? I don't even know if that's possible. A muffled groan cut through and then a sigh, before Shinso spoke again. He'll appear around you if you say his full name. It's weird and sounds cliché, but that's how it works. Right? Okay, and how do I know if he's here? I can't see him like you can. I don't know. Give him some paper to write on, and ask your questions from there. Nodding, although Shinso couldn't see, Mina grabbed out some paper and sat it next to her book, ready for Midoriya. She thanked Shinso and hung up before turning to face the wall beside her desk. She had no idea where he would appear, or if he'd be willing to help at all, but fingers crossed. Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya? Nothing changed in the room, but after a second it became a little colder, so she assumed he was there. Holding her breath, she poked at the paper she'd left out. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions? I have some paper for you to write down on. The cold air shifted, covering her hand still outstretched to the paper, so she pulled it back. Then the paper and a pen were floating through the air, pushing against each other as Midoriya began to write. The words were scribbled out messily and quickly, and the paper turned to face her again as he finished writing. Hi. Call me Izuku. Right, okay. Now that Mina could see actual evidence that she wasn't totally losing her mind, it was a little more real. She believed it before, kind of, but now it's really real. Okay, Izuku, I was wondering if you could tell me anything about the police case? The pen moved around the air, up and down as if nodding, but it didn't write anything, so Mina continued. I was looking over some interview videos and I noticed that your mother was acting, strange? I wanted to ask if she was hiding anything from the police, or at least why she was so defensive during questioning. The pen was already scribbling words into paper before Ashido had even finished. Watching the pen move, Mina had to admit, was weird. She was just talking to thin air. The evidence was right in front of her, proving she wasn't alone, but if anyone else walked in she'd look crazy. The paper turned around, showing Izuku's messy handwriting. I don't really know, but I do know that she was an alcoholic, and she was quirkist, so she didn't like me much. Mina quickly copied it down onto her notes page, just in the corner to be organized later. The pen started drifting across the room, probably meaning Izuku was looking around. It floated to her bed, past her cupboard and around her desk, covering the entirety of her room before returning. She chuckled quietly before turning to face him properly. Cool. Okay, next I wanted to ask about her reaction to your death. She seemed sad, like you'd assume, but then she was drunk and then she was annoyed, you know? It just doesn't make sense. The pencil immediately started writing quickly, and from what Mina could see, a lot messier than last time. It was cute, seeing a dead kid get excited, so Mina was glad she asked him for help. He wrote for almost a minute. There had to be at least a sentence or two before the page turned to face her. I don't think she was sad, probably faking it because she went home and drank after the first interview she had. She was getting annoyed with all the questioning because it was taking too long, I think, at the end. That did make sense, Mina could admit, but it wasn't the answer she was looking for. Something about it didn't feel right at all. Maybe she'd have to ask someone who was close to the women and actually remembered. But who could she ask? Izuku's father was the best bet. He'd have the most answers assuming the two stayed married. But Mina wasn't allowed to talk to him, even if she could find a way to. Next to him would be Bakugo, but he didn't seem to know much either. Maybe his parents? That's besides the point for now, though. She didn't want to keep Izuku waiting in silence for too long. Quickly writing down the answer, she smiled up where the pen was still floating. Though the pen was pushed against some paper again, writing something quickly in the same messy handwriting. The paper turned to face Mina, but as she started to read, Izuku disappeared, dropping both the pad of paper and the pen to the floor. Well, Mina assumes it was because he disappeared, seeing as she couldn't actually confirm whether he was still there or not. Shrugging, Mina picked up the items and tried to uncrinkle the page from how it had landed. She placed the pen on the desk as she turned over the notepad and started reading. I know I'm not very helpful since I can't remember much, but Katsuki should have more information. Try asking him. If you need any help with the case or injuries or something I should be able to help, just call me. That would be helpful if he really did know something about the injuries. But Mina had already asked Katsuki about Izuku's parents and he hadn't known anything? Maybe it has something to do with where Bakugo is now? Actually, as Mina turned her phone back on, Bakugo should be back now, if the insistent buzzing was anything to go by. Bakugo's idiots. Shitty hair, Ashido. Shitty hair, Bakugo's back. Shitty hair, come back downstairs. Blasty, that could have been said in one message. Dunce face, don't be so boring Bakugo. Dunce face, but Ashido he's cooking so come fast. Pinky, be there in a sec. She tucked her phone into her pocket and put her book away. She left her room and ran down the steps 2 at a time whilst holding her bag in her arms, all of her information and work sitting in the book in there. Bakugo should have more information, and she'll have to share everything she knows with Shinso next class. She had so many details that probably had absolutely nothing to do with how or why he died. Of all the things Izuku could forget, why did it have to be his death? Well, technically he forgot everything, so Mina can't really hold it against him. There were so many questions that Mina didn't know if they'd even be important, didn't know if anything she was doing was helpful. The whole assignment was to get to the conclusion that the police did, but she already knew what they thought. And she knew they were wrong. That was the only answer she had without a doubt. But for now, Bakugo was pushing his book in front of the group and telling them what he had figured out. Kaminari was shoving Kirishima half off his chair whilst the redhead tried to make conversation with Bakugo about his old friends. It had been a few days since Shota had really spoken to Izuku. Not because the kid hadn't been around, he'd been everywhere, just never when they were alone. Of course they could speak around Shinso, Hizashi and Nizu, but his husband couldn't actually see him, so there was always the need to translate for Izuku. Shota tried to avoid spending time with Nizu, so that wasn't an option, and Shinso was a child who had friends, so they were never alone. But for now, a few hours after school had let out, Hizashi was at his second job and Shota was alone. It's been a week officially since the assignment had been announced, a little over a week since he'd met Izuku, and he still hadn't had the chance to have a serious conversation with the boy, not really. So when Izuku finally returned from whatever hangout he'd been eavesdropping, Shota asked him to sit with him. The teacher was grading papers, so Izuku just floated above where Knight was lying, poking the cat and scratching behind his ears. It was peaceful. Knight meowed and swatted at Izuku as he started spinning slowly, hand poking at the cat whenever he turned completely. Puddle jumped onto the couch next to Knight and started flicking her tail and looking directly at Izuku. The cat seemed to like you. Izuku stopped spinning, finally returning to patting the two as he nodded. They tend to, there's a reason people are superstitious about cats. He smiled and chuckled quietly. Isn't that black cat's? Fable clawed his way onto the couch and squished himself in between the other two, his fur instantly covering the furniture that had just been cleaned. It could be, but I've always taken it to be cats in general. Something about their eyes, I think. Izuku didn't have enough hands to pat them all, so Knight was left to bat at his dangling hair that fell over Izuku's face. It confused Shota how old Izuku looked. He'd been so young when he died, so full of innocence that could be seen from every photo, but now there was a hardness in his eyes. A loneliness that had been left over time to fester and boil into a cold reserve. But the kid probably didn't even notice, couldn't tell this sad look from any other. Do you wish you were alive? The question would have seemed sudden to Izuku, a jump in conversation that made little sense if you didn't know what Shota was thinking. Didn't know what he'd been pondering for the past few days. Though Izuku only looked at Shota for a moment for pushing Knight's paw out of his face and dodging Puddle's replacement. Not really. I wish I could talk to people, and there's a part of me that's constantly disappointed for reasons I probably won't ever know, but I can't miss something I've never had. His voice was quiet and cold, like he was tired of explaining it over and over. How many questions would Izuku have had when he first woke up, isolated and alone and completely clueless? Shota can't imagine it would be any different to how he himself felt now, a need to figure out how someone like Izuku could exist. You don't think you'll ever remember? Maybe. One day I think I will, but I don't care. My memories don't affect me anymore, whether I know what they are or not. Shota could understand where he came from. Having to go 3 years piecing together a life he didn't remember that was supposedly his, that ended in a sad and traumatic death. To exist like that and then have people tell you should remember everything as if it were all for nothing. Do you think your memories would change you? Izuku had sat on the couch properly, allowing Puddle to sit on him, her purring loud enough for Shota to hear. Night was buried into his side, Izuku's left hand stroking his soft fur and his right hand was scratching Fable's chin, the bigger cat pawing at his leg. I think there's a part of me that remembers, like I haven't really lost everything, so no, I don't think so. I'm different now after forgetting, but not in a way that's reversible, if that makes sense. It's like I've lived a different life, had different experiences. Well, not lived, but you know what I mean. He sounded so mature, so old, it was hard to think that he had as much experience as a 3-year-old. The two sat in the quiet for a moment, nothing but the sound of the cat's excessive purring to break the steady peace. I want to know how I died. It was a quiet confession, something so obvious yet Shota was still surprised. Of course he'd want to know how he died, it's just Izuku had always seemed so uncaring towards his past life. Was it really such a stretch to apply that to his death? Of course. Shota didn't want to tell him that he'd find out, that his kids would figure it out, because in all honesty they probably wouldn't. This was a high school assignment, they weren't even allowed to contact the family. The only evidence they had was what the police gathered, and they hadn't even cared about the case. I think they could, your kids. Shota trusts his kids more than anything, but not in the way Izuku is right now. From the way he talks, Shota knows he's desperate, he wants someone to give him an answer, and the kids are the first ones to ever even look. But they're just kids. I think they'll try their hardest. It was all Shota could think to say, but Izuku just flashed a smile, tilting his head to look at Shota. It's more than that. They're smart, they know where to look. I don't know anything, but I think they'll be able to get the answers without needing my parents. He was so confident, like he had complete faith in a group of first-year high school students. And I'll help them just as much as you will. Keep them safe and all that. The cats were pawing at him again, no longer satisfied with the shared attention they were receiving. I've been practicing my abilities, like picking things up. I think I can make people see me now, for a few minutes at a time. Ashido saw me, but that was just for a second. That's great, kid. Izuku was still a child, just like his students, and he'd already had to overcome so many obstacles. So many things must have piled up in Izuku's life, and it only got worse with his death. But Izuku didn't seem bothered by it at all, simply patting the cats and kissing them when they swatted at his face. Shota doesn't know why he's decided to teach his cats bad habits, but who's he to get in the way of the kids' fun? Alright class, today instead of looking into the case we're going to talk about what you can do with the information. How to make accurate jumps in logic. Shota's class were all listening for once, something Shot never thought he'd see. The class had all gone home for the weekend, so they hadn't really worked on the assignment since Friday. Well, he hopes they haven't anyway, he doesn't want them to burn out because of one grade. Izuku was poking stuff off of Bakugu's desk, turning paper gently and knocking pens around, the blonde himself slowly getting more agitated. Shota was pretty sure Shinso was holding back a laugh. Can someone give me an assumption you've made about the case, without the information it took to get there? The sound of paper being turned filled the room, students looking for a specific page before hands shot in the air. Shota glanced around the room. The usual group, Ida, Yaoyorozu and Bakugu, had their hands up, but matching them were half of the class. Even Kaminari had his hand up. This might be a first for one of Shota's classes. Nodding at Uraraka, Shota sat at his desk for a minute. Uraraka glanced at her page again before standing quickly. Midoriya Inko was neglectful, and Hisashi Midoriya left the house when Midoriya was young. Shota stood to write it on the board and sat down again, Uraraka flipping through her pages as she sat as well. Alright, did you make this assumption before or after you collected evidence? Uraraka glanced at Yaoyorozu for a minute. Before? I think it was before. Yaoyorozu nodded and Uraraka smiled again. Okay, what evidence have you found to confirm this? More ruffling through paper, Yaoyorozu leaned over to whisper something and Uraraka stood again. Well, Bakugu confirmed that Hisashi had never been around, he only came back for the funeral. And some of his friends? I'm pretty sure one of them commented on Midoriya having to walk home by himself from a younger age, as well as Inko seemingly fine with his death, annoyed if anything. Shota wrote everything down in short for points under his initial writing. He drew a line connecting the 2 points and looked back at the class. Sounds like a straightforward assumption. Does anyone have any other ideas? Kirishima flipped his page over but didn't say anything, leaving the class in a slight mumble before silence. Alright then, moving on. Can I have another example, please? He wiped the board clean and turned back to the class, picking another hand at random. Todoroki stood, holding his book and reading over some notes. Midoriya was a part of a support group of some sort, outside of school. The boy nodded to himself before sitting. That was surprising to say the least. Firstly, that Izuku had managed to find a support group, let alone a group of friends, and that Todoroki had been the one to figure it out. Although this was an assumption, so it could be wrong. Shota wrote it on the board in the same format as the last idea. What evidence do you have to support this? He didn't bother standing again, just looking at his page before listing off his reasons. Bakugo made a comment about some outside friends a few days ago, and whilst looking into it I found one of the friends, who happens to be my brother, Tuya. He then confirmed that him and a bunch of people would meet up. People started writing that down in their own books, copying off what Shota had added to the board quickly. Well, based off the such little information you could say that Midoriya had joined a group to do drags or something. He obviously killed himself, so doing drags isn't that far of a stretch. Ajiro argued from the back, and whilst Shota would normally appreciate a debate like this one seemed to be heading into Corcus territory very quickly. There's too much evidence to rule this out as suicide. I really doubt that's it. Kaminari waved his hands around, pointing at something written on Ishido's page next to him. Ajiro rolled his eyes, flinging the original file Shota had given the class through the air. We don't have to actually figure it out, we just have to get what the police got. I'll bet anything they said suicide. A few people looked at their teacher, but Shota turned back to the board to write Ajiro's theory down, as bad as it was. Some people turned to Bakugo, said Teen just shrugged and glared at people like he usually did. But aren't you at all interested in how he died? Siro groaned into his arms. Not that Shota could blame him, this class was become much too tiring for him. Not if it's just some quirkless kid. Seriously, why do you guys care so much? Another 3 people looked like they were about to argue, so it was probably time to end things. Arthur, I want you to go over the assumptions you've already made in your case investigation and look into whether or not it would be an accurate jump. Does it have enough evidence? Is there a way for you to get evidence? I don't want to hear another word relating to, he flicked his hand out to the side, this. The class immediately went to work, turning to their friends to share more information or something or other that Shota honestly didn't care about right now. Izuku was staring at Ajiro from Bakugo's table, not that he'd ever stopped knocking pens around. Bakugo finally gave up and shoved everything into his bag, standing up and heading to Todoroki's desk and glaring at the poor boy in question. Can I help you? A few people had turned from either their work or conversation to face the two, but most deemed the interaction a waste of time and ignored them. How the F, do you know one of Izuku's friends? I'm pretty sure I did explain that we are brothers. Even Shota could feel Bakugo's anger from halfway across the classroom, but Izuku just laughed and pulled the blonde's hair, something Todoroki seemed to notice. I want to meet him. I don't think I can help you with that. And why the F not? Todoroki wasn't looking at Bakugo anymore, just watching his hair as it was tugged in different directions. Shota could see Izuku pulling it to annoy the blonde, but to Todoroki it would just look like his hair was moving all on its own. I don't think my brother would appreciate me handing his phone number out. Then take me to him. You want to come to my house to meet my brother? Todoroki was known for his less than adequate emotional skills, if you would, but now the disbelieving tone was obvious enough to literally anybody. Even Izuku started laughing, accidentally tugging Bakugo's hair harder than what Shota assumes was intended. Don't make it sound weird. Shota couldn't see Bakugo's face, but he could imagine it, all scrunched up and annoyed like he usually got during any conversation with the dual quirk user. And he was probably blushing, based off his tone of voice. You made it weird. Oh, whatever. Why do I even bother? He started walking off, but Todoroki sighed as if he was annoyed, but if anything he seemed amused. I'll message you a time when he's home and you can come over. Great. The class returned to peace and quiet, everyone studying and working individually or whispering. It was probably the best Shota had seen from his class in a few weeks. Although now he had to work off the headache from both Ajiru and Bakugo, so whether it was worth it or not is still up for debate. Ochako was not having the best time with this assignment. She thought if she chose the parents as her research point, then it wouldn't be as hard as figuring out how someone died 3 years ago. She was wrong. Unlike Bakugo, she didn't know Midoriya or anyone close to the boy. Unlike the rest of the Baku squad, she wasn't super close to Bakugo to get said information. And apparently unlike Todoroki, whose brother was somehow connected. So she just generally wasn't having a good time. It wasn't just her though, Yaoyorozu was struggling as well, which kinda made her feel better, but she wouldn't say that out loud. The only information they had was that Hisashi was missing for a large chunk of Midoriya's childhood and Inko seemed to be a shitty person altogether. It wasn't exactly enough to form a case around. But they'd been given permission to leave campus on Tuesday after school, so that's where they were now, walking outside the school gates. Her and Yaoyorozu were originally going to go by themselves, but Kaminari and Kirishima had all but begged to go with them. In the rules it said they weren't allowed to speak to any of the people interviewed, but that didn't mean they couldn't look around the areas Midoriya grew up. So that's where they were going, snooping around his neighborhood and his school district. According to some Googling, Yaoyorozu did Inko moved about a year after Midoriya died. That was the estimated time. Anyway, she'd been in some paper about a case she'd been on. She was some big lawyer in America apparently. They all stood together on the train as Ochako gave the boys all the information they had about the neighborhood and school. It wasn't exactly busy, but there weren't 4 chairs seated close enough together for them to sit. Wait, so if Inko moved away, who lives there now? Kirishima asked as he searched something on his phone. We looked up the apartment and according to the listings we found it's been rented out twice in the past 2 years but is currently empty. We've asked the owner and he said it's alright if we look around as long as we don't damage anything. Yaoyorozu explained and the redhead nodded, still reading something on his phone. Isn't that a lot of people for 2 years? Ochako nodded and pointed her finger towards the window. I thought so too, so I asked the landlord and he said that one of the owners had left the apartment with some permanent damage that he wasn't able to remove. Was it Inko? The train stopped and some people got off, so everyone finally sat down, Kirishima and Yaoyorozu turning in their seats to face the others. He wouldn't give us any names, so we're gonna ask when we get there. The boys nodded and Kirishima finally put his phone away. It was still another 5 minutes or so until the train would get there, so the group just hung around for a while, talking about the homework for English and their classmates. It was nice, having time to just talk again. So, how's things with Jairu? Kaminari asked Yamamo, winking in a suggestive way that left the poor girl blushing. I wouldn't know what you mean. Her head was in her arms, nothing but her pink-tinted ears left to see, and Ochako laughed. But her laughing seemed to be a mistake and Kirishima raised an eyebrow at her, tilting his head to the side, and he elbowed Kaminari. Did you see Tsuyu's phone screen the other day? Or Uraraka's matching picture today? Ochako blushed, pushing her phone behind her back to hide it. They were right, of course. Her and Tsuyu's home screens were the same picture of the two of them, holding hands and smiling at the camera. It was taken by Tsuyu's brother when Ochako came over once, few days before their first date. It coincidentally was the day Ochako confessed, or at least tried to. Tsuyu beat her to it. They weren't hiding it from the class, but much like Jairu and Yamamo, they weren't broadcasting it. Jairu was the first to notice, having heard them through the floor, seeing as she was directly below Ochako's room. They'd been on 2 double dates already. Oh please, like you haven't been texting a certain someone all day. Kaminari turned to face the redhead with wide eyes, the only one oblivious to Kirishima's achingly obvious crush. I'm not Dash. Wait, who Dash? Kirishima and Kaminari both started talking at the same time, both of which cutting the other off. Now Yaoyorozu and Ochako were laughing again, listening to Kaminari interrogate the redhead who denied everything. But before they could finish, the train was pulling to a stop and they had to jump off to head to Midoriya's apartment complex. You sure you know where we're going, Ochako? Yamamo tapped her shoulder as they walked. Of course. I used to run through this area before we got the dorms. It wasn't technically a lie, she did run trough this area, but the only reason she knows where they're going is because she spent almost an hour last night tracing through the maps. She couldn't sleep until she was sure they wouldn't get lost. Sure enough, the apartment complex they'd been looking into for the past few days appeared in the distance, an older man standing out front waiting for them. They were still early to the agreed time, but it was fine. The quicker they finished here, the quicker they could get to the school. The man introduced himself to them, Atsuo Keiko, but they could call him Atsuo, and led them inside. They walked towards the staircases at the end of the first room, passing a hall of rooms on the bottom floor. Sorry, we can't use the elevator, been busted for a few years now. I'd get it fixed, but the building isn't the most stable, things are breaking all the time and I can't afford it all. Atsuo rambled as they started up the first flight of steps, said elevator being blocked by a large out-of-order sign. The rooms on the 4th floor was one of my nicer ones, but time leaves its marks, I'm afraid. Kaminari made some whining noise from the end of the line, probably complaining about the stairs. Atsuo talked them all the way to the top, going on about prices these days and how it was hard to find good tenants. Once they reached their floor, they took a left down the hallway, 3 separate doors lining both sides of the walls, evenly spaced. The room they officially stopped at was on the opposite side to where the stairs had been, numbered a clear 409, if the 0 hadn't been missing. In its place was a full outline, as if the wall around had aged longer than that one spot. It was big difference from the other, perfectly tidy and cute doorways down the hall. Atsuo unlocked the door and let them in, opening to a wide room. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small, and the entrance to the kitchen could be seen from where Ochako stood by the door. Lining the walls were markings as if picture frames had been removed, some splotchy marks in a light brown color standing out against the tan wallpaper. It's not pretty, cheapest room in the building actually, but I'm taking it off the market soon. Gonna do a large renovation to fix it up. Ochako nodded, running her fingers over a stain. It was raised slightly in some places, like the wallpaper had unstuck. Who left it like this? Yamamoto asked, walking towards the kitchen and disappearing behind a half wall. A lady and her son, about 3 years ago or something. Kirishima followed behind Yamamoto, though he only poked his head around before turning down a hallway area. Kaminari was pushing his face against one of the walls. For what reason Ochako wasn't sure, she wanted to know. Was it the Midoriyas? Inko and Izuku Midoriya? She said, shivering as a breeze passed through. Atsuo nodded, looking grim. God, I didn't think anyone knew that family anymore. Been a while since I've heard about them. But yeah, that was them, the last permanent residence I ever had for this room. He scratched his chin, rubbing at the stubble as he spoke. Ochako flipped her phone out, snapping pictures at a few large brown spots. She'd asked before they came if it was okay to take pictures, and the man said it was, but she was still relieved when he didn't comment. Yamamoto returned from whatever exploring she'd been doing, tucking her phone back into her bag from whatever pictures she'd been taking herself. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions about the Midoriyas? It's for a school assignment. Kaminari spoke up finally, though he didn't need to clarify anything before Atsuo was nodding his head. Of course, that boy deserves somebody looking into his life for once. Ochako and Yamamoto both pulls out some notebooks, passing one to Kaminari and Kirishima as the redhead walked back into the room. Kaminari sat on the floor, sitting the book down and pulling out his phone, open to the recording app. He looked you to Atsuo to check if it was okay, and the man nodded, even leaning down to sit with him. Kirishima squatted down next, so the girls followed, leaving the 5 in a small circle in the empty apartment. Did you see Midoriya, Izuku around a lot? Kirishima asked first, Kaminari pushing his phone closer so the audio could be picked up. Yamamoto mumbled something in her ear and he nodded before placing it in the center of the circle. Yeah, actually, I was a little surprised, but the kid always seemed to be hanging around the building. He'd sit in the staircase to do his homework and stuff. Think he didn't want to go inside. The sound of scribbling pencil filled the air before Ochako looked up. Did anyone else in the building have a problem with his loitering? The man shook his head, smiling slightly. Nah, this building's pretty nice. No one really cared about his quirk. Everyone felt bad for the kid. I mean, even the hermits of the building knew what was going on at home. We tried to do what we could for him. He scratched his head and rubbed his wrist as if it were sore. What about you? Did you like Izuku? Kaminari leaned back, putting his legs up and wrapping his arms around them. He was a good kid, didn't deserve all the shit he got at home. Real sweet person, you know? He tried to help everyone as much as he could. Ochako looked around the room again, at the distinct stains and the splotchy floors. It didn't look lived in, it looked abandoned. The rest of the building was fairly nice, simple but nice, and Ochako could understand not having the money to repair it. Atsuo was so nice, she felt for him having to put up with the remnants of Inko and Hisashi's bad parenting. Did Izuku's death seem odd to you at all? Did you think he was capable of something like that? Ochako spoke up again, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. I mean, I always thought it was strange how he died, just seemed so out of the blue. Not like him. But I guess you never really know someone. The wording was odd to Ochako, and it seemed she wasn't the only one to notice, if the way Yamamo stopped writing for a second. Were you close with Izuku? She looked at the man, who had a sad look on his face, like he regretted something, or felt guilty maybe. Oh, I guess not, closer than others I'd imagine, but still. He sighed, scratching his chin again. Yamamo nodded but didn't write anything yet. You mentioned a few times that he didn't deserve what he got at home. Can you explain what you mean by that? He thought about it for a minute, the room filling with sound of his scratching that put Ochako on edge. Hisashi left pretty soon after the boy got his diagnosis, but not before torching half the place. Just superficial damage, so you probably won't see any of it around. The group nodded, Kaminari motioning for him to continue. Inko stuck around, not like she had a choice I guess, but she wasn't kind to the boy. They were always fighting, if you could call it that. Most nights all you could hear was banging and crying. It stopped for a while after I threatened to evict them, but I couldn't do much since the laws to protect quirkless are so, well, you know. It was silent for a minute, echoing in the empty apartment. Atsuo looked sad again, but he quickly shook his before clapping his hands. Is there anything else you needed? I don't mean to rush you, but I have some calls to make about cleaning this room up. The group pulled themselves to their feet, shoving books in bags and turning off recordings. I know. That's all right. Do you mind if we have a quick walk around before we head off? Atsuo nodded, giving them the go-ahead and making his exit, telling them they can leave it unlocked since he'd be back later. Yamamo checked over her notes, seeing as she'd looked through the house as much as she'd wanted to, and Kaminari was listening to his recordings, Kirishima disappearing down the hall again. Ochako finally moved out of the lounge room area, first into the kitchen. In the center was a large wooden table, the only furniture she'd seen so far, but it was old and used. She could tell it was chipped at the side before she came closer, running her hand over it. Dents and scratched lined the surface, but she couldn't be sure it was from the Midoriyas. Still, she photographed it and moved on. The walls weren't as bad in this room, stained more of an off-whitish color like it had been scrubbed with bleach. The countertops were a white marble, beautiful if they weren't so damaged and dirty. Stains and scratches that Ochako had no idea how to remove. She left the kitchen after taking more pictures and headed down the hall. She could see 3 doors, so she opened the first one, a large bedroom carpeted against the walls and a nice cupboard at the other end. It was the cleanest room Ochako had seen so far. Hardly any stains and the carpet in near-perfect condition. Inko's room, if she had to guess. She closed the door and continued down the hallway, opening the next one and stepping inside. This room was the bathroom, a decent size with a shower and bath, toilet against the wall and sink across from the door. White tiling was covered in red spots, some smudged but mostly left in small circles. It made Ochako sick, so she closed the door and headed for the last room. Kirishima was standing in the doorway, but moved when Ochako came over. It was another bedroom, much smaller than the first, maybe the size of the bathroom. Although it was definitely Izuku's, if the stains lining the walls and floors. A mirrored cupboard was against the back wall like the first room, but this one has red smudges like the bathroom tainting the glass. If she looked close enough, she could even see some dark scorch marks, probably from what Atsuo mentioned about Hisashi. Found it hard to believe someone had stayed in the apartment at all with the state it was in. She snapped more pictures, sharing a sad look with Kirishima before the both walked back to the others. They were waiting at the door, talking about something or other before Ochako walked up to them. "You ready to go?" someone asked, although Ochako didn't know who. She nodded and they started tracking down all the stairs again, listening to Kaminari whine all the way down. A few times they passed a few residents, all polite people who waved and said hello. As they reached the bottom they saw Atsuo on the phone, gesturing to the floors above him and talking about paints, if Ochako could read lips as well as she thought she could. They caught his eye and motioned to leaving, waving as he smiled and nodded at them. All in all, Ochako thinks it was a successful outing, though they did still have to go to the school. It wasn't too far from the apartment, walking distance, so they didn't need to catch a train to get there luckily. They pushed past the doors, Ochako shielding her eyes as the sun blinded her, and bumping into Christina's back seeing as he stopped directly in front of her. "Hey, what gives?" "It's not me." Kaminari stopped first. They turned to look at the blonde, but he was looking at some guy passing them. Then he took off running, tapping the man's shoulder. He spun around, looking annoyed, which Ochako couldn't blame him for. Though his appearance did make her eyes widen, deep purple burn scars lining his arms and face that she hadn't noticed before. "Hi. Excuse me, sorry, are you Tuya Todoroki? I'm a classmate of Shoto Todoroki and he showed me a picture of you. I was wondering if we could talk? About Midoriya?" Ochako was confused frankly. She had no idea what was going on, but Kaminari seemed headstrong on this, so she stayed behind him and met him take the role. She did pull his phone out of his back pocket though, turning the voice recording on again for their impromptu interview. "Tuya, that's what Kaminari called him, wasn't it?" Seemed a little less annoyed, or a little more, Ochako wasn't really sure, but he nodded anyways. "Yeah, sure, whatever, I'm not standing in the sun though, let's go over here." He motioned to a small cafe next the apartment building, and whilst Ochako was a little hesitant to follow this guy, Kaminari seemed to have no concern whatsoever. The group followed him, sighting at 2 tables to make room for everyone, and ordering some waters for the tables. "Well, since you found me, what do you want to know?" "Get the F off of me." "What the F is your problem, you psycho?" Tamura shrieked as he pushed Himiko off his back. Himiko giggled and shoved the handful of fries she took from Tamura's plate into her mouth. Dabi drank his milkshake as he watched the two, completely unsurprised by their bickering. "So Scarface, what's with the catch-up all of a sudden? Don't tell me you missed me." Himiko giggled again, laughing harder when Tamura threw her off him for the 3rd time since they met up. Dabi rolled his eyes, eating one of his own fries. "Please, like I could miss you. I've seen you stalking around my place." Himiko pouted, sighing dramatically and leaning over the table to where Dabi was. "I'm not stalking you, just keeping in touch." Tamura rolled his eyes, mumbling something under his breath but otherwise ignored the conversation to eat his own food. Probably before Himiko did it for him, not that Dabi could blame him. "She's right though, this meeting is pretty sudden." "Something happened with the old man?" Tamura finally added, skimming the last bit out of his milkshake before tossing it aside. Dabi had set the meeting up after Shoto had talked to him about Izuku, not that the others knew that yet. After Izuku had died, the group kinda fell apart. They decided to hang low until everything blew over, but in the end no one called, no one reached out to hang again. They agreed it wasn't their fault, Izuku's death and all, but after everything happened with Nikushimi they didn't want any extra attention. So they separated. Dabi wouldn't say it to their faces, but he did miss them. Except Nikushimi, he could rot in hell for all he cared. "Have you heard anything recently about He made a rolling hand motion and pointed his eyes to the side, but the other two just looked confused. Honestly, he forgot how dense they could be. "About Izuku." Their reaction were immediate. Tamura stiffened so quickly he dropped one of his gloves, having to lean down and pick it up without accidentally dusting it. Himiko's was less tense, but she still in a breath of air so quickly that she choked. Although the milkshake she was drinking at the same time as the fries she'd shoved in her mouth probably weren't helping. Himiko was left coughing for the next few seconds before Tamura finally hit her on the back hard enough for her to breathe properly again. "God, Dabi, you gotta warn us before you start bringing up old ghosts." Tamura mumbled, scratching his neck. Dabi hadn't seen him do that in a while, not just because they never hung out anymore. For months before Izuku died, he'd been trying to get the other teen to stop, punching him in the shoulder and spraying him with water bottles. Sorry, was all Dabi mumbled out. How else was he supposed to bring up the topic? He'd tried to be subtle, but once again, these two were practically brick walls when it came to how dense they could be. I haven't heard anything about him. Why would I anyways? It's been 3 FNG years. Don't be like that, Shiggy. Just because no one wants to talk to you doesn't mean we haven't heard anything. Ow. Dude, what the hell? Himiko rubbed her arm and punched Tamura back. Does that mean you've heard something? Dabi looked at her and she smiled, showing off all of her teeth and scrunching her eyes closed as she nodded. Yeah. Some guy texted me, don't know how he got my number, but he just started asking me all these questions about Izuku. What did you say? Tamura grumbled, finally pushing his food packaging to the side. You didn't tell him anything about Izuku, did you? Of course I did. He was really nice, so I told him what he wanted to know. Tamura punched her again. This time she fell out of her seat though, so he had to apologize, begrudgingly of course. What did he want to know? Dabi cut in, already tired of their fighting. He wanted to know about Izuku's death. You know, what I thought happened and how close I was to him. Himiko rolled a napkin around in her hand, crushing it into a ball and throwing it at Tamura. The man-child batted it away and tossed his own one back, beginning a fight that Dabi did not care enough to end. That's it? Thought it would be interesting. Tamura mumbled as he ducked out of the way of another ball. Anyways, why do you ask, Dabi? Did someone talk to you about it? Himiko looked at him, sharp teeth flashing again. He waved his hand around, skiing at his drink again despite having none left. My brother said his class was doing an assignment on it. Kinda morbid if you ask me. Himiko poked her tongue out at Tamura and laughed as she hit him square in his forehead. Though she did have to duck away from the plastic straw, he flicked in her direction. That makes sense. He goes to UA, right? It was that fancy principal that texted me. She said it like it was an afterthought, but even Tamura freezed, letting another paper ball hit him in the face. Nizu? Demon, what could Izuku have done to get on his radar? Nothing, since he's, dead. Dabi had to duck from Himiko's thrown paper ball as she frowned at him. What? The rat's only interested since his death is weird. Yeah, but don't say it like that. Himiko grumbled, getting the last piece of napkin in her hands. Then she looked up, eyes wide, and dropped the napkin in her lap. Oh, that reminds me. Nizu asked about Nikushimi too. Tamura and Dabi straightened up at that. Whilst they didn't like Nikushimi now, they did like him when Izuku was around. He was a part of the group. It wasn't all that surprising Nizu wanted to talk to him if he reached out to Himiko. That didn't mean they liked it. Nikushimi? What did he say? Tamura glared at the table, tearing apart at the paper he was holding. Asked if I'd seen him recently, how close he was to Izuku. Just said I didn't know and didn't care. Himiko was quiet now too, in a way that usually meant she was upset. Izuku was the one who cheered her up when she was like this, but now there was no one. The group was silent, which led Dabi to notice the waitress's glare directed towards him. He waved his hand and she left to get them the bill, he assumes, and he started grabbing his things. Alright, well, get in touch if you hear anything. I gotta head out. Shoto wanted to watch some movie when he gets finished with training. The others waved their goodbyes, Himiko all but jumping on top of him in an uncomfortable hug. He threw some change on the table and left, leaving the rest to the other two to pay for. As Dabi made his way down the street to where he caught the bus, he was stopped by some kids in UA uniforms. They wanted to talk about Izuku, but who didn't these days? He didn't know why he agreed. He normally wouldn't have, but he did anyways. Once they were sitting in a small cafe area, he let them pull out their notebooks. One kid even dragged out his phone for a voice recorder. Whilst he respected the kids' enthusiasm, they were a little too invested in all of this for Dabi's liking. Well, I'm Kaminari, and like I said, we're classmates of your brother. The blonde who'd stopped him on the street started with, twisting his fingers together tightly. I'm Yayarozu. If you don't mind me being so blunt, you seem quite a bit older than us, and Izuku was around our age. Do you mind specifying how you knew each other? The girl with black hair asked. She was right. Dabi was in his first year of high school when he met Izuku, the kid being in elementary school still. That made him 4 years older than the kid, which was weird, especially at the beginning, but they didn't hang out until he was in middle school. We met through an online chat. Me, him, and a few others. The girl nodded but didn't write anything down. Maybe she already knew that from what he'd told Shoto. Yes, right, what was the chat about? If you don't mind me asking. Dabi shrugged and leaned back, waving off a waiter who came to take their orders. I don't really remember, something about quirks I think. I was in a few chats but it might have been one for quirkless, villainous, or dangerous quirks. We moved to a separate group chat a few months into talking. Yaoyorozu smiled and finally wrote that down, not that he could imagine that being very useful. The red-haired kid raised his hand slightly, waving to catch Dabi's attention. Hey, I'm Kirishima. Just wondering if you knew anything about his school life? The last person to speak up, some girl with a brown bob looked up as well. Or about his home life. You know how his parents treated him. Oh, I'm Uraraka by the way. I don't know much about either, I'm afraid. Izuku didn't like asking for help, just let everyone do what they want to him. I know he was bullied badly at school. And his dad wasn't around, mum was no good. But he never asked for help. Dabi scuffed his foot against the floor. That had been the hardest thing to come to terms with after Izuku had died. That it wasn't Dabi's fault. Izuku needed help, but he was used to hiding things, he was good at it, how was Dabi supposed to know that? The kid had secrets, just like the rest of them. Did you ever notice anything especially off about Inko? Anything stranger than just a generally bad parent? Yaoyorozu asked again, biting the end of her pen. She stopped after she noticed Dabi watching her and blushed as she sat up straighter. No? She was both neglectful and overprotective if that means anything to you. We weren't allowed in the house and she didn't let him stay out a lot. But she wouldn't check on him, sometimes even watched him leave. Did you find that weird? Uraraka asked and Dabi glared at her. Of course I did, what kind of a question is that? I tried to help Izuku get out of the house but he didn't want to. He didn't want help. She nodded and smiled, just a small smile but still. The group sat silently as they wrote down the information before Kaminari spoke up again. Do you think Izuku killed himself? Oh, I didn't mean to be so, straightforward. I'm sorry. Dabi shrugged again and stood up slowly. It's fine. I don't think he did, but there's no way to prove he didn't so I don't know what to tell you. I'm meeting Shoto soon so I've got to go. He turned to leave but Kaminari grabbed his sleeve, standing behind him. Oh, I was actually wondering if I could keep in touch with you? I have a few more questions if that's okay. Dabi pulled his arm free and sighed silently. It seems like everything was somehow surrounding Izuku now. Ask Shoto. I've got to go. The group thanked him as he walked off again, turning to see them sit in a circle as he walked across the street again. It took him a while to get home, but Dabi tried to stop thinking about Izuku. As much as he missed him, he didn't want to ruin what he had now by getting caught up in the past. When he got home he found everyone waiting for him in the lounge room, movie ready to play. Shoto wanted to watch some Disney movie apparently. Natsuo had called and told him they were all gonna watch it together so Dabi could survive the god-awful singing. They'd watched Frozen a few nights ago and he'd since learned there was a second one and was dreading it. But it was nice to do something as a family again, not that he'd ever tell them that. By the end of the movie Shoto had froze half the couch after being convinced he was like Elsa. Natsuo had argued he wasn't since he had fire, so they inevitably turned to Fuyumi, who was all too happy to claim the title. Not even the glares they'd received from Endeavor was enough to ruin the good night they'd had. After Tuya left, Yamamo suggested they get some drinks before heading to the school. That meant they had to call the waitress back and apologize for Tuya shooing her off earlier. She was nice and they ordered some waters and started swapping notes to make sure everyone got everything down correctly. The next train they needed to catch would come by in around 2 hours so they had plenty of time to hang around. Ochako wasn't entirely surprised by anything Tuya said. From what Ochako could guess, Tuya was an outside friend, if that made sense. He wasn't from school, and he wasn't from home, he was just separate. He didn't have any connections to Izuku's home life or his school life, but he did know what Izuku did outside of those two. They didn't get a chance to ask about that but they would. Whether it be from Todoroki or from asking him herself, Ochako was going to figure it out. It was exciting, an assignment like this. Exhilarating even, to look at basic clues and put together his life. Midoriya was a stranger to them, even Bakugo. Ochako had a feeling, one she couldn't really explain, that Midoriya was more than just a private person like Tuya had suggested. To Ochako, Midoriya seemed like he wanted to hide from everything. She really had no explanation or reason to think this, but she did. She thought Midoriya tried to forget about whatever was troubling him. To pretend it never happened. She tends to wonder if it worked, if he was ever able to really forget, if only for a second. From what she'd heard from Bakugo, even the closest people Midoriya had to school friends knew nothing about him. Maybe that was because they just weren't close enough, but Ochako still found it strange. She was shaken out of her thoughts as Yamamoto knocked into her as she stood. Ochako had been so deep in her thoughts, she hadn't even registered herself drinking her drink. But now the group was ready to leave, so she stood with them. Yamamoto insisted on paying for the drinks, much to Ochako's relief, and then they were off again. It wasn't a very long walk from the cafe to the school, but it was nice, walking in the perfect weather and talking about something other than school for a moment. The concrete walls was the first thing Ochako noticed about the school. They weren't very tall, but with the added brick on the bottom they looked nice, or would look nice if not for the cracked and peeling paint. The school itself looked much nicer, she realized as they approached the front gate. A modern 4-story building with clean white paint covering the outside. She could recognize a small section of the building from the photographs of Midoriya's body and the surrounding area, especially a tall tree just outside a certain window. As they approached the doorway, a man stepped out, pale skin and balding hair making Ochako hide her cringe. He smiled once he noticed their school uniforms and clapped his hands together in what Ochako assumed was supposed to be welcoming. "Ah, the UA students are here. Welcome, welcome, I understand you wanted to talk to some of our staff members for an assignment." He shook Kirishima's offered hand, but even the redhead's classic sunshine child smile dimmed by the uncomfortable feeling of the man. "Yes, that's right, thank you so much for agreeing to meet with us. I know it was such short notice." Yamamoto bowed her head politely at the man, who had yet to introduce himself properly. "There's no need to bow, it is completely all right. We would love to help some UA students such as yourselves." He started walking inside, waving his hand for them to follow behind. The inside of the building was much more similar to the gate, with peeling paint and stains along the walls. It seems like everything was falling apart in Izuku's life, even the buildings. They reached a door labeled Principal after a short walk down the hall. There were no students around, in fact they hadn't seen anybody at all. They walked into the room and Ochako immediately noticed the 4 chairs in front of an old wooden desk. 2 were a different style to the others, probably meaning he had added them specifically for this meeting. They each took their seats and the man sat at his own, much nicer chair on the other side of the desk, computer almost blocking Ochako's view of his face. "Alright, well, let's get started, shall we? My name is Haru Ito, you can call me Ito of course, how can I help you?" He leaned back in his chair, arms folded on his desk as if he was trying to intimidate them. It might have, if his beer belly wasn't now straining against his outfit from the position. "Nice to meet you, Ito, sir. My name is Momo Yayarozu. We were wondering if we could ask you about a student of yours from a few years ago." Ito smiled and waved his hands around. "Of course. This old school has produced plenty of fine working citizens, although so you will have to be specific." Ochako pulled her book out and Kaminari started his voice recording again, but otherwise no one moved. We were hoping to ask about a first-year student? Midoriya Izuku?" Ochako shook her head as a shock of green floated across her vision. God, this office was hot. Would it kill the man to turn on the air conditioning? Ito's smile had been instantly wiped off his face when Kirishima said Midoriya's name. It almost looked like he wanted to scowl at them. But he only crossed his arms and sat up straighter. "Now what would you lovely kids be doing asking around about that boy? You're better off leaving things as they rest with cases like that. Need getting involved over nothing." Yamamoto straightened her back and crossed her legs. Kaminari even leaned back from the quiet tone of the man. He seemed very passionate over something he considered nothing. "It's our class assignment, to look into Midoriya's death. That's why we're here. We hoped you could shed some light on his school life." Ochako finally spoke up, watching closely as he shifted uncomfortably and writing down his behavior in her notes. I don't know what you've already heard about Midoriya, and I can't tell you much, but I do remember him being a troublemaker, constantly getting into fights and creeping on the other students. He sighed as if it pained him to remember the boy, though Ochako doubted that. She shivered slightly, bringing her hand up to rub her arm from the goosebumps. Maybe she was sitting under a draft or something. We've heard Midoriya was bullied? Did you know about anything of the sorts happening? Yamamoto cut in again, even though Bakugo had definitely mentioned at some point that all the teachers knew what was going on. Ito let out a laugh, or at least Ochako assumed it was a laugh, and he shook his head longer than Ochako thought was necessary. No, never. This school houses only the finest of students. Nothing like that would happen on these school grounds. Midoriya was simply dramatic. Ochako nodded as if she understood, which she definitely did not, and wrote that down. But suicide does? Kaminari questioned, which earned him an elbow in the stomach from Kirishima. The redhead gave an apologetic look, but Ito waved it off. We had no idea Midoriya would ever do something like that. Truly he hesitated for a moment, upsetting event for the other students to go through at such a young age. He shook his head again, slower this time. So you think Midoriya did commit suicide? That confused Ito, Ochako could tell. His eyes widened slightly and his brows furrowed before he let out another puff of air. Of course I do. What else do you think happened? Quirkless boys like him kill themselves all the time, it's just the way the world works. That earned him 4 tight-lipped smiles and more pencils scratching at paper. Ochako was already fed up with this man. Everyone else they had spoken with so far had been so nice about Midoriya. It was a stark contrast to hear of someone hating him so blatantly. Is there a chance that any of the staff members from that year are still at the school? We were hoping we could talk to them. Ito finally straightened up properly, sitting like a professional school principal is expected to sit. Unfortunately, only myself and one other teacher resides at this school still, and he isn't here at the moment. Although I think the cafeteria lady is in the kitchen, if you would like to speak with her. The 4 nodded and they were shown the way to the kitchen, where an old lady was left alone scraping trays into a large bin. Mrs. Yuko, these UA students wanted to ask you some questions. Without another word, Ito smiled and walked out, leaving the 5 people in the kitchen. They sat at one of the tables in the cafeteria, the cleanest out of them all, Ochako noted with a grimace. She made sure not to actually touch it properly. Mrs. Yuko, was it? We were told you knew Midoriya Izuku when he was in school here. Yamamoto asked gently when the lady smiled kindly at them. Her eyes widened and she smiled, smaller this time but still just as strong. Izuku was such a kind young man, so sweet to the staff like myself and Jichi. He was the cleaner, you see. The other students could be so cruel, but not little Izuku. No one had their paper out this time, relying on Kaminari's recording instead. Mrs. Yuko was twisting her hands together gently and looked up at the group with kind old eyes. Little Izuku had a rough time at school, I'm sure you've heard. Even the teachers knew, but they never said anything even after he died. They didn't care, not good like they should be. Her voice was quiet, and Ochako didn't want to ask any questions in case she interrupts her from speaking. After a moment of silence, Kaminari raised his hand slightly and she nodded. How do you think he died? If that's not too hard to talk about, of course. Her smile dimmed again, but she didn't even hesitate. I don't want to say he killed himself, Izuku wasn't like that, I'm sure of it, but I wouldn't blame the poor boy. They could be so mean to him, too cruel. She shook her head slowly again. They knocked the food out of his hands, so I saved him seconds when I could. He never accepted them, but I insisted, you see. Jichi tried to hang around whenever he could. He's a bigger man, of course, more intimidating than me. But the kids could only be held off for so long. Jichi is a big man, but he's a softie and the kids always knew they liked to take advantage of poor Jichi. But Izuku would step in between them. Jichi never wanted him to, of course, but when Izuku had a thought, he went through with it. It seems to me that he thought it was okay if he got hurt. Izuku didn't seem to mind at all. As long as he could protect someone else in the process, he'd throw himself into a fire. Terribly dangerous but undeniably kind. He deserved only the best from life, and what he got was not that. She sat and told them stories about Midoriya, some sad and some sweet. They showed a side of Midoriya Ochako hadn't seen yet, a gentler side that Bakugo had never mentioned. They listened for what felt like hours, but soon enough Kirishima's alarm was going off, telling the group they needed to start heading to the train station. "Thank you, Mrs. Yuko, it was very nice talking with you." Ochako smiled at the lady, holding her hands in her own as the others squeezed them tightly. "Of course, you help Izuku, yes? Help him for me and Jichi." Ochako didn't know what to say, so she only nodded and the group was off again. Ito saw them off from the gate, telling them to come back if they needed anything else and heading back inside before they had even passed the corner. "Well, what do we think?" Kaminari asked halfway through their walk. No one responded at first, letting the silence fill the air for a moment longer than necessary. Ochako shivered at the cold breeze that passed through her. "I think," she started, watching as Yamamo turned to look at her. "I think we don't really know Midoriya yet." The air around them seemed to whisper through Ochako's ears, murmuring the word Izuku in a gentle voice. Kaminari and Kirishima had left with some of the girls to do some investigating, so Mina was left to her own, and like the newly distinguished detective she was, she decided to do some digging. She was set to meet up with Shinso in 20 minutes, and they were gonna head to Aizawa to see what information they could dig up on some details they'd needed. One of the most puzzling things Mina had found so far was Izuku's injuries. They just didn't make sense, and of course that meant Mina needed to figure it out. Aizawa hadn't mentioned anything about medical reports when he was telling them where to get information from, so this could be a long hunt. When Mina had gone home for the weekend, she had dug through her mum's cupboard and found an old Nancy Drew-style book bag that she had immediately claimed. So now she was piling her laptop, notebooks, pens and flash drives into it as she waited for Shinso to knock on her door. Mina had figured a lot out, she thinks, about the case and about Izuku. But she was missing so many important clues that she didn't think she'd be able to solve the case properly. Something was just missing. An absent father. An abusive mother. Neglectful teachers. Bullying classmates. Sketchy friends. Lazy policemen. Unexplained injuries. Unhelpful ghost. What else could possibly be missing? What was Mina missing? If it's not suicide, and it's not an accident, then who would kill him? How could someone have taken Izuku to that rooftop and thrown him off, leaving so little evidence that the police didn't even look? It didn't make sense. She thought it over for a second and opened her book, flipping through page after page before groaning and dropping it down. She sat in silence, head in her hands as the minutes before Shinsu's arrival ticked by. She pulled out her book again, flipping to the very end. She wrote the title how? 3 pages from the back, and underneath wrote, "Fallen from the roof." On the next page she wrote who, followed by Izuku, teacher, mother, each on a separate line. Then on the page next to the back cover she wrote why. She didn't know what to write here. What reason is there for killing a 12-year-old? Before she could think about it any longer, there was a knocking on the door, probably Shinso now that she looked at the time. She scribbled out the word quirkless and stuffed the book back into the book bag. She swung the bag on her back and opened the door, smiling at an exhausted-looking Shinso. "Hey Shinso, you ready to solve a murder?" She nudged him a few times and locked her door behind her. He stepped away and grumbled something she couldn't hear, and they began their trek to the elevator. "Is Izuku here?" Mina looked around, hoping to find a flash of green, maybe even a silhouette, but found nothing. Shinso shook his head and ran his hand through his hair, tugging through knots. "No, he disappeared like half an hour ago. Probably with Uraraka and those guys." "Fuku, you got your books?" Shinso pushed out his own book bag that was hanging on his side, crinkled paper visible through the open zipper. "Nice." Silence fell around the two, not uncomfortable or awkward, just pleasant. When they reached the ground floor, Mina waved to Bakugo and Siro as she walked out. Shinso nodded towards Ida and Tsu, who waved their own goodbyes back, and he followed behind Mina. They didn't talk until they reached the staff dorms, where Aizawa had said to meet him. Shinso was the first to speak up as he held the door open for Mina. "So, what exactly are we asking him for?" They passed by a few other teachers who smiled at them as they continued their walk to the elevator. Medical records, I guess, something that can tell about the injuries. Shinso didn't respond, just nodded again and leaning against the wall of the elevator. I hope it'll give us something helpful. When they knocked on Aizawa's door and it opened after a moment, the man moving to the side to let them through. They sat at the dining table in the middle of the room, immediately noticing that his room was much larger than any of their own. Aizawa picked up a coffee cup and sat at the table with them, gesturing for them to start. Before Mina could answer, Shinso pulled his book out and flipped to a certain page, 2 photos falling out into the table. He pushed the photos towards Aizawa. We noticed something that seemed irregular about Izuku's injuries. We were hoping you could shed some light for us. Aizawa looked at the photos, bringing them closer to his face before handing them back. To get you the medical records, I'd have to talk to Mrs. Midoriya, which she has requested we not do. If you'd like, you can talk to Recovery Girl and see if she can try to help. It wasn't ideal. Whilst Recovery Girl was good at her job, she wasn't exactly a coroner, and all they had were 2 measly photos. But it was the only shot they had. Shinso was packing his book away again, so Mina took it as her opportunity to speak up. That'd be great. Thank you so much, Sensei. Chio is in the nurse's office. She's doing some paperwork, I think, so you'll have to head over there. He sipped his coffee and waved as they stood at the doorway again. You kids should take a break soon. Mina nodded but disagreed. This was the best assignment she'd had in ages. She'd rather burn herself out over something interesting than a boring math exam. But they both nodded in sync and left quickly, leaving Aizawa to his coffee. They waved to the teachers again as they passed and walked towards the UA building. I was thinking earlier and I realized I have no idea who would want to kill Izuku. Mina said, rubbing her hands together. Shinso hummed in response and stepped over a tree root blocking their path. I guess I just figured it would be because he's quirkless. Didn't really think about it. He chuckled lightly. You're such a detective. She laughed and shoved him, almost pushing him into a tree. I'd be a great detective, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, Recovery Girl, are you busy? Mina watched the nurse stack some boxes before she tapped on the door, old eyes turning to face her. I'm always free for you kids. Now, who's injured and which teacher am I lecturing? She stuck her cane out at them and Mina laughed. Her and Shinso walked in and took a seat on the bed, Recovery Girl coming to stand in front of them. No one's injured, we were hoping to get your opinion on some photos? Shinso asked, ruffling through his bag to get the photos out again. The first photo was the one Mina had found, nothing out of the ordinary if you didn't notice the scar on his collarbone. The next was the one Shinso had pointed out, the photo taken at the crime scene with the unexplained broken legs and injured head. I'd love to help. She waved her hands out and Shinso handed her the first picture. It's hard to see, given its positioning and seeing as it's only a photo. She stepped to a tray and pulled out a magnifying glass before inspecting the photo more. If you look closely you can see a slightly lighter red color. I can't say for certain, but it could be blistering, which would indicate a burn. Probably 2nd degree, I don't think it's damaged enough to be a 3rd degree. She nodded and handed the picture back. Mina quickly flicked her notebook open and scribbled the notes down, right next to where she had a copy of the picture glued into her book. Shinso handed Recovery Girl the next picture. Oh dear. She muttered quietly before looking closely again. So Izuku fell from his school roof, which is about 4 floors, I believe? Shinso nodded and Mina turned back to Recovery Girl. We thought it was strange that he seemed to have injured his legs and his head. Would that be possible? Recovery Girl didn't say anything for a minute, then she shook her head slowly. Now, I'm no expert in these kind of injuries, mind you. But again, if you look closely you can see some dark bruising around his legs. This could be nothing, but I find it strange seeing how the body is laying. I think it's more likely he broke his legs before he fell down, almost as if he fell twice. What makes you think that? Mina asked, taking the photo and magnifying glass to look at the bruises. Well, bruises can form post-mortem, after death I mean, but with these type of injuries it's not likely. I'd say he injured his legs. Maybe falling down some stairs? And then he fell from the rooftop and hit his head the 2nd time. Mina turned the page to the next photo glued in her notebook, circling the legs and writing down a summary of what Recovery Girl had said. Then underneath she wrote, "Fell twice," and underlined it. "I remember the Midoriya case," Recovery Girl said, causing both teens to look at her. "I was visiting a dear friend of mine when they received the files. They let me have a peek." She shook her head sadly again. Said confidentiality didn't matter seeing as he was only quirkless. "What did you think at the time?" Shinso spoke up, tucking his book back into his bag. Recovery Girl stepped back, piling the boxes she'd been stacking into a cupboard. "I thought it was sad. He seemed like such a nice boy. I didn't get a chance to look into the case, so I don't have a lot of information for you." She closed the cupboard and tapped her can on the ground a few times. "Well, I'm all done here, so I have to lock up now. Please do remember that I'm making an opinion based on 2 photos. I could be wrong." Mina jumped up quickly and thanked Recovery Girl, holding the door open for her to walk out of. Shinso trailed behind, lagging behind to not bump into the nurse. "Thank you for your help, we appreciate it." Shinso bowed respectfully and they watched Recovery Girl wander down the hall after locking the door. They stood there for a minute thinking about the information they have now. Then Mina sighed, overly loud and entirely dramatic, and swung her bag around. "So what did we gain from this?" she asked, not entirely sure herself. Shinso didn't respond, clearly enjoying the dramatic pauses that made Mina far too impatient. "I think that if Recovery Girl is right, then it's impossible for Izuku to have killed himself." Mina's eyes widened, looking to the ground. "He could have failed the first attempt, and then jumped again?" she said, but it came out more of a question than she was aiming for. She knew how unrealistic it was, but she needed to be absolutely sure. With 2 broken legs? Not a chance. Shinso started walking back to the dorms and Mina followed. When she was comfortably in her room that night, finished with dinner and making deals about trading information with the other groups, she sat at her desk again. She pushed her school work and computer out of the way and opened her notebook again, flipping to the pages she prepared earlier. The first page she edited was the Who, putting an X next to Izuku's name and writing out a page reference to refer to. She'd spent a while numbering the pages, so she figured she should use it, scribbling out a quick page. Then she turned back to the How, adding a line connecting her first point about falling to a new dot point. There she wrote injuries inconsistent and refer to page 13 again. Her notebook was entirely sorted, everything had a place and a section. It was easy to follow and held as much information as she could find at the moment, but she'd only been able to make up 14 pages so far. 6 of them were for the people involved, teachers, classmates and parents for example. 1 was for the ghost, the little bits of information she had gathered from the real-life Izuku. 1 was for the police report, the original interview, opinions, and evidence given straight from the file to the class. 2 were for photos, any pictures of the crime scene that didn't fit on another page. 2 were for the unexplained injuries, photos stuck in and notes underlined. 1 was for the cause of death. A photo of Izuku's body hidden under a tarp, the school building framing the background and police tape outlining the scene. Arrows pointing towards the rooftop and words scribbled out as Mina thought of them. The final page to be mentioned was the very first page in the notebook. A simple list of dot point ideas, the title Izuku Midoriya in bold lettering. They were Mina's ideas, her theories, her questions. They didn't all make sense, they weren't meant to, but it gave her a starting point. Things like accident and quirk misfire were scribbled out, evidence that could prove otherwise having already been found. Other ideas like teacher cover-up and police paid off were at the bottom of the list. They could be the truth, but it didn't feel right to Mina. Nothing did. So really she had nothing, but the list made her feel like she had a chance. She just needed Izuku to tell her, to explain the events of that night to her in vivid detail. She wanted to understand every aspect of his death, from his thoughts to his feelings. "Why can't you tell me, Izuku?" she whispered, a ghost of a chill running through her even though she didn't say his full name. She watched as her pages turned carefully, despite her arms being tucked into her side. A pencil lofted from the side as the book stopped moving, landing on page 6, the 4th page on the suspects. Out of school friends. Dabi had his own page, so this was dedicated to the ones who had yet to be identified, the other 2 or 3 if Mina remembered correctly. There wasn't much information, nothing overly incriminating seeing as she didn't even know their names yet. But the floating pencil slowly started writing, dragging the lead against the paper, spelling the letters out one by one, excruciatingly slowly. When it finally stopped, and the pencil was lifted once more, the words stood out against the rest of the writing. It was darker, from being pushed against the paper harder than what Mina had done, so the word was unmistakable. Toga. Mina had absolutely zero idea who Toga was, but she assumed they would be someone important, if Izuku had gone out of his way to let Mina know. She didn't say anything, but the chill slowly faded and Mina assumed Izuku had left, so she started packing away her things again. She climbed into bed and switched off her lamp, thinking the name over and over in her mind as she fell asleep. With new information in tow, and the name from Izuku, Mina figured the best bet was to talk to Todoroki. So at 6:30 she was pounding on Shinsu's door, only 10 minutes after she had pulled herself out of bed. She hadn't planned this interrogation of sorts. After getting the name from Izuku and going straight to bed, she decided Todoroki would have the information she needed. Or at least he'd have a way to get that information. But all that aside, it meant Shinso had no idea that she was about to pull him into cornering the other boy. This was made quite obvious by the tired glare Mina received when Shinso finally opened the door. "Good morning, Shinso. Did you sleep well?" Mina was bouncing on her feet, smiling as innocently as she could muster, ignoring the murderous look that had yet to leave. He just grumbled and continued to stare at her, which was honestly fair. He stepped back to let her in, but Mina shook her head. "You're gonna come with me to talk to Todoroki, so get dressed." She didn't get to see Shinsu's face as she pulled the door shut. 5 minutes later they were back in the elevator, heading past Mina's dorm floor and all the way to the top. As the doors opened, Sue was stepping inside, talking to an exhausted-looking Yaoyorozu. Both girls nodded towards them, in a confused but too tired to care way. As they approached Todoroki's door, Shinso yawned and scratched the back of his neck. "What are we asking him about again?" Before Mina could answer, Todoroki was walking out of his room. The three stood face to face, Mina's bright energy, Shinsu's exhaustion and Todoroki's confusion. Todoroki looked around for a second, as if trying to see if they came up here for him. "Hey Todoroki, do you mind if we ask about your brother?" The boy just blinked at them before nodding awkwardly. He was obviously still half asleep, eyes half closed before he rubbed them. Mina had spent all of 20 minutes at most thinking about the name Toga, not that there was much to think about. She'd considered where someone else could fit into the narrative and she was completely clueless. But she did vaguely recognize the name, although she didn't know where from. She thinks someone mentioned it before, which was partially the reason she was talking to Todoroki, because if anyone had have said it to her it would have been him. "Has your brother ever mentioned a person named Toga before?" His face didn't change as he thought for a moment, but Shinso turned to face her with a questioning look. "Oh, I think I've heard that before. Nizu had her written down in a list of important people. I told you about it, didn't I?" Now that he said that, she did remember. Shinso had been telling her about how Aizawa and Nizu could also see Izuku, and he had given them a file he'd been putting together on the case. Toga had been the only name Shinso actually remembered from the list. Todoroki shrugged slowly. "I don't really know it. Tuya doesn't really talk about his friends a lot. But I saw it in his contacts once, Toga Himari or something like that." Mina nodded and mentally noted down the name. She did forget her notebook, but it was fine. If Shinso heard the name off Nizu, that probably meant the principal had more information. Maybe it would be worth asking him? Although she doubts he'd give her anything useful. She should also speak to Izuku's principal now that she thought of it. "Do you have anything that could help us?" Shinso asked, and Todoroki pulled his phone out. He didn't respond whilst he tapped away on his phone, but then Mina's phone buzzed, and as she got it out, Todoroki looked back at them. "I don't know anything, but I just sent you Tuya's number. Don't spam him or anything, otherwise he'll get mad at me." Sure enough, on Mina's notifications was a text from Todoroki, a phone number next to his brother's name. "Oh sweet, this is great," Mina said as she tucked her phone away again, and stepped to the side to let Todoroki walk past them. "Thanks." The taller boy just nodded and left quietly. "So where'd you get Toga from?" Shinso put his hands in his pocket and leaned back. Mina shrugged and gestured to the empty air around her. She hadn't get any shivers, so she didn't think Izuku was here, but that didn't matter. "Izuku told me last night, wrote it in my notebook, and I figured Todoroki would know it. With that, the two of them returned to their own rooms to finish getting ready. Mina had written up a list of people she needed to interview, and so far, it was depressingly short. Nizu, Tuya Todoroki, Haru Ito, Toga Himari. If she was lucky, one of these people, aside from Nizu, could be the killers and she could solve the case soon, but Mina doubted it. Nothing about this case was simple, and she doubted it would start now. She had gotten in contact with Nizu already about setting up a meeting, and he had agreed on tomorrow at lunch, so that was sorted. Next, she figured she should get in touch with Aldra's principal, Haru Ito, and see if he was up for a second meeting. The line rang a few times before a woman's voice cut through, asking who she was and what this was about. "Hi, I'm Mina Ishido. I was hoping to set up a meeting with Haru Ito soon." There was tapping on the other end for a few moments before the lady spoke again. "Ito-sensei has an opening free next Monday, is that all right?" Mina opened her own calendar and looked at the date. It was empty, of course, but she felt more professional by checking. "That's perfect actually. Do you need a reason for the meeting?" "That is required, yes." There was more clicking as Mina wrote the event down in her calendar and set a reminder for it. "I would like to ask about an old student, for an assignment of mine." The clicking stopped suddenly and silence filled the call. Did some students not come in yesterday to talk about a past student? The clicking was louder now and she seemed annoyed, but Mina didn't really care. She just hoped that the principal wouldn't mind talking about Izuku. "Yes, they were some friends of mine, and whilst we are thankful for the opportunity to speak about this, I do have some different questions. I'm covering a different topic in the assignment, you see." The lady made a humming noise but didn't comment until she was finished with her typing. "All right, then I have you booked in for 4 o'clock on Monday the 11th. Please contact us if there are any issues with this arrangement." "Yes, no problem." "All right, have a good day." And she hung up. Mina sighed tiredly and dropped her phone on her bed, thinking of her next step. She needed to contact Tuya to get information on Toga and see what this girl had to do with any of this situation. She picked her phone back up and opened her messages. She quickly texted Shinso, asking if he wanted to come to the meeting she just set up, and then flipped over to Todoroki's contact. She copied Tuya's number and started drafting a message to send to him. Honestly, she had no idea what to say. She wondered how many times he's been questioned on Izuku now, what he's been asked about the boy. She felt a little bad, hounding him for information like she was, but she did need it. Too many missing puzzle pieces she needed and not enough suspects to get them from. Tuya was all she had. To Tuya Todoroki. "Hey Todoroki, this is Ishido. I'm a friend of your brother's, and as you probably know by now, I have an assignment on Izuku Midoriya I would love some help on. Just wondering if the name Toga Himari means anything to you? 324. She read the message over and over before giving up and sending it to Shinso to ask for clarification. He responded with a yes to her first message and a thumbs up to her second, so she sent it. She lied on her bed and stared at the ceiling, picturing Izuku's smiling face and just thinking. Izuku didn't remember anything, so maybe he had heard the name Toga around from Tuya or Nizu or someone, but it was strange. There were things that didn't feel right to Mina, and this was one of them. Had he remembered? Was there things he had yet to tell them? It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense to her. She thought over all the evidence she had. Maybe she was overcomplicating things. Izuku likely fell twice. Recovery girl said it was possible he fell down the stairs, so she'd use that. He fell down some stairs, broke both his legs, and yet somehow made it up 4 flights of stairs to the school roof. Even if he was already halfway up, it didn't seem possible for him to do that on his own. So someone else was involved. Izuku wasn't a big kid, only 12 and small for his age. It wouldn't take a lot to carry him. But he was already injured, in pain, so Mina would like to think he struggled. Someone like Inko wouldn't be able to do that. She's a small woman as well. Her quirk was a slight attraction to small objects, and Izuku's weight exceeds her limits, so Mina doubted she was involved. She was a crappy abusive bitch, but not a murderer. Mina didn't think for a second that Nizu was actually involved in the case. More likely he was curious and decided to do his own investigating as well, but he was the smartest being in the entire school, so he definitely had more information than Mina did. Hopefully he'll be inclined to share. Tuya and whatever friends he had could be responsible, they'd be strong enough. He had given a lot of information already, but sometimes people did that to stay closer to the case. To seem innocent. But that was all she had. Her phone buzzed beside her, lighting up with a text message. From Tuya Todoroki. Toga Himari? I only know a Toga Himiko if that's who you mean. She was a friend of Izuku's. 3:35. So far nothing she couldn't already assume except the proper name. She sat at her desk and wrote it in quickly before opening the message again. To Tuya Todoroki. Did you meet Toga the same way you met Izuku? 3:37. From Tuya Todoroki. Yeah, we all met at the same time. 3:38. To Tuya Todoroki. Was she close to Izuku? 3:39. From Tuya Todoroki. Yes. We were the only friends we had at the time. 3:39. To Tuya Todoroki. Do you mind me asking how you found out about Izuku's death? 3:41. From Tuya Todoroki. You kids are so nosy. 3:41. He didn't show up to our hangout and wouldn't respond to our texts. 3:42. We went to the school and saw his body. 3:42. To Tuya Todoroki. Why didn't you report it? 3:44. From Tuya Todoroki. We had already broken into the school and we figured they'd find the body eventually. 3:44. We didn't want to look suspicious. 3:44. To Tuya Todoroki. What time was this around? 3:45. From Tuya Todoroki. I don't know, not quite midnight I guess. 3:45. Like 10 o'clock or something. 3:45. To Tuya Todoroki. Did you see anybody else there? 3:45. Any shadowy figures? 3:45. From Tuya Todoroki. Himiko thought she heard voices and I heard a door close. 3:46. Oh, and Tamura saw someone on the roof. 3:46. To Tuya Todoroki. Tamura? 3:47. Did you recognize the voices? 3:47. From Tuya Todoroki. Tamura's another friend. Tamura Shigaraki. 3:47. 3:48. To Tuya Todoroki. Thank you for the help. 3:49. I might message you again if I have any more questions. 3:49. From Tuya Todoroki. Yeah, whatever. 3:50. Mina wrote the name Tamura Shigaraki down below Toga Himiko and added a line to connect it to how they met. Then she flipped to a new page, marked page 15 and wrote timeline as the header. She added 10 o'clock with a question mark and marked Dabi finding the body, then she added 7:50 with Bakugu finding the body. Finally she added 8:05, the official time of the body being discovered in police reports. Looking at it all laid out, it didn't quite make sense. Shouldn't a teacher have been at the school before students could arrive like Bakugu had? The body was discovered at the front of the building, behind a tall tree. From the photos taken at the front gate, you could see blood on the walls and a leg lying out. It was noticeable, and yet it took another 15 minutes for the body to be reported. Tuya said he heard footsteps and a door closing, so someone else was there, but was this at the same time as when Shigaraki saw the person on the roof? If it was, that could mean multiple people were involved. She needed a direct timeline that she couldn't get yet. But now she had more information. Now she could ask more direct questions than just what happened and what do you know. Why does murder have to be so complicated? She groaned and flopped back onto her bed. She felt a shiver of cold on her shoulder, off and on like something was patting her shoulder. Seems like Izuku agreed then. Ashido was like a genius when it came to this assignment. She had already gotten so much more information compared to everyone else, and had a whole list of people to talk to. Denki decided to do the friends mostly because he could not handle gore at all. Every time Ashido shows them her pages on the photos taken at the crime scene, he almost throws up. He would have done the family like Uraraka, but he had no idea where to start. All things considered, however, he thinks he's done pretty well with the friends so far. He got Tuya's phone number off of Todoroki, but had yet to message him. He felt a little bad, seeing as everyone was going to him for answers. Besides, texting felt too impersonal for this kind of thing. So he managed to convince Todoroki to set up a meeting with him at some cafe a walking distance from UA, which was perfect seeing as the agreed time was like 10 minutes after school finished. He had panicked and ended up 5 minutes early, soaked in sweat. Tuya had been waiting for him, bright purple scars standing out against the sea of people around them. Denki didn't want to know where they came from. Now Tuya was sitting in front of him, ordering some drink from the waitress. Denki had ordered a chocolate milkshake because who was he to be original? All right, Blondie, what do you want to know this time? He crossed his arms and glared at Denki, which felt kind of aggressive, but whatever. Have you been asked a lot? About Midoriya? It was probably the polite thing to do, make conversation before digging straight in with the "what did you know about your dead friend" charade. Please, I've had you and Shoto, some Ishido chick texting me, some Bakugo kid wanting a meeting, and not to mention the FING principal calling me. Most popular guy in Japan right now. The waitress returned with their drinks, smiling as she sat them down in front of them. Tuya had a bubble tea, which seemed very off-brand, but then again he did seem pretty familiar with this place. Denki would like to believe he's one of those regulars who always orders the same thing. If that same thing is a fruity colorful drink, then well, the evidence was right in front of him. What did Nizu want? The rat god knew everything in Denki's humble opinion, so it was no wonder he'd already been in contact with Tuya if he was interested in the case. Just asking the same old questions everyone else is. He seemed tired, although fair enough, he was being forced to remember a probably traumatic time in his past. What did you want to know? Alright, seemed like small talk was over. Denki opened his phone and started a voice recording. He did not trust his memory and handwriting enough to take actual notes. Dyslexia was a killer in these kind of interviews. How many of you were there? In this little group you formed. Denki drank from his milkshake, regretting not getting fries. He would kill for something salty right now. There were 5 of us. But the group fell apart after Izuku died, so I can't give you any information on them from the past 3 years. Denki shook his hand to the side, as if he was that invested in this assignment. No, it's okay. Can you tell me their names? I know of you, Midoriya and Toga so far. Toga Himiko is her full name, if you didn't know. Then there was Tamura Shigaraki and Nikushimi Takibi. Ishido had mentioned a Shigaraki now that it was mentioned. Oh well, who cares? He definitely had not heard of Takibi before though. Nikushimi, meaning hate, and Takibi meaning bonfire or flame, courtesy of Denki's obsession with name meanings, thank you very much. Probably had mommy and daddy issues, and a suspected fire quirk to match. Who could have seen that coming? Can you tell me about Takibi? Tuya seemed annoyed. He probably didn't like the guy then. Ishido was going to love Denki after this, all this free information. He was such a good guy. He was an a-hole. His quirk let him burn whatever he was touching, but only within a limited range, and he would use it on us as a joke or something. He laughed soundlessly for a minute. We didn't realize how messed up that was until he was gone. Gone. If this was another murder-death case, Denki might actually drop out of UA. Like I said, the group split up. No one liked him all that much. It made him edgy sometimes, I think. He took it out in Izuku the most, since he was the youngest. Thank God. Well, thank God he was still alive. Not that he practically abused Midoriya. That was bad. Can I get a list, oldest to youngest? Just out of curiosity. Tuya looked at him for a while, just staring blankly. I was the oldest, with a year difference between me and Tamura. Then another year for Nikushimi and 3 months for Himiko. Finally a 2-year gap between Izuku and Himiko, making me roughly 4 years older than Izuku. Denki nodded and drank his drink as he thought of another question. Time for the age-old question, what would Ishido do? A memory of a photo, the one with Izuku smiling properly, but a burn scar on his collarbone rose to the front of his mind. The only 2 people in Izuku's life so far with a fire quirk had been Bakugo and Hisashi. Hisashi was MA his entire childhood, and Bakugo had sworn to as many gods as he could think of that it wasn't from him. Nikushimi, on the other hand, well, so far the pieces fit. How often did Takibi burn Midoriya? Tuya scowled darkly, dusting his hands at his sides before taking a big sip from his drink. Don't call him Midoriya, he hated that name. God DMN, if looks could kill right now. Noted. He pushed the kid around a bit, all jokingly at first. But he had a drinking problem. None of our parents were all that good, so we didn't mind dealing with his drunk obsessions. Until he got violent. Didn't Inko have a drinking problem? What was Izuku's luck like actually? Izuku was one of those, I can fix him types, so he tried to help Nikushimi even when he was getting decked in the face. Himiko tried to stop him and well, let's just say burns were inevitable. So Takibi could be responsible for those burns then. Perfect, Denki loved being helpful. You said, Izuku was one of those, I can fix him, types. Does that imply Izuku and Takibi were ever romantically involved? Tuya actually laughed at that, full belly laughs that Denki rolled his eyes at. It was a genuine question. Holy shit no, Izuku may have been way too forgiving and incredibly naive but he had standards. Denki nodded quietly and glared at the older guy. What else did he need to know though? What does one write about in an assignment about a dead kid's friends? Was it weird having such a large age gap between the group? The waitress came back and delivered some fries. Tuya must have ordered them, which now made him Denki's favorite person on earth. Tuya glared at him as he stole some. Not really. It was weird at first, but that's 'cause we were practically strangers. Getting used to it whilst we were talking online maybe, but not in real life. Tuya sighed and munched on some of the fries. Izuku was a good kid. Though everyone's probably said that by now. That reminded Denki of something Uraraka had said that day they went to the school. I think we don't really know Midoriya yet. She had said it seemed like everyone knew a different version of Izuku, like no one really knew who he actually was. Maybe Tuya knew? Did Izuku seem different around other people? Of course he did. That kid was a people pleaser through and through. Did whatever he could to make someone like him. Tuya seemed annoyed by that, but it made sense. It must have been frustrating to see Izuku put himself down, or change who he was for other people. The kind of thing you can't just fix for someone. It was a trauma response and Izuku needed help to fix it that Tuya couldn't provide. Look at Denki getting all psychological. And Jairu said he couldn't be smart. Do you think you got to see the real Izuku? Tuya didn't respond, just ate his fries sadly. Denki had to look away. It was depressing. I don't think Izuku got to see the real Izuku. What kind of poetry was this man spewing today, dear God? Denki checked his recording and saw that it had been going for roughly 10 minutes, thought it felt like it had been longer. How exactly did your friend group fall apart after Izuku died? Denki ate some more fries and finished off his drink. He'd order another one when the waitress came around. He was paying for all this after all. Izuku was the one that kept in touch, organized hangouts, all that crap. He was the one who made us get along long enough to be in the same room. When he suddenly disappeared it was noticeable. Was it hard on you? It was a dumb question but Denki felt it was only polite to ask. One of those not-so-professional questions to make this entire situation less stressful. Well, he hoped so anyways. Of course it was. Denki was surprised by how mad the guy didn't sound, if that made sense. He was our best friend, my best friend. And then he just died. And I had no one. That kind of made this whole situation more real in Denki's mind. Suddenly there wasn't this feeling like none of it was real, like it was all just information on a paper. A real kid had died, a person who had impacted people's lives and affected the world around him. People had mourned over this kid, cried over his death. It wasn't just a case anymore. It was a life. The silence echoed on until the waitress came to collect the empty glasses and they both ordered another drink. What did Izuku like to do in his free time? Tuya looked confused, frowning, and for a second Denki was worried he wouldn't reply. But he just readjusted himself and ate a fry. He liked to analyze quirks. Watched hero fights and picked apart their battle plan. He was really FING smart when it came down to quirks. Izuku liked quirk analysis. Denki could see that. Did he want to be a hero? Tuya ate more fries and thanked the waitress as she delivered their drinks again. Why the duck do you care? What has that got to do with anything? He didn't seem angry, not really, just defensive. Denki looked down and sipped his drink slowly. Why did he care? I want to humanize him. Make him more than just a name on paper. Tuya scoffed, but almost looked thankful, so Denki didn't mind the attitude. He did for a long time. But I think towards the end he didn't. I think he wanted to do something more scientific. Probably a quirk scientist if he liked analysis. He'd probably be good at it too, if he enjoyed it. Denki's mom always said you do your best at what you enjoy. They both drank their drinks for a while, not really interested in talking much anymore. Well, thank you, Todoroki, you've been a big help. Denki smiled. He didn't know why he was thanking him, already seeing as they were both only halfway through their drinks. God, call me Dabi, hate Todoroki. He mumbled it, but Denki heard and smiled. He wondered briefly if Todoroki from school felt the same way. Maybe he should ask. Then thank you, Dabi. He shrugged, but Denki knew this wasn't as easy as he made it out to be. Denki's mum had been a psychologist for as long as Denki could remember, so he did know a thing or two about trauma and body language and all that. Dabi was sad. He was upset by talking about Izuku, but Denki could also tell he was thankful to be able to. It was no secret that Endeavor was strictly against therapists, having mentioned in multiple interviews that he thought they were a waste of time and money. He was also against the quirkless as a whole, which some people believed is related to why he would never reach #1. But that meant that Dabi had likely never had the chance to talk about Izuku to someone. There was no one he could go to that he felt was safe. Todoroki didn't know much, so he doubted he went to his siblings, and since his friend group fell apart, he was isolated. Denki's mum made sure he understood above all else that if you bottle your feelings up without talking to someone, then things would only get worse. Denki wondered what worse meant for Dabi. I'm sure that despite whatever happened, Izuku did appreciate you. I think you would have been a good thing in Izuku's life, and we all know he didn't have many of those. Dabi didn't respond, but he finished his drink without a word and stood to leave. Oh, and Dabi? He turned to look at him quietly. Denki noticed he was fond of this whole leaving mid-conversation thing. I'm sorry for your loss. I know it must have been hard. Thank you. It was. And once again he was gone. Denki stopped his phone recording and tucked it into his pocket. He'd give it to Ashido later to let her scour for whatever information she could use. Then he sculled the rest of his drink, dropped the money on the table, and waved to the waitress behind the counter. He decided to walk back to school, taking in the nice breeze and sunny skies for once. He still had so much homework left for his other classes. Maybe Bakugo would be up to tutoring him? Nizu could admit that this assignment was a bit unorthodox at times. Getting children to solve a real-life murder. But Nizu wasn't a fool. He knew when his students liked classes and when they did not, and they did like this one. There was always something about death that intrigued Nizu, the way it happened so suddenly, the way it couldn't be explained. At first he thought the students shared this fascination. But he quickly learned otherwise. Children love to feel in control of things. He thinks it comes from having parents who make all the decisions, but it means that they prefer assignments with less structure. For example, an assignment on whatever topic that can be reasonably related to the class. Or a police case with very little evidence and only few rules. It's fascinating to Nizu, watching his beloved students gather evidence, connect links, question people that not even the police had thought of. Now they were even interviewing him. How Ashido had managed to realize that Nizu had his own case. He was interested to find out. Though he does think he knows if a certain little ghost has anything to do with it. Izuku was here already, throwing a pencil up and down in the corner of his office. He had come in here quite often, not that Nizu minded of course, but he felt it was strange. Now when Aizawa first picked this case, Nizu had very little interest in it. A quirkless boy had died and no one really cared. It was sad, but Nizu of all people knew quirk discrimination and how little there was to do about it sometimes. But then he'd watched a ghost float into Aizawa's classroom through the security cameras, and suddenly this wasn't just a boy who died. It was a challenge, and oh did Nizu love a good challenge. First he had scoured through as many security cameras as he could find, but perplexingly Aldra Junior High had no camera recollection of that night. A little too convenient, but sure. He'd found evidence of Tuya Todoroki, Toga Himiko, Tamura Shigaraki and Nikushimi Takibi picking Izuku up from school most days, and had done his best to contact those people. Toga, or Himiko as she insisted, loved to talk on and on about Izuku, which was very helpful. She was a kind young girl. Tuya, or Dabi as Himiko called him, was a little less talkative, but he didn't mind answering questions. Shigaraki all but hung up on Nizu, so he figured that was a dead end. Then there was Nikushimi. Nizu was a smart being, he knew that, and so did everyone else, but he was struggling to get a hold of Nikushimi, for he had all but vanished roughly a week after Izuku's death. It was intriguing. Nizu closed his own case file as he watched Ishido approach his door through the security cameras. Pushing a button to open the door as he usually did, though unlike others the girl walked in without a second thought. "Hello, Nizu, sir. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." She bowed slightly before sitting in the soft chair. Nizu made sure everything in his office was comfortable and classy. "Of course, Miss Ishido, I love getting the chance to meet with some bright young students." "Tea?" She nodded and he poured her a cup, a new blend he had imported from America, to try. As he took a sip, Ishido pulled out a slightly beat-up notebook. It looked as if it had been shoved into spaces too small for it, but Nizu wouldn't judge. She sat it in her lap and took a sip from her own teacup. "I wanted to ask you about the research you've done on Izuku Midoriya. Shinso told me you had a case file?" As far as Nizu was aware, Shinso and Ishido weren't very close, so the fact that he told her about their meeting is quite interesting. It didn't make sense for him to share that information unless they were talking about something else, something like Izuku. Perhaps Ishido could see Izuku as well, and perhaps Nizu's assumption on mental quirks being the cause for seeing Izuku was incorrect. But then again, she hadn't looked at Izuku when she walked through the door, even when he appeared in front of her when she said his name. She did react, shivering with a knowing look in her eyes. Perhaps she only knew of his existence. "That is correct, Ishido. But I would like to know what makes you think I'd be willing to share, or how you think it's within the rules of the assignment." She looked at her notebook briefly, almost nervously. She'd found a loophole then. "Shinso said the name Tiga Himiko was on your file, and that name wasn't on the police file we all received. That means you're doing your own research, and that I'm allowed to interview you for any answers you might have, since you're not in the police reports. But on the other hand, you have the right to refuse to answer any questions, so I'm not sure that you are willing to share." I believe anyways." Nizu took a sip of his tea to hide his grin. His students could be so clever sometimes. They just need the confidence to work through their thoughts, to trust their instincts. "All right then, Miss Ishido, what would like to ask? I'll see what I can provide." If it were any other student, Nizu probably wouldn't share anything. This is their assignment after all. But Ishido is working very hard, much harder than she has on any assignment before. Izuku hung around Ishido, floating just above her head and fiddling with her hair. Little pink strands were tugged higher and twisted around. Although the girl didn't react, just shifted slightly as if trying not to distract the ghost. "What did you find about Toga Himiko?" Toga Himiko was an interesting individual that Nizu was sure of. Getting in touch with her had been easy. She was the most extroverted person Nizu had yet to meet, and that was saying something. Although that didn't mean she had a lot of information to spare. In fact, she had quite little. But she had helped him identify a few other people for his case file, others who were a tad more sane. She just spoke about how Izuku was super nice all the time. Like nicer than anyone else. "I found quite a lot about Miss Himiko. I'm afraid you'll have to be specific." Ishido looked annoyed for a moment, but she hid it exceptionally well for a 15-year-old. Is she worth investigating? Is she important to this assignment? It didn't seem like that was all Miss Ishido wanted to know, but he couldn't tell her everything, of course. These simple questions seemed so insignificant, but Nizu knew every question held some sort of importance. No matter how unlikely. "Himiko gave me one piece of evidence that helped with my own case, and a few names, I suppose." He wasn't answering the question, he was very well aware of that. But he felt it was important to let Ishido understand how important these things could be. Every piece of information tells you something about Izuku's life. He looked at Izuku, watched as he spun in little circles, trying hard to ignore the conversation. Oh, how hard it must be. Is that not the point of this assignment? Strangely, although not surprisingly, Ishido only nodded. She didn't respond and didn't react, only agreed. "I believe Toga Himiko has answers others do not, but I don't believe anything that will solve this case can be learnt from her." She let out a sigh, shoulders sagging, like she was disappointed. Before Nizu could say anything, she shook her head and turned the page in her book. "Do you know anything about what she saw the night Izuku died?" "I'm afraid I do not, Could you please elaborate? Nizu had chosen to start with what Himiko knew about Izuku rather than her involvement. That was the next line of questioning he was in the process of preparing. Tuya Todoroki told me they were at Aldra that night, and Toga apparently heard voices. She crossed something out on the page, or perhaps drew a line to another part. Is that so? And what do you think that means? Facts like that could offer quite a lot more evidence than what you expect, and this one was something Nizu was mentally noting for his own notebook. Ashido thought over the question for a moment, tapping her pencil slowly and taking another drink of tea. It means someone else was there obviously, and seeing as the body wasn't reported until the following day it could indicate murder. Nizu supped his own tea, waiting for her to catch on to what he himself was thinking. Plus it gives us a rough time frame for when Izuku died. Don't you find it a little strange that Miss Himiko heard voices, rather than footsteps or a door closing? Ashido only seemed confused, sitting the tea back down and look at her notebook again. Well, Tuya heard a door closing. The voices would have been quiet if someone was leaving a crime scene, although why would you speak at all? She froze for a second before beginning to write something down. You wouldn't talk to yourself after committing a serious crime. So it probably means there was more than one person. Nizu grinned. It was always satisfying to find solid evidence. Well, if Himiko was telling the truth about these supposed voices anyway. Excellent work on collecting such useful information, Miss Ashido. Truly impressive. The girl blushed and nodded her head, but before she could respond the bell was ringing for the end of lunch. I do hope I helped at all. Now it is time you return to class. Of course, thank you Nizu sir. She bowed again, shoving her book into her book bag and drinking the rest of her tea before fleeing the office. Nizu brought his case file out from his desk drawer, flipping to a page with Himiko Toga's name written as the title. He quickly added this new information and turned to another. This page was dedicated to the class's grades regarding the assignment. Whilst it was true that the teacher works out grading, Nizu liked to offer his own input, who he thought worked hard and put in real effort, even if their final didn't showcase that. Ashido had the highest so far, followed by Bakugu and Shinso just underneath. Even Kaminari was ranked quite highly for a change, sitting in 6th place overall. Nizu didn't like to deduct point from students. He didn't like seeing students fall unnecessarily to the bottom of the ranking, but in this instance he didn't feel too awful about Ajira's placement, in dead last. Not only had he hardly started the assignment, but he chose to work on the people affected by his death as if to avoid working on a quirkless boy. Nizu would have no trouble with failing this boy if need be. Izuku picked up Ashido's teacup, gently cradling it towards Nizu's tray dedicated to dirty dishes. He was working hard on his ability to interact with physical objects, and Nizu tried to help as best as he could, but some mistakes were avoidable. Like when the cup gazed through Izuku's hand right before he reached the tray, bouncing gently on the soft carpet and spilling the last little droplets of tea everywhere. Oh crap! I'm so sorry, Nizu. Nizu quickly jumped from his desk and started wiping up the tea, moving the cup to the side. He smiled at Izuku when the boy started shaking uncontrollably, a clear habit when he was nervous. Do not worry, Izuku, it hardly made a mess. He tossed the cloth on the tray and placed the cup beside it. See? All better. I'm no good at this. His shaking slowed, but he seemed sad, and unfortunately Nizu was not qualified to handle regular human emotions. You will get the hang of it. Now if you don't mind, I have some work to complete. Izuku nodded and floated out, probably off to find Aizawa, or possibly Shinso. Nizu returned to his desk and loaded his computer. He truly did have quite a bit of work to catch up on. Izuku's case was indeed very intriguing, but it made him procrastinate on other important works. He pushed the case file back into the desk drawer and pushed it out of his mind, closing the tab open to Midoriya Izuku's website page. So, Katsuki, the last time we spoke you mentioned you went to see some kids from your middle school. How did that go? Hiroshi asked, maybe 10 minutes into their session. It wasn't a question Katsuki saw coming. He had only mentioned the event briefly and it didn't feel all that important to him. But Hiroshi always seemed to have a reason for the questions he asks, even if it's as simple as getting to know Katsuki. Fine, I guess. Are you going to keep in touch with them? Were they your friends? Despite Katsuki having been in therapy with Hiroshi in middle school, he never really opened up about the people in the school. Just what happened. They weren't my friends, closer to Izuku, but they weren't really friends either. Izuku didn't have any friends in school, but Hiroshi already knew that. They keep texting me, but I don't know. Hiroshi wrote something down and crossed his legs. Do you want to keep in touch? I don't know. Do you think I should? Izuku may have never had friends, but he never seemed to be lost like Katsuki was. He was sad and alone and probably miserable, but he knew what he was going to be and who he was all the time. Katsuki didn't have that. He didn't know what to do. I can't tell you what to do, you know that. But it might be a good idea to connect to an older part of your life. Maybe, but Katsuki didn't want to think about middle school any more than he had to. How's the class assignment going? Katsuki must have been quiet for too long if Hiroshi thought it was necessary to change the topic. The assignment was going better than he thought it would. It's not as overwhelming as he originally assumed it would be. It helped him get to know Izuku more than he did. More than he could have before. Fine. Ashido's working harder than anyone thought she could. Hiroshi laughed, and Akatsuki kind of wanted to smile too. He was having fun. A flash of green formed in front of him, and he frowned again. Hiroshi noticed, of course. He noticed everything. Is everything all right? Katsuki put his head in his lap for a moment, but when he closed his eyes all he could see was Izuku's smiling face. Sometimes I think I'm crazy, he admitted, after a moment of catching his breath. The green flash was still there when he lifted his head again. Can you tell me why? Question after question, maybe Hiroshi was sending him crazy instead. Squeezing his eyes shut, he pictured Izuku's smiling face, telling him he was okay after tripping down a hill. It had happened a year before he died, only a moment of calm between their lives where they were kids for a few moments. I feel like I can see him, sometimes. Pencil scratching on paper filled the air, and Katsuki knew what Hiroshi was writing. We've talked about this before. Do you remember what I said last time? He'd said it was a figment of his imagination. Maybe he was right. Katsuki didn't respond. Sometimes people's grief can force the brain into showing us what we want to see. Whether it be seeing the person we lost in someone else's face, hearing their voice. It could even form in figurative ghosts flying around. The green flash moved slightly, like a hand reaching out, and Katsuki didn't want a breath in case it disappeared. But the blue passed through his face, sending shivers down his back. But what if it wasn't? What if it was real and he's really here? The scratching on paper stopped for a moment and Hiroshi hummed quietly. Then perhaps he has unfinished business? Is that not what ghosts are after? He didn't sound as condescending as Katsuki thought he would. Hiroshi sounded like he really did want to talk about it, like he wanted to evaluate where Katsuki stood in terms with Izuku's ghostly body. He'd probably find answers before Katsuki could anyways. What would Midoriya have as unfinished business, Katsuki? What wouldn't he have? He never got to live his life. Everything he did was decided by someone or ruined by someone else. The green blur, which had become stronger than a simple flash, moved to the couch beside Katsuki. If Katsuki looked closely, he swore he could see two eyes, but he didn't look. I don't know. Hiroshi didn't look away, wanting an answer, but Katsuki didn't know. Alright, what if he's just here? What would you say to him? Katsuki's thought about that for years. He's wanted to be able to talk to him every day since he died. There wasn't a moment when he didn't want to see him again. Can you see him now? Maybe Hiroshi had noticed the looks he kept sending to the side. Katsuki nodded, deciding to turn his body to face both Hiroshi and the blur. Now that he looked, he could see it was less of a blur, kind of like a person. He wanted to remain ignorant, like that day at the park. He wanted to deny everything. But he couldn't, not when those green eyes were staring at him so casually. Like they'd been here 100 times before. I wanted to tell him I was sorry. Hiroshi nodded, writing something down, but Katsuki hardly cared. The face, perfectly clear but shining iridescent green, was shaking with what Katsuki assumed was laughter. Smiling brightly. You did that already? Didn't you? He had, technically. That time in the bathroom, thought it felt like a dream. It wasn't a real apology, it was something he could use a cop-out to escape his own guilt. Not that it worked. Hiroshi seemed to know what he was thinking, but he didn't comment. Not really. Do you think Midoriya would want you to apologize? He did, he really did. He thought Izuku would demand an apology, want or need some kind of retribution for what had happened to him. But the figure sitting next to him was shaking his head. It's okay, that same radio voice cut through, why or okay why? The voice sounded like Izuku, but older, he hadn't noticed that before. And the figure seemed older too, as if he'd grown despite being dead. It hurt a little. I'd want to ask him why. Katsuki spoke, ignoring the question. Why did he do that? Did he do that? Hiroshi looked to the side of the couch, to Izuku's figure. He didn't seem to see anything, and it made Katsuki feel a little crazy. The way Izuku looked at him, the way he smiled and the way his eyes shone like he was still alive. It couldn't be fake. Katsuki needed him to be real. If he acknowledged Izuku, really believed he was real, and then he wasn't. Katsuki doesn't think he'd be able to cope with that. But Izuku was still smiling at him, and the longer Katsuki looked, the more Izuku's eyes sparkled. He waved, fingers twisted just like Katsuki remembered, but they were longer, rougher. Katsuki wanted to touch him, but he didn't want to be disappointed. Tell me, Katsuki, why does Midoriya mean so much for you? Hiroshi put his paper to the side, something that usually means the session was ending. Had it really been an hour already? But Izuku meant everything to Katsuki. He was the reason Katsuki was going to be a hero. He couldn't really explain why, he didn't really have a reason. He hadn't really thought about it before and he didn't think he'd needed to. I think you should think about it, okay? Katsuki nodded. They went through their usual goodbyes, promises to work hard and all of that nonsense adults ask. Then Katsuki was walking out, ghost traveling behind him. You're not real. He mumbled and a muffled sound filled the silence after him. It wasn't quite laughing, but close enough. TNYM-? He didn't want to know. He kept walking, hoping that maybe he could outwalk the being. He knows that he wants it to be true, he wants to talk to him so badly. But he isn't, so Katsuki can't get his hopes up. You're a manifestation of my grief, or something like that. The ghost nodded, Izuku nodded, but didn't stop following. I just need you to go away. Why you keep calling me her dash? Yo, don't WNM to live. He really doesn't. Katsuki sat on the train, cart mostly empty due to the late hour. His appointment had to be moved back by an hour and a half, making it 6:30 already. He looked at Izuku again, telling himself it wasn't real but needing it to be. Izuku was still there, Katsuki wasn't sure he'd ever leave, glowing green eyes and freckled cheeks pulled into a smirk. A smirk? Katsuki doesn't think he'd ever seen Izuku smirk in his life. You look like him. He admitted, and the smirk turned into a smile. IHM Katyukai. Katsuki. Izuku never called him Katsuki. But if Izuku was making simple mistakes like that, mistakes Katsuki has never made whilst thinking of him, then how was this a manifestation of his grief? Supposedly, that would make Izuku act exactly as Katsuki remembered him. Exactly how he expected him to act, because really he was just an extension of Katsuki. But he was older, his voice was deeper, he was more confident, hell, he could be an entirely different person. But he wasn't. That look in his eyes was something Katsuki could recognize anywhere. You can't be real. Izuku seemed to know that Katsuki had put pieces together, had made a jump in logic, because he only creeped closer again. You know, his voice wasn't even glitching as much. Like the more Katsuki believed it was real, the more it really was. But this wasn't a Disney movie, and this wasn't a place where miracles came true. Somewhere, deep down, Katsuki knew that the person standing in front of him was the real Izuku. Somewhere he could look at Izuku and recognize him. But not yet. Not the part that Katsuki chose to trust. Izuku sighed, bringing his hand up to brush against Katsuki's face. It sent shivers down his spine, but he didn't move, and then Izuku was gone. Katsuki didn't get the luck of the person he missed most coming back to him. He didn't get the happy ever after with the only person he'd needed in his life. Izuku was his brother, and it took him far too long to realize. Now he could only hope Izuku could forgive him, wherever he really is. Katsuki didn't know that at the same time as he climbed off that train and began walking to UA, Izuku was lying on a bed listening to Shinso plan his updated hero costume. He didn't know that as he pushed open the dorm's door, Izuku was trying to build the energy he'd just used to find Aizawa. Katsuki didn't know that as he climbed the stairs he passed straight by Izuku, shivering at the hand that passed through his. After 3 tedious hours, Mina had finally managed to convince Tuya to help set up a meeting with Toga Himiko and Tamura Shigaraki. He himself refused to go, saying he'd already been interrogated far too many times in the past week. Which Mina thought was fair. That had all gone down the night before, and unfortunately for the rest of Mina's homework, it was set for tonight. So on a cloudy Friday afternoon, Mina made her way through busy crowds and opened the door to a cat cafe. She was genuinely surprised when Tuya had given her the address, but all he'd said was Shigaraki was a baby, whatever that meant. The cafe was quiet, only 2 groups eating and one playing with the little fur ball. She could just see 2 people hunched over together, drinks half drunk and cats covering them, that matched the photos she'd received. She walked over and after receiving a glare from the guy, definitely Shigaraki if Tuya's word was to be believed, sat down. Looking at the 2 she couldn't help but notice how different they seemed, the girl, almost Mina's age but seemed a little older, and the guy, dusty blue hair and wrinkles to match an 80-year-old. "You must be Mina." Toga squealed and jumped up, almost knocking their drinks over if Shigaraki hadn't grabbed them in time. "Every time we effing go out you pull this sheet, you maniac," was all he said in greeting, not that he was talking to Mina, but who was she to complain? Toga was shaking her hand and Mina was a little worried it'd fly off, but Shigaraki pulled her back down. "Calm your sheets. You 2 must be Shigaraki and Toga then." They all sat calmly, finally, and a waitress brought over the drink Mina had ordered when she first walked in. Toga was eyeing it, and asked for one a lot more politely than Mina would have assumed normally. "Oh please," Toga said as she turned back to face her, "call me Himiko." "All right, Himiko then." Mina smiled and Toga, or Himiko, flashed her own in response, showcasing her canines and, surprisingly, a smiley piecing. It was a silver piece of jewelry that hung down in front of her teeth, and it looked amazing. Mina herself had been thinking about getting one for a while, but she hasn't actually seen anyone with it before. "Dabi told Yus you wanted to talk?" Shigaraki finally acknowledged, sounding very much like some kind of emo villain. "About Izuku." Himiko stopped smiling, well, kind of, her smile got smaller. But Mina had come too far to back down now, and hey, maybe she could set up another meeting with Himiko to help her feel better. And to find out where she got her smiley done. "I was hoping to ask you about the night he died. Dabi told me you found his body." The 2 seemed a little uncomfortable or sad, but Himiko nodded just as enthusiastically as she had been so far. "Yeah, he ditched us so we went to find him." She acted the same, but her voice was awkward, and Mina suddenly felt really bad. This was probably the most upset reaction she'd seen so far. "We almost didn't go." Shigaraki's glared at the table silently, tearing up some napkin in his hand. "Shouldn't have FING gone. I told you guys we shouldn't have gone," was all he mumbled out, tearing the napkin in half again. "If this is too much for you guys, we don't have to do this." Himiko shook her head, slowly but speeding up until it was frantic and her smile was back. "No, it's okay. Zuku was our best friend, you know? It's just strange to think he's never coming back. Even after so long." They were silent for a moment, both looking at the table. "Anyways, we went to find him at his school and we found his body in front of it, just behind that big tree, I think. I'm pretty sure he had only just fallen because he was still breathing a little." Mina's eyes widened as she pulled her notebook out and scribbled everything down as fast as she could. "I didn't know what to do, he sounded like he was in so much pain. But then I heard voices coming from the front door and once they were gone he was..." She stopped for a minute, and Mina can't even imagine how hard something like that would be to remember. "He wasn't breathing after that. So we left." Her voice was small, set. "I'm sorry you had to see that," was all Mina thought she could say. The 2 didn't really react, but Himiko looked like she wanted a change in subject. "Did you recognize the voices at all?" "Well, I had 3 different voices, I think, 2 girls and a boy. They were all kind of freaked out. The waitress brought Himiko's drink over, which she thanked her for profusely, and drank half of it on the spot. Tuya mentioned you saw someone on the roof? Mina turned her attention to Shigaraki, who was still looking upset but was seemingly content with glaring at her. As we were walking up to the school. 2 or 3 people, I don't know if you know. So that's definitely at least 3 people, Mina notes down. That's kind of a lot of people if she's honest, more than was probably needed. Why same people as the one Himiko heard? Shigaraki shrugged, but Himiko was shaking her head as she finished the rest of her drink and started chewing the straw. Nah, couldn't have been cause I heard my people like 2 minutes after he saw his. I don't think they could have made it that far. She had a point, which Mina also noted down. She hadn't seen the school herself yet, but she should check out long it would take when she goes over there on Monday. I don't want to sound insensitive or anything, really I don't, but do you two think Izuku really killed himself? The both froze again, but it was clear they were thinking about an answer. Shigaraki, true to his style apparently, only shrugged and didn't offer any other words, but Himiko didn't speak. Then she slowly shook her head again. Izuku was a lot of things, and I wouldn't blame him in the slightest if he did, but no. I don't think so. This was genuinely the calmest she had been the entire time Mina had known her, which was all of 10 minutes. He wanted to help people more than anything in any way possible, you know? He believed that no matter how many people hated him, there could be good in the world. I don't think he would do that. She shivered slightly, and Mina realized that maybe Izuku was here with them as well. She wondered if he remembered hanging out with Himiko, if he remembered who she was at all. The kid can't be blamed for anything. Shigaraki said after a minute of quiet. Whether he did do it or not, I don't know which is worse, but I know which I'd rather. He deserved a lot more than what he got. Mina felt the cold touch of Izuku's hand. Instead of just a sensation, it was as if she could feel his fingers holding her shoulder. She almost checked to see if he was visible, but the other two hadn't reacted, so he decided not to. Was there anyone you met or had seen that seemed especially aggressive towards him? They relaxed slightly, probably glad for another subject change. Not particularly. I mean, it was obvious everyone hated him, but they didn't seem to want to kill him. Himiko dropped her straw in her cup and twisted a strand of hair hanging longer than her bangs. She had gorgeous blonde hair, Mina absent-mindedly thought. Perfectly straight and tied in 2 messy buns on the side. Some parts were lighter than the rest, as if was bleached unevenly, but it looked amazing. Well, I need to head back to my school. Do you mind if we trade numbers to keep in touch? Himiko immediately jumped up, phone already in her hand and passing it over excitedly. Shigaraki was grumbling but did agree to share contacts anyways. Yes, of course. It was so nice to meet you, Mina. You're so pretty, I can't wait to be best friends. Mina couldn't help the blush that swallowed her entire face at the praise. They traded numbers and said their goodbyes before Mina started the trek back to UA on her own. She could feel the coldness still, despite seeing people covered in sweet around her, so she knew Izuku was still there. So how are you doing? Is this too hard for you to handle? She asked the open air, pretending to be on her phone to avoid stares. The cold feeling didn't fade, but it moved from her arm to her hand gently. ISOKY. She almost dropped her phone at the sound of the voice, scratchy and fragmented in a way that made her ears hurt. No one around her seemed to hear it. She straightened it properly and continued walking as casually as she could. Sure, she'd seen Izuku once before, but this was definitely different. Are you sure? I'm sure it's not easy to, well, you know. There was an echoing laughter, broken and distorted like before, but it made Mina feel a little less insane. It's NT that you're D. Mina typically wasn't someone who assumed the worst of someone, and in saying that she means she doesn't ever really assume someone is lying without any evidence to suggest otherwise. But she didn't think Izuku was telling the truth. He didn't remember anything that she believes, but something else is happening that Mina doesn't know about, and it's affecting Izuku. She wants to help him more than anything. Can you tell me what you remember? The cold sensation spread from her hand to her arm, pressing into her side. It was comforting in a way. D-Bye, 2A and SIGRAK were best friends. IMSSTM. Teach Y us D to try and tog the. He seemed happy enough, And Mina was sure he liked to know something about his friends that he remembered himself. Everything was dark, so dark. Izuku didn't want to know, didn't want to see. Why was everything so dark? They seem like good people. Mina was approaching the school gates now, a few students walking in from wherever they'd been. The bestie. The me. It was kind of heartbreaking to hear his first reason to love them was their help, their basic human decency. But Mina supposed Izuku's life wasn't exactly easy. Everything hurt, he couldn't breathe. Why wouldn't they stop? Why was it so dark? Why was it so hot? Do you wish you were alive? Do you wish you were alive? And dash. Then the icy feeling Mina was honestly enjoying vanished. He was gone. She continued her trek into the building, walking straight to Shinsu's room and delivering her books for him to take the notes. She didn't stick around this time, opting instead to take a shower. She was still entirely obsessed with this assignment. Every interview, every note made her feel a little more professional, and she loved it. If heroic work didn't work out, she'd definitely go for a detective job. And she lied in bed a few hours later. She decided it would be acceptable to rewatch a few episodes of her favorite crime shows, as American as they were. She was up far too late into the night, crying after far too many deaths than should be allowed. Izuku's cold feeling returned, joining her in the bed sometime around 11. She was out by 12 and Izuku closed the laptop for her. His shoulder ached, a burn he thinks, mostly from the smell of flesh. He wanted to scream. But this was training and he's not that weak. Who do you think you are, Dash? The voices were from a kid in his class, that much he knew. He didn't know the name they called him, but it made his chest ache. Trying to run away from us, are you? Another voice yelled. The girl, maybe? He felt himself hit the ground like he was watching it rather than experiencing it. His body was tingling with a fuzzy feeling and it made every shift sting. You're not gonna hang out with your friends today, Dash? Bet they realized how useless you are, huh? It sounded different, like a third person, but he couldn't be sure. He was rolled onto his back, a foot crashing into his side. He could feel himself speaking, but he didn't know what he was saying. Oh, are we holding you up? Don't mind us, you can leave whenever the F you want to. The second voice said, but someone stood on his shoulder so he didn't move. Does that hurt? Can you even feel this, you freak? You're acting like a FANG ghost. Ghost sounded right. Why did that feel right? He couldn't remember why he was here. Who was he again? He was Izuku, he knew that. And he had died? He thinks so, he doesn't feel dead though. Guys, come on, his friend's gonna be here any second. A fourth voice, was it 4? Spoke up from the back, a girl again. Please, what are they gonna do? Izuku spoke again. Did he tell them to leave? Did he tell them anything? He wanted to cry. He was kicked a few times, the fuzzy feeling spreading around his entire body, and he couldn't breathe. Maybe he could scream. Can you hurry up or at least shut him up? A fifth voice, that made sense. He remembers 5 people. Were from. He could remember a classroom. Was that just before? 2 people held his arms down and a third put a hand over his mouth. Someone laughed, the fourth he thinks, and someone else kicked him again. He's so pathetic. This is embarrassing to watch. The voice was farther away, the third he thinks. They must not be holding him. What do you expect? Second said from his right hand. He's a quirkless Dash. A quirkless what? He couldn't remember. Why didn't he remember? Sheet, I think a teacher's coming. First spoke, right above him, so maybe he was the one holding a hand over his mouth. Despite the newfound tension and the threat, no one moved. Izuku wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The person kicking him stood on his ankle and he swears it had cracked. There was laughing again, he couldn't tell who. The person on his left was twisting his arm so far it hurt. The person kicking him stood on his stomach. The person watching laughed and Izuku swears he was crying. AFING ghost is what you are. Dead and forgotten. He wasn't he? Maybe he wasn't forgotten, someone knew him, didn't they? He was alone, he always felt alone. But Dabi would come, he promised he'd help him if he needed it. Dabi. He knew Dabi. Dabi was his friend, they hung out when he was hiding from his father. But he hadn't spoken to Dabi in years. Crap. Those freaks are here. The second girl yelled and suddenly there was the sound of feet running and he was left alone again. His arms hurt and he doesn't want to move an inch, but then an arm is reaching out again and he squeezes his eyes shut. Were they ever open? Relax man, it's just us. That was Dobby. Dobby was here. Dobby pulled him up, holding him under his arms to help him stand. I'll stab them for you, Izuku. Just ask. A girl, blonde hair, sharp teeth, Himiko, his mind supplied. He thinks he shook his head because she pouted. You're no fun. Are you okay, kid? You don't seem all here. Another guy, taller, blue hair, he couldn't remember who it was. He knew they were friends, he knows he's important, but he didn't know who he was. He didn't respond, he could tell because the three looked at him funny. Toga was frowning. Dobby was watching him carefully, checking for injuries. The other boy picked up his other arm and helped him walk. He doesn't think he'd be able to do it by himself. They walked for a while, or maybe not, Izuku couldn't tell. Then they reached a bar, small and almost abandoned looking. Dobby and the other man sat him down at a bench and Himiko found him a first aid kit, wrapping his bruises and disinfecting his cuts. It didn't hurt like he thought it would, but his body still wasn't really there. It felt both like a memory more than an experience, and like he wasn't in his body regardless of the memory feeling. Like he wasn't in that time, but even if he was, it wasn't real. He didn't think that made sense, not really, but Dobby was looking at him again. Kid? He turned to look and Dobby sighed quietly. Are you hungry? Izuku shook his head. It had started pounding at some point, but he hadn't noticed it before. He wanted to sleep. Did you hit your head or something? Tomura asked as he rubbed his neck gently for once. Tomura was his name. They were friends. He didn't remember hitting his head, but his hand was in his hair before he noticed, and it pulled back red. Maybe he had. More bandages were pulled out and he was given some water to drink, though he doesn't know who from. He wondered if Ishido had made any progress in the case yet. Who was Ishido again? He didn't know an Ishido? What case were they working on? He didn't like this feeling. Like he was a stranger watching his own life. Like he wasn't really alive. He wasn't. Himiko was talking, going on about her parents trying to get in contact with her again, but Izuku wasn't listening. He didn't mean to, he wanted to support her, but he wasn't really there. Everyone kept looking at him for a while, watching him as if he was about to collapse. Maybe he was. Where the have you been? Izuku jumped, spinning at his mother's voice. He looked up to see her standing in his doorway, but he didn't remember getting there. When did he leave the bar? Are you drunk or something? She was angry, she was always angry. Just leave me alone. Then she walked away. He laid on his bed, checking the time every now and then and watching the hours tick by. His head was still pounding and his arms still ached, but he didn't have enough energy to care. His room became really dark, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and he didn't close his eyes. Then the sun came out and before he knew it he was walking to school. A few people called out to him as he walked, someone knocked him over but he was still out of his mind. You good kid? You seem a little more floaty than usual. Aizawa poked his floating body gently but he didn't respond. He finally closed his eyes in class and slept through too many PRDS for him to know what time of day it was. He didn't want to know. Every second that passed brought him closer to the end of the day. He felt like he knew what was coming but he didn't know how. It was like the memory feeling again. Like déjà vu for the future. He watched his body walk down the stairs as the bell rang around him. He watched himself sit in the library to hide long enough for everyone to leave. Then he started walking home. He walked back up the stairs but there was someone there, he couldn't tell who it was. Someone was behind him, then his arm was grabbed. It still ached from the day before and he wanted to scream from the pain but then someone was pushing his shoulders. He was falling. His body flew up suddenly, lurching from the fear he was feeling before he recognized where he was, who he was with. He shook his head gently and looked at Aizawa. Oh sorry, I was just, thinking? He hesitated a moment too long before he smiled. Aizawa watched him for a moment before nodding and leaving. Izuku wished he could sleep. Shoto didn't really like death. He would assume that he was not the only one who avoided such things, but with how excited Ishido is at the moment, he's a little worried. His brother had had far too many run-ins with death for him to feel anywhere near comfortable with it, not to mention his father. His father expected him to be just like him, but with the amount of deaths Shoto had seen as a result of him, well, he wasn't exactly interested. When Shoto had been given the assignment, he was a little disturbed. The photos and the stories of such a miserable life made him sick. He didn't like it. Shoto had never met Izuku, never heard of him nor spoken to him, but he does remember him. Vaguely. He had never told anyone, but he had seen Izuku when he had been looking for Dabi. Izuku never came in the house, but he did stand outside sometimes, even when Dabi didn't know he was coming. Shoto would watch him pace or sit or bandage injuries. It kind of hurt to see, but it was also familiar, made Shoto feel less alone. So sometimes Shoto would stand outside with him. He wouldn't call it an official meeting because he didn't know the boy's name at the time, and they never actually spoke. They would just stand there, face to face or sit side to side. Shoto helped him with his bandages once. But when he stopped showing up, it was sudden, and Shoto noticed. He wanted to ask Dabi, but his brother had stopped going out, stopped seeing his friends, and was just generally at his worst. He seemed sad, and in hindsight he was grieving. And then Shoto was alone. But seeing that green hair soaked red as soon as he opened the file, it felt ironic. Because he hated death, and the only person he felt close to was dead. And he didn't even know. Izuku had killed himself. Ojiro had said it, and as much as Shoto was disgusted by his behavior, it made sense. Shoto didn't know Izuku, never got the chance to, but he seemed miserable. He seemed sad. Shoto wouldn't blame him if he was desperate. To be honest, the only reason Shoto changed his mind on what killed Izuku was the evidence Ishido had found. The overwhelming evidence was, well, overwhelming. Katsuki knew Izuku, like really knew Izuku. They grew up together, and whilst Shoto had a vague understanding that Katsuki wasn't exactly kind to Izuku, but he seemed to really miss him. Shoto found Katsuki interesting. Originally he assumed they were alike. He seemed kind of lonely in a way Shoto had never seen in someone else before. He wanted to know him. And now Katsuki wanted to talk to Dabi. Dabi had been ranting about too many kids needing information, and Shoto completely understood, but this was Katsuki. Shoto was obsessed with him. He wanted to know what made them similar. "When is your DMN brother getting here?" Katsuki mumbled out as they stood together. "This is so effing annoying." Shoto merely rolled his eyes. He was so impatient. "He's not coming here. We're going to my house." Katsuki spun suddenly, finally noticing how Shoto was a little more dressed up and wearing his shoes. Katsuki was only wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, not exactly in style for the number 2 hero's house, but Shoto would love him if he came wearing that. It would make his father very angry. "You're telling me this now? What the F is wrong with you? We're going to be late now." He started running back up the stairs, but Shoto grabbed his arm to pull him. "You don't need to worry about that. We should go." He stepped back, although reluctantly, and pulled his shoes on, much nicer than the rest of his outfit. They walked out, not exactly talking, but it was the most time they'd spent near each other since school started. Then Katsuki just stopped. He looked forward, eyes not exactly wide but upset. Shoto looked to see what he was looking at, but there was nothing there, just the street in front of them. The wind blew through Shoto's hair, pushing it in front of his face. He fixed it, pushing it back into its position and looking again, seeing the green glow. The green glow that hadn't been there before. His eyes widened, much bigger than Katsuki's, and he turned back to look. The blonde had calmed again, just looking around as if nothing was there. But Shoto had seen it, had seen him looking at it. "Let's keep moving, a-hole." He budged past again, and Shoto wanted to say something, but Katsuki shouldered past the green thing. Though, Shoto did note he dodged it in an attempt to not touch it. So Shoto wasn't crazy. He looked at it again, and he could have sworn he saw a hand, reaching up to a glowing face in a shushing motion. Shoto walked past as quickly as he could. "Hey Shoto." Dabi pushed his hand through Shoto's hair, and he would have set the man on fire if Katsuki hadn't have snorted the way he did. "Dabi." He nodded at his brother, and Katsuki tapped his foot, obviously bored out of his mind. "Good, introductions are over. Can we please get started?" Dabi mumbled something that would have had Shoto snickering if his father didn't walk in at the same moment. "Shoto, what is the meaning of this?" He was glaring at Katsuki's outfit, and Shoto has never felt more proud of his friend than he did at that moment. The blonde in question turned to glare at Shoto, so he figured the feeling was not in fact mutual, but he didn't mind. He took a breath and tried to compose himself. He was way too happy to be in Katsuki's presence around his father. His expression turned to stone as it usually did, and he turned to face the man. He almost cracked at the sight of his flaming beard. It was embarrassing. Could his father be any more extra? Endeavor, this is Bakugo Katsuki, he's here to talk to Dabi. His father looked annoyed, but he was always annoyed, so he didn't really care. It could be from the way Katsuki's dressed, the fact that he's here unannounced, Shoto's use of his hero name, if the fact that he called Dabi, well Dabi. About? Was his only response, which was kind of infuriating seeing as Shoto was always so polite all the FNG time. Izuku Midoriya. Dabi spoke up again, looking his father in the eye. Shoto didn't think the man knew who that was, but the dark scowl told him otherwise. Katsuki flinched slightly from beside him. When Shoto turned to look, he saw a space of green passing in front of Dabi. Deciding to ignore it for now, he nodded to his father and ignored everything else the man had to say. He pulled Katsuki by his wrist into Shoto's room and closed the door once Dabi was sitting on the bed. What do you want to know, Blasty? I swear I don't think there's much you teenagers haven't asked me about yet. Shoto gestured for the blonde to sit in his desk chair whilst he himself sat on the bed besides Dabi. What was he like around you? The question seemed desperate and vulnerable, but the harsh tone Katsuki used threw him off. Shoto has no doubt that Katsuki truly misses Izuku, and he thinks if he missed someone like that he'd want to know everything he could too. People were very different in different situations sometimes, and there's always a need to know every part of someone you love. I don't know, he was quiet but snarky. Loved starting arguments with Tamura half the time. Dabi looked around the room. He wasn't allowed in most of the time due to his ashy habits. He left ash everywhere he went, and Shoto was sick of cleaning it up. Katsuki nodded but was look at his hands. Shoto kind of wanted him to look around the room too, to at least seem interested in Shoto's life. Did he talk about his parents or about school? Dabi stood to look at some of the photos Shoto had hung up around his room. They were mostly recent, a few of his siblings or his classmates. Not really, we'd ask sometimes, but he said he was handling it. Handled it right into a grave. The last part was whispered, clearly not meant to be heard, but both boys did. No one reacted. Did Izuku ever seem like he was going to, like he would dash, a flash of green again, this time directly in front of Katsuki, and the boy flinched back slightly. If Shoto didn't know better, he'd say it was some sort of ghost. Well, technically he didn't know better, he really had no idea what was going on. So maybe it was a ghost. He's seen stranger things, like when that news reporter accidentally made copies of the villain his father was fighting. If it was a ghost, then it would have to be Izuku, green, which was primarily Izuku's color, showing up when his name was called and terrorizing Katsuki. He wonders why Katsuki didn't say anything. No, oh right, Katsuki was still quizzing Dabi. Izuku wasn't like that, I would have known. Shoto doesn't really think he would have, that kind of thing isn't exactly broadcasted. But he understands how Dabi could feel guilty having a friend just die like that, kill themselves even, would be hard to handle. Shoto's kind of glad he never got too close with Izuku. He doesn't think he would have survived that time period either. It was quiet for a while. Shoto could hear his father stomping around outside, but otherwise there was nothing. Then Dabi reached for the door handle. You think of some more questions whilst I get a drink. Shoto and Katsuki nodded, and the older teen left closing the door behind him. Izuku's ghost was still in front of Katsuki, attempting to lock eyes with the blonde, but he'd finally started look around the room. So Bakugo, do you often have a green person staring at you? There was a giggling sound, airy and full of static, as Katsuki's eyes widened and jumped to his. The F, are you talking about? It didn't really sound like a question, more like an accusation which didn't really make sense. Subject, it was a question. The green person? Standing in front of you? Has been for the past 5 minutes. Izuku? Moved to stand in front of Shoto after that. It sounded like he was talking, but Shoto couldn't make out the words, just the blinding smile and shining eyes that were cast in a pale green light. You can see him? Izuku laughed again and shook his head, side to side with the green curls bouncing, but he didn't turn to Katsuki. He winked at Shoto and sat down, well, not really down, seeing as he brought his legs up and was left floating midair. Of course. He's right there. The blonde swore, standing to instead sit beside Shoto. Shoto had to stop himself from smiling at the new close proximity. Fing Deku. He whispered it, but his eyes widened after in what seemed like guilt. Izuku looked a little confused, like how Shoto felt, but they both sat patiently and waited. Knew I wasn't effing crazy. Yo were why. The words were slightly easier to make out this time, but still had an air of wrong to them. Like Izuku shouldn't really be talking. Yeah, right, 'cause it's totally normal to see fing ghosts. Shoto didn't think he himself was crazy, but if this was truly abnormal, then perhaps he was. Katsuki turned to look at him, eyes still wide and a certain look to them that Shoto couldn't understand. Tell me you see him. Shoto didn't look away from Katsuki, but he didn't really have to. I definitely see him. The look turned to relief and Shoto was glad he could help, although he's not sure how he did. Before they can turn away, Dabi walks back in, glass in hand and muttering something about stupid heroes. He probably ran into Endeavor then. Oh, my bad, don't let me interrupt you. He was smirking, though Shoto's not sure why. Katsuki's face turned red and he jumped back. Shoto kind of wished he didn't, but he didn't want to say anything. Turning back, he saw that Izuku had disappeared again, and Dabi didn't seem to notice him at all. F off, you ready to answer my DMN questions? Dabi smirked but shook his head, still standing in the doorway. Afraid not. Toga called and Nika, she needs help with something. I gotta go. Dabi did look apologetic, but Katsuki looked like he wanted to punch something. Dabi left without much fanfare and Katsuki managed to hold himself back long enough for the man to close the door. Then he punched the desk so hard Shoto was a little worried it was cracked. He did check, it wasn't. I didn't get any fing information. He was glaring at pretty much everything, except Izuku, who was sitting above the bed. You could come back later. He desperately hoped Katsuki would agree. Shoto would love to have the blonde over at his house more. The blonde grunted but didn't respond. Izuku moved in front of him, eyes soft as if he knew something Shoto didn't, which he probably did. Katsuki still refused to look at him. Nikshimi. He's Izukushimi. The voice was clearer again, smoother, but from the way Katsuki cringed confused Shoto. Izuku's voice was odd, but it was nice to listen to, from the few words he'd heard. Katsuki was acting as if it was something grating and scratchy. It was still wrong, but not in a bad way. It didn't really make sense, he knew that, but it was true. Izuku's voice was unnatural and strange, in a cruel way. Maybe it was the sympathy in his voice. Izuku wanted to help Katsuki, obvious by the information he gave, though Shoto didn't know what it meant. But did he want to help to find his killer or to help Katsuki? How do you know? Katsuki was sneering, annoyed, but Shoto didn't know why. It didn't sound like it was because of Dabi anymore. Shoto didn't really want to think about it though, he'd already analyzed a lot in the past 5 minutes. Hias-id Niku. Anayashimi was a Friday ND. Shoto had heard that name before actually, once when Dabi was shouting into his phone. He never mentioned names, probably intentionally, seeing as his father had no sense of privacy. But he was very angry. The F, you mean he's hurt? Dabi's fist banged against the wall. Shoto could already hear his father yelling. He was fine when we left. Shoto had pressed his ear against the wall connecting their rooms, trying to ignore Natsuo's music and Fuyumi's movie. Nikushimi isn't allowed to be alone with him, you know that. He could hear a voice muttering through a phone, so he couldn't imagine how loud they were being. How bad is it? His voice was softer. Dabi not quite calming down, but Endeavor's voice was becoming screeching. Was he a friend? Shoto spoke up, words ringing through his ears. Katsuki gave him a side eye, not glaring, which almost made Shoto smile. I didn't remember. He smiled, the green fading slowly and voice becoming less clear. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Katsuki was mad and Shoto never wanted to make him mad. Izuku finally faded completely and Shoto looked past where he was to stare at Katsuki properly. The blonde stared back, red eyes burning. Your room is effing boring. His blue hair was the first thing Dabi noticed. The wisps of smoke trailing above the man's head were a close second, but Dabi doesn't think he'll ever forget that hair. Himiko was here too, standing silently behind Nikushimi. Tamura wasn't, but Himiko said she'd call him after, so he should be here soon. Well, if it isn't the famous Todoroki. Dabi wondered if he was allowed to punch the guy yet. Don't be like that, Nikushimi. Himiko's voice wasn't like it normally sounded. It was missing everything that made her, her. It didn't sound fun. Oh, relax, Himiko. I'm just here to find out what's going on with Izuku. What's going on with Izuku has nothing to do with you. He really hated him, hated the smug smile and carefree attitude. Dabi wouldn't be surprised if Izuku's death hadn't affected him at all. According to the almighty principal Nizu, it has everything to do with me. Fing Nizu, he should have known. Nikushimi finally turned around, like some kind of power play that Dabi tried not to react to. He looked exactly as Dabi remembered, all blue hair and pale face and sickening smirk. Dabi wasn't going to pretend he was perfect, but at least he wasn't a psycho like Nikushimi was. He still remembered the way Izuku would flinch from Nikushimi, drunk or sober it didn't matter. But Izuku refused to do anything about it, said they all had problems and Nikushimi just needed a bit more help. He seemed to be sober now at least. Then again, sometimes he could hide it well. It made the violence much worse for Izuku. Nikushimi flicked his hair out of his face, ignoring Himiko as she moved past to stand with Dabi. The only reason you'd be important is if you'd killed him. That made the man freeze, eyes dark and far too mean. Did you kill him? A laugh, forced and angry, but now Himiko was giggling. Oh please, Izuku's death was a lot more. She tapped her chin, thought out. Nikushimi scowled and looked like he wanted to hit something, probably wasn't sober then. Why would I kill the brat? Could give less of if about him. You say that, yet here you are, wanting to talk about Izuku. Dabi smirked now, ignoring Himiko's giggling. Nikushimi mumbled something they couldn't hear and his hand traced a fire that was starting to grow. It wouldn't be good if the guy uses his quirk. Dabi wasn't ready for a fight. Whatever, I just wanted to know why all this sheet was being brought up again. Thought we were done with it. He'd love to be done with it, Dabi knows. He'd love to not have to worry about burn scars that couldn't be explained. One of the UA classes are looking into it. The kids think they're gonna catch a killer. Himiko swung her arms around, but she was still tense. Footsteps sounded behind them before they heard Tamura's voice. Do we really have to talk about Izuku again? He groaned as he stood beside Dabi, facing Nikushimi with a scowl. They had similar blue hair, but it was different. Dabi couldn't explain how, but Izuku could. He was always good at noticing the differences in people, always said no one was the exact same. Tamura's hair was paler but still nicer, whilst Nikushimi's was brighter but also colder. It wasn't an obvious difference if you didn't know them. Listen, I just want people to stop asking about stupid kids from the past. Dabi wasn't surprised that that was how Nikushimi referred to Izuku. I don't mind the questions, Mina was so cute. Himiko squealed, seeming a lot more at ease with having Tamura there as well. Nikushimi finally smirked again, not the same fake, it seemed much faker. Yeah, well, you're a freak, Himiko. She scowled at his use of her name, which really showed how much she hated him. Tamura kicked a rock into the wall beside them, snickering as it bounced back and hit Nikushimi in the leg. The guy didn't react at all, but Dabi thought it was kind of funny. In a childish way. Izuku has nothing to do with you. Dabi repeated, and Nikushimi rolled his eyes. How Izuku could see the good in him was far beyond Dabi. You're all so effing obsessed with him. He was nothing, a nobody. His death changes nothing. He was shouting, kicking the wall again and again. All Dabi could think about was the way Izuku would cry when he got like this. Then what's your FING problem? Why are you effing here? Himiko screamed, her hands in her hair and her eyes squeezed shut. Nikushimi didn't stop, but Dabi did. Himiko was hardly ever this upset. I've got new shit going on and I can't have all this crap coming back up and ruining it all for me. Get this effing sorted it or I will. He was drunk off his mind, Dabi could tell now. He'd hardly remember this conversation tomorrow. Nikushimi started to walk away with one final kick to the wall, but Dabi held his hand up to stop him. The man looked at him, light blue hair framing his face, and Dabi couldn't stop himself. He punched him straight across the face, sending the man staggering to the side until he fell on his butt. Then Dabi left with Himiko and Tamura following behind. They didn't turn back when they heard Nikushimi swearing. Mina was doing her homework for art history when her phone went off. It almost buzzed itself off the desk before she grabbed it, recognizing Himiko's name instantly. Suddenly answering the phone call was a lot more important, she thought as she accepted it and pressed it against her ear. "Hello?" she asked, a little unsure as to what the call was about. They'd texted a bit after hanging out, but not enough to warrant a friendly phone call. Well, not to Mina at least. "Hey Mina." Himiko responded, sniffling slightly and obviously upset. "Is everything all right?" Mina didn't really know Himiko, not closely like she wanted to. But the poor girl seemed so sad and Mina hated hearing it. It's just people are so mean." She sounded like she was about to start sobbing. Mina switched hands and pressed her phone against her other ear a little tighter. She pushed her books away and looked down at the wooden desk. "What do you mean, did someone say something to you?" There was a hiccup and voices in the back that Mina couldn't quite make out. "No, but they won't leave Izuku alone. He's already dead, why can't they be nice?" She had to admit she was surprised. From what Mina gathered after Izuku's death, the group tried to avoid thinking about him much, but now all these questions must be causing trouble. "Can you tell me what they said?" There were some more voices and sniffling before Himiko responded. "I don't know. They're acting like he's not even a person. He didn't deserve this. Izuku wasn't here at the moment, which might have been a good thing. You're right, he didn't deserve this. But it's all right, I'm sure he knows you're there defending him." She tried to sound as pleasant as she could, almost jokingly to try and shift the mood. Himiko was still sobbing, but it had lightened slightly. Mina assumed it was also from the help of whoever was speaking next to her, still just too quiet to hear. "I want to see him." She practically wailed into the phone. "I want him here, I want him." Her words were still broken up and overall sad, but Mina didn't mind. She had no idea what it was like to lose your best friend, and then to have people suddenly digging around and prying up old feelings. She had no doubt that Himiko missed Izuku more than anything in the world. She felt bitter, an unwarranted feeling she knew, over the fact that Izuku didn't even remember the girl properly. Angry for Himiko. "And I'm sure Izuku misses you just as much. I'm sure he wants to hold you and keep you as safe as he can." Mina didn't really know Izuku, not in the way Himiko, so she hoped she was making things better. In the end, the call lasted 2 hours. Only about half of that time consisted of comforting Himiko and the rest was just time for distractions. It was unexpectedly fun, and Mina was glad she could help from her dorm. Himiko seemed so nice, Mina didn't want to see her hurt. Meanwhile, across the dorms and floating comfortably above a for once sleeping boy, Izuku smiled. Shinso and him had been talking earlier, nothing case-related or overly serious. And it felt nice, like having a glimpse at a normal teenage life. A boy and ghost couldn't exactly be considered normal by any standard, but for the first time since he'd woken up, facing Katsuki and completely alone, Izuku wanted to be alive. Sure, he'd wanted to live before, wanted to have a real life, but he never truly wanted to be alive. Not like this. Mostly because he didn't know what that felt like. Didn't understand what that was. That there was a difference. Izuku was remembering small things, little patches of his old life that were invaluable to him nowadays. But nothing really that helped the case. Just things he might rather have not known. Glimpses of life with his mother, thoughts on his father. It gave him an idea of what he'd loved through before. But he already knew that, so he wasn't interested in knowing more. He was ready to end the entire case, to drop everything. Like he wanted to pack up and leave. But something was telling him not to. A feeling he couldn't ever remember feeling before. So he would. For now at least. Izuku had been getting new memories. Every couple of days, sometimes too many a day to really talk to anyone. He didn't like it. It was distracting. He was supposed to help Class 1A figure out who killed him, which he knew they could do, but with so many memories he couldn't focus. During these flashbacks he learned things. He learned that Nikushimi hated him more than he ever let out. Visions of when they were alone played. through his mind. The feeling of fire burning his skin, of being thrown across the room and into walls. It was more than what he originally thought. For a minute he wasn't sure if it wasn't straight-up torture. He learned that the students of Aldra Middle weren't the only ones that picked on him, that teachers did too. A ruler slapped on the wrist. A locked closet as he looked for the book they asked for. A detention slip with no explanation as to why. He knew his life had been bad, and he was perfectly content associating that with a separate person. He didn't remember it, so he didn't really experience it. But now he could feel the itchiness of a healing burn rubbing against his uniform and the twinge in his wrist when it was slammed into a locker. Aizawa was suspicious, having found Izuku zoned out around the apartment a few too many times to have reasonable explanations, but Izuku didn't want to talk about it. But he was slowly becoming that scared little kid again. Remembering meant remembering the way he never asked for help, not because he could handle it but because he couldn't handle people knowing and not doing anything. He had learnt from a young age that people don't really help when they say they will, and now is no different. Except it is because these people truly care for Izuku, truly want to see him happy. They can't actually hurt him anymore and he doesn't need to be sacred. He still is. The more Izuku thought about it, the less it made sense. Just because he was learning things about himself now doesn't mean he should be remembering things. He had completely surrounded himself with the people he apparently knew just after he died and he didn't remember anything then. What made now different? He knew the answer, he just didn't want to admit it. Every time Niza made a comment of wishing Izuku could be a real student for him to teach, every hug Ishido goes to give him and every joke Shinso makes him feel safe. Wanted. It was like his repressed memories decided he had enough support now to remind him of what they were. But Izuku disagreed. It didn't matter how much support Izuku felt like he had, because in reality he didn't have any. In the real world Izuku was ghost. He was a corpse. Sitting in his grave and disappearing from society. Izuku could never be alive again. He could never be Niza's student, he could never become a hero. So what if he was learning to touch the real world? So what if one day he could hug Ishido back? It didn't change the truth. But Izuku was learning to interact with the real world. And this meant he was figuring some things out, outside of the memories. People with mental quirks could see him, but if Izuku worked hard enough then others could too. The reason Katsuki was the first to see him was because of their previous relationship. But Izuku could make anybody see. So, in theory, he could be more helpful. That's why he was here now, with Katsuki. The blonde was sitting at the movies with that group of kids he'd hung out with a little while ago. He was trying to make friends, and Izuku was so proud of him. But Izuku wanted to help with the case. He carefully moved over to the others, noticing Hana and Arata talking whispering to each other. And stress about it so much? Hana groaned, but Arata just shook his head. But Hana, we should just tell him, it's not like we'll get in trouble. He whispered harshly, gesturing to Katsuki. Something familiar ticked in the back of Izuku's mind, but he couldn't figure out what it was. How can you know that? Akihito glared at the two quickly, before turning back to the movie. It was the teacher's fault, he'll get in trouble. Arata pushed but Hana still didn't seem convinced. He sighed, we didn't do anything wrong. A picture flashed through Izuku's mind, a door with a chain wrapped around it. It was locked, or Izuku thought it should be. Instead it was just dangling gently. Someone pushed it open, and Izuku could almost feel the wind through his hair. The picture faded and Izuku knew it meant something. He moved quickly back to Katsuki, hand on his shoulder and watching a shiver run through the boy. The blonde turned silently, looking in his general direction before nodding. Then Izuku left. He found Ishido as quickly as he could, running his hand over her arm until they gasped from the cold air. She turned suddenly and Izuku put everything he could into making himself visible. Izuku, I can see you. He smiled, even brighter when she smiled back. Tidor, he tried to make out. Even though he'd managed to sound so clear to Katsuki, it was still a struggle with the others sometimes. It was LFTON by the TC. She nodded slowly before frowning. By the who? I'm sorry I can't hear you properly. Izuku groaned but nodded gently. He knew it was a slow process to be able to talk, but it was so frustrating. The tear, Ashido's eyes widened, nodding suddenly and pulling out her notebook. First, Izuku watched her open to the first page, circling the theory, teacher cover-up. Then she jumped to the teacher's page and wrote, left the door unlocked to the roof, allowing access to students unauthorized. Izuku would never fail to be amazed by her notes. Alright, I have an interview with the principal on Monday, so I have 2 days to find evidence, I guess? She thought about it for a second before pulling out her phone and sending a message to Shinso. I'll quickly write some questions down to ask actually, then I'll see what else I can find. She turned back to Izuku, though Izuku wasn't sure if she could still see him. She clapped her hands together and smiled sadly. I appreciate your help, Izuku, even though I wish I didn't need it. I wish you were here with me, you know? Izuku did know, he knew better than anyone. But he also knew if he were alive he'd never have met her. Maybe through Katsuki, but that'd be it. If Izuku were alive, he has no doubt that he'd never make it to the hero course. He just wasn't that kind of person. Sure, he wanted to be a hero, but that was as far as he'd get. He didn't respond, just went to lay his hand on her shoulder. He expected a gasp of shiver from the cold air, not to be able to feel her against his palm. There was a gasp, probably from her but maybe from him as well. He moved closer, arms wrapping around her shoulder into a makeshift hug. She pulled her arms around him too, notebook pressing against his back, before he faded through. She couldn't see him anymore, this time he was sure. But it showed progress, and that's what mattered. He wanted nothing more than to be able to hang out like they were proper friends. It hurt something deep inside him that this was as far as they could ever get. He wished more than anything that his life had been different. I started writing the story over a year ago, and had planned out roughly where the story was going and how it was going to end. I had the general plot points and ending decided upon by around the 5th chapter and was really looking forward to writing it. However, the more in-depth I got with writing the story, the more I struggled with the general scenes. Writing filler or conversation is not my strong suit, and I didn't really realize how important that was for a longer story like this. I did really try to finish this as best as I could, but unfortunately it's been so long that there are parts of the story that I don't even remember enough as I'm writing to continue in the detail it needs. I don't want to discontinue this, but I feel it's for the best for my own well-being. Since I had the story planned out, I am going to put a summary of the story below, if you're interested. It goes over the plot that I wanted to write but in a lot less detail. All the important plot points and storylines that are important to the end are explained to the best of my ability. I am going to write another chapter, which should be posted shortly after this one, that covers the ending. It'll be formatted like any other chapter, but it will only cover the reveal of the killer. I really tried to avoid discontinuing this for as long as I could, but I've been trying to write another chapter for at least 2 months now and have gotten nowhere. I don't want to leave it without an ending at all, and I don't want to completely ghost this story, so this is my compromise. Thank you for the support on this story. I really did love reading your guys' comments whenever I could, and they were a huge inspiration that kept me going as long as I could. I think in the future I'm going to avoid longer stories like this, keeping strictly to one-shots from now on. I actually went though and read every comment whilst I was writing this, and now I'm feeling really guilty. I'm so glad you liked the story, and I'm really sorry that this is the best ending I can give you. But I figured this was better than just never finishing it. At least I can give you an ending. I love hearing everyone's theories on the mystery. Some people were really creative and mentioned things that I hadn't even considered. I hope this is enough to leave you at least a little satisfied with the story. In between trying help the class solve his murder, Izuku was slowly starting to gain more and more memories. Times where he was pushed into walls, shoved into people and pinned to the ground. The longer he remembered all the bad parts of his life, the more he became familiar with the feelings that came with it. The feelings of not wanting to be there at all. Of wishing that maybe he could just leave whenever he wanted. Hanging out with Dabi and Himiko helped negate the feelings, but the longer he remembered, the more he felt it grow. Being ignored, put down and hated by his parents wasn't something he could push aside just from talking to a couple of friends. So the longer he remembered, the longer he started to question this entire investigation. He'd known for as long as he'd been a ghost that he hadn't killed himself. It wasn't him. But now he was doubting it. Maybe not remembering had confused him. Maybe he really did just kill himself. He had one memory, clearer than the others, of standing on the edge. Alone on the rooftop at Aldra, staring out at the ground below. The memory ended before he knew what he decided. Mina and Hitoshi worked together on the case more in the meantime, not knowing that Izuku had new doubts. Mina met with the principal of Aldra and discussed the teacher that had been fired after Izuku's death. The principal denied the connection but eventually admitted the truth. The principal doesn't believe the teacher killed Izuku, but after his body had been discovered it was shown that the lock on the door to the roof had been broken. The teacher admitted to having seen it being broken during the day Izuku had died and not reported anything, and if it had gotten out that the school allowed roof access they could have been held liable. The teacher was fired after being deemed at fault for the broken lock and as an attempt to negate any legal consequences. Hitoshi met with Detective Tsukachi to discuss parts of the case that the police handled that wasn't in the reports. Tsukachi told him that the police had been lacking on the case purely because of Izuku's quirkless status, and he had investigated to check for any police involvement. There was no sign that anybody in the police force had been involved in the case and attempted to sabotage the investigation. After talking with Tsukachi, Hitoshi learned that the man could see Izuku as well but didn't acknowledge the ghost in any way. Tsukachi had assumed that he was seeing things when he saw Izuku as he'd never heard the ghost speak or interact with anything. He'd written the ghost of as some form of guilt the man had had after failing to solve the case correctly. Denki continued to interview Izuku's friends, Himiko, Dabi and Tamura, asking them about Izuku's life and his relationship with Nikushimi. He managed to confirm that the worst Nikushimi did was physically abuse Izuku and wasn't responsible for his death. One of Izuku's scars that were noticeable in the photo Mina found was caused by Nikushimi and Denki managed to get him to confess to hurting him. Denki's final report discussed Izuku's friends and how having them seemingly affected his life. He wrote that Dabi, Himiko and Tamura were the only real friends Izuku had probably ever had during his life and were a large part of the reason that Izuku survived as long as he did. Nikiyoshimi was another form of abuse that Izuku was forced to deal with in life and was another factor in his mental health issues. After reconnecting during the investigation, Dabi, Himiko and Tamura started spending more time together. The friend group opened back up, without Nikushimi, and they became close friends again, moving past what happened with Izuku. Ochako interviewed the neighbors who had lived in the building when Izuku was alive, asking about his parents and his life. She resulted in describing Inko as a workaholic, alcoholic, and Hisashi as another absent parent. Izuku was usually viewed as kind and naive by the people who actually liked him, and they felt bad for the way his parents treated him. She was able to confirm from old photos of the apartment that the stains and marks throughout the space were caused by the Midoriyas. She made her report based off of the neighbors' statements and the photo evidence from the apartment, making the assumption that his parents were abusive. Her final report stated Inko was negligent and physically abusive and Hisashi regularly physically and emotionally abused Izuku before he abandoned him. Katsuki used the information from Mina about the teachers to continue his investigation into the staff at Aldra. He worked with Nizu and was able to have access to the security cameras at Aldra, collecting evidence of the negligence and abuse the teachers put Izuku through. They searched the cameras to find evidence of Izuku's death, but they couldn't find proof of anyone being involved. The cameras were all conveniently tilted away from the areas that could have provided evidence, leaving nothing available for examination. His report focused on the neglect that led to both Izuku's death and the treatment he faced from students whilst he was alive. He summarized that the lack of protection they offered Izuku was a direct factor in the abuse Izuku had to face. Meanwhile, he started to warm up to the idea of becoming friends with Hana, Itsuki, Akihito, Arata and Itsuko, Izuku's old friends. He confided in them about his anger surrounding Izuku's death, asking how they had dealt with it themselves. Hana and Itsuki both admitted that it had hit them hard, being considered Izuku's closest friends when people didn't know about Dabi, Himiko, and Tamura. Akihito and Arata said that the weirdest part was not seeing him around the neighborhood anymore, but they didn't consider themselves close enough with Izuku to rightfully mourn him. Etsuko wouldn't say much, but Katsuki knew that she had hated Izuku the most in the group. They began hanging out outside of school more often, even helping Katsuki contact other students from Aldra to ask them about the staff. They weren't as affected by his death as Katsuki was, but they tried to help him as best as they could. Katsuki wouldn't openly admit that they were friends, but he tolerated them enough. Mina interviewed this group of friends with Katsuki's connection, asking about more details into Izuku's school life. She wasn't able to learn much that she didn't already know. He kept to himself to avoid bullies. Nobody liked him enough to hang out with him aside from them. She did learn that whilst they were considered a group of friends in school, they weren't actually very close. Izuku spent a few lunches with them to avoid being alone, but they didn't share any classes together and didn't hang out outside of school at all. Overall, she wasn't able to learn much. Once everyone's reports and assignments were turned in, Nizu sent every piece of evidence that the class had gathered to Tsukachi. The detective then used the reports as evidence to police misconduct, allowing the case to be opened. The staff at Aldro were fired, some arrested for their part in Izuku's abuse, and the school was shut down indefinitely. Inko and Hisashi were contacted by the police to be brought in for questioning at their new residence in America. Inko's status as a lawyer complicated the new trial, but she was eventually found guilty of child abuse and neglect. Izuku worked with Nizu to improve his skill in interacting with the world, training daily to be able to be seen by the people around him. Ochako was the first to see him, walking in on Mina and Izuku talking. After that, the class was slowly introduced to the ghost, and he helped them all with their assignments and investigations. He made friends with everybody, aside from Ajiru, who still believed he had killed himself for being quirkless. Despite trying, the class was not able to convince him that Izuku hadn't committed suicide, even Izuku himself, but Ajiru refused to listen. Izuku confided in Mina about his doubts surrounding his death when she was finalizing her own report. By this point, she had not discovered who killed Izuku and was beginning to accept the fact that she may not be able to. She showed Izuku her extensive notebook, filled with every piece of information anyone in the class had shared with her, as well as her own. She told him that even if Izuku wasn't sure anymore, the evidence showed that he couldn't have possibly killed himself. The medical evidence alone indicated that he fell once, broke his leg and fell a second time, which Izuku would not have been able to do alone. Mina had exhausted all possible pathways. Her report was basically finished. The only question left empty was probably the most important one of the whole assignment. Who killed Izuku? There wasn't any evidence or even suspicion on the teachers, his parents, his friends. There was nobody. Izuku had been trying his hardest to remember, telling her everything that could potentially help. But the only thing he could remember from that night was seeing the rooftop door open and the feeling of hitting the floor, right before death. Mina flicked through the pages of her notebook again. It was almost full at this point, filled with photos of evidence, general pictures of Izuku, even screen cuts from the security footage Katsuki had shown her. It was incredible, really, how much work she'd put into this. But it wasn't enough. She was pretty convinced that the teachers hadn't done it. The principal may have SCKD, but she didn't think he was lying. And besides, Mina couldn't think of any kind of motive they may have. Nikushimi was a possibility, but he wouldn't have done it at the school, and he was an a-hole but not a killer. Mina couldn't see it. She tried discussing it with the class, everyone giving in their theories and ideas. But none of them really stuck out. Kirishima suggested that Dabi was actually some mastermind killer. Said he would be the last person anyone suggested, so it was probably him. Kaminari slapped him before anyone else could. Uraraka admitted that she thought it was the teachers. It makes the most sense, with the unlocked door and being fired, was what she had said. Mina could understand it, but it didn't feel right. She wanted Bakugo's opinion the most, wanted to hear who he thought it was, knowing everything he knew at the time. But he wouldn't give her a clear answer. I don't know. I can't even think about it. And that was fair. They were talking about some that Bakugo had known, someone he had grown up with. Shinso groaned from beside her, flicking through his own notes. They were working together in one last attempt to figure it out before the due date, which was like tomorrow. All of this, and the best we can say is someone did it. He mumbled, and Mina sighed herself. Izuku was off with Bakugo at the moment. She was pretty sure they were at therapy, but she wasn't gonna pry. From the top, Shinso sat up straight, uncapping his pen and turning to a blank page. Who are the suspects? Mina turned to another new page as well, one of the few remaining. She listed numbers down the side. Kirai Warui. Yaku Eberu. Inko Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya. Nikushimi Takibi. Hana Hayashi. Istuki Gushiken. Kihito Higashi. Erda Higashi. Etsuko Satomi. Alright, 10 suspects. That's not bad. Mina cheered, but Shinso shook his head a little. He tapped his page. He had a list of his own copied down. This is just a general list. We've got people to cross off that we've cleared. She nodded, frowning again. Hisashi had an alibi, and Inko did as well, so they had TIB crossed off. The principal had confirmed that Yaku Eberu had been away during Izuku's death. He'd only been a suspect because he was Izuku's home form teacher, as Mina was remembering correctly. Nikushimi had been cleared, and Mina didn't think he was responsible anyways. Hana, Itsuki, Akihito, Arata and Itsuko were all cleared by Bakugo, and they were Izuku's friends. Mina was hesitant to put them on the list anyways. They'd all been together the night Izuku died and had not motive. They were the only people at Aldra who liked Izuku enough to spend time with him, and they had never had any problems with him in school. But they were added because, well, there wasn't anybody else to add. They'd successfully crossed off everybody on the list in less than a minute. Everyone but Kirai Warui. He didn't have an alibi. He was even fired because of the death. He made the most sense. But Mina just didn't think it was him. She couldn't justify it, but she couldn't see it. Shinso seemed to agree, eyeing the name on his list before adding a question mark next to it. That's not great. Is there anyone else? And there wasn't. There really wasn't anybody else to be added. Mina sighed. Let's only cross off the people with alibis. That would leave Nikushimi and Izuku's other friends. Well, technically they were all together, if that counts. Shinso noted, and Mina groaned again. She shook her head roughly, curls flicking into her eyes. No, leave them on just for now. Shinso nodded and turned to his next page. Izuku broke his leg before he fell from the roof, so would they have been able to physically carry him? Mina pointed to Nikushimi's name. He definitely would have. Dabi told me enough stories of him throwing Izuku around. This would have been nothing to him. Hitoshi drew up a graph on his page, the 6 names listed down one side. In each column he had a different topic written down. The first was physical. He added a tick next to Nikushimi's name. I don't think the others would have been able to. Izuku was small, but they were all 12. An X was added next to the others. The next topic was behavior. Does murder fit their past behavior? A tick was added next to Nikushimi without another thought. Not necessarily murder, but Katsuki did say that Itsuko didn't like Izuku. Does that count? Shinso shrugged and ticked it. An X went next to everyone else. They'd all been known to be kind to Izuku. Next was motive. They had searched for weeks to find some semblance of a motive. They'd talked to everyone they possibly could, even quizzed Izuku as much as possible. There was nothing. An X down the entire column. Alibis next. A tick if they don't have one I think will make the most sense. Shinso mumbled, writing it down. The friend group were each other's alibi. He pointed it out, going to class the X's off. How convenient. Mina sighed, reading over the graph. Then she had a thought. The more she thought about it, the more obvious it became. It didn't really make sense, and didn't mean much in the long term. But it was something. The entire friend group had spent the night together, watching a movie if she remembered correctly. Individually they wouldn't have been strong enough to pick Izuku up, but together it would have been easy. That doesn't change their lack of motive though. Etsuko hated Izuku, so if that was counted as a motive then there was her. But the only way the theory worked is if they did it together. Shinso had noticed her silence now, turning to look at her while she pondered. What are you thinking? She thought it over for a second, testing the words in her mind. If Itsuko hated Izuku, why was she in a friend group with him? They weren't really a friend group, they just didn't hate him as much as everyone else. He flicked to a different page in his book and showed it to Mina. I wouldn't call us friends, he just kind of sat with us. Akihito Higashi quoted to Bakugo. Okay, so they weren't friends. If Itsuko hated him, it wasn't crazy to think that the others did too. The only thing they knew was that they didn't actually hurt Izuku. Shinso has his book open to a quote page, things Bakugo had given them. The page next to it was a few memories Izuku had told them about, summarized roughly. Mina read the first one quickly. It was one of the first memories Izuku had gotten. He'd been attacked after school by a group of people, physically hurting him and calling him quirkless. In the end they'd stopped because Dabi and Himiko had walked up to them. Her eyes ran over the words a few times. It had been after class, after everyone had left the school grounds. Izuku had recognized 5 voices. No one would have been there to see it happen. No one had ever seen the group physically hurt Izuku. What if? She paused when Shinso turned to her again. What if they did bully Izuku as well? All the students Katsuki talked to said they never saw anything. It would have been more noticeable to not bully someone like Izuku than to bully him, you know. People would have noticed. He read over a few of the reports that Katsuki had sent them from people he spoke to. And yeah, she could understand that. But not everything was noticeable. The only thing Mina couldn't justify is why they hid it. There wouldn't have been reason to pretend to be nice to him in front of people. It didn't make sense. Okay, everyone hates the quirkless kid but you decide to be nice to him. Why? Mina pointedly, and Shinso frowned in response. 'Cause I'm not a terrible person? She shook her head though. It could be the truth but Mina needs to either justify her sudden curiosity or stamp it out. Let's pretend you are a terrible person. He scoffed quietly but actually thought about it. Whilst he was thinking, Mina pulled out her phone, opening it to message Bakugo. To Bakugo Katsuki. Why was Izuku friends with those kids in your class? 1248. Well, if someone started actually getting the people in trouble who did bully him, you wouldn't want to be caught. Shinso finally responded, wringing his hands slowly. And Mina could see that. Realistically, if that was your justification, you'd stay away from him though. You wouldn't make yourself be Izuku's friend. She looked back at her phone when it chimed with a response. From Bakugo Katsuki. They didn't beat the sheet out of him? 1250. Friends of necessity, that's all they were to each other. If they started beating Izuku up, he wouldn't hang out with them. Unless they'd been friends for a long time. To Bakugo Katsuki. How long were they friends for? 1251. Do you really think they could have done something? Shinso asked after Mina didn't respond. And yeah, she actually did think they could have. It was the first theory that didn't immediately feel wrong. She just couldn't figure out why. From Bakugo Katsuki. Most of them since we were in diapers, I think. 1253. Bakugo had said he was planning on hanging out with the group at around 3 p.m. And right now it was 2. Mina had convinced him to let her and Shinso tag along, telling him she had some questions to ask. He had complained that they'd already finished the assignment, that there wasn't anything to ask about anymore. But he relented anyways. Izuku was with them, sitting in the bench and talking to Shinso. He'd gotten a lot better at letting Mina see him for longer, and he almost looked how Shinso would describe him. A normal-looking person with a faint green glow around him. Mina had asked him before they left what he remembered about the group, but he hadn't remembered much. Bits and pieces, walking to school, hanging out at lunch. Just little things. Was all he could admit, and well, that was suspicious too. One of the only things Izuku was struggling to remember at the moment was the day he died. He remembered everyone in his life at least clear enough to tell Mina a story or two. But the whole group, 5 individual people, and he had nothing? It was weird. She wasn't fully convinced that they were the people who did. She didn't know why, and she didn't know how, but right now this was the only lead she had. One by one the group started turning up. Izuku faded as they walked up out of habit. Akihito and Arata were first together. They were both surprised to see her, but they'd met once before, so it wasn't uncomfortable or anything. Once everyone was there, they turned to her to hear her questions. And she didn't really know where to start. You guys were friends with Izuku for a long time, right? Itsuki and Hana both turned to look at each other, not suspiciously per se, but it was odd. Akihito was the first to respond, pushing his brother in the shoulder. We've lived by him our entire lives, so we've kind of always known each other. Arata nodded along. We met before he was diagnosed as quirkless, so we were friends for a while. Hana finally spoke, looking over to Itsuki a second time. I wasn't friends with him at all. I just hung around 'cause I was friends with everyone else. Itsuko was probably the proudest of her answer, and she was the only one not acting weird about it. A few people glared at her, Itsuki in particular. Mina nodded quietly, turning to Shinso who only shrugged in response. How did your friendship last after he was diagnosed? We've already answered these questions, why are you asking again? Itsuko complained. It wasn't surprising that she was annoyed, but Bakugo did say she seemed annoyed Izuku ever got brought up in the first place. But now the defensiveness had a new light. She looked at the others, seeing how they reacted to the outburst. They all seemed a little uncomfortable, making eye contact between the group in some kind of silent conversation. And Mina hadn't planned what she was going to say when she got here. She definitely didn't tell Shinso what she was going to say, and hell, she didn't even tell Bakugo that she was seriously considering them as suspects right now. But when she met eyes with Shinso and he shrugged, she figured, why not? I was just going over some of the evidence I've gathered, suspects and whatnot. She trailed off a little and watched as Arata fiddled with his hands quietly. I don't think you guys were friends at all. Akihito looked confused again, shrugging his shoulders and looking at Bakugo. Yeah, we already said that we weren't really friends. He was just there. Mina nodded gently. But he wasn't just there, you guys still bullied him, right? And the whole group froze. Itsuko laughed awkwardly, looking at Hana whose eyes were blown wide open. It wouldn't have been a crazy confession, but Bakugo himself had said he was one of Izuku's bullies. It's not something they should have been so scared to admit. We didn't bully him, Itsuki insisted, but Mina just shook her head. I think you did. I think you waited until people weren't around and you did it privately. She out air quotes around privately, watching Arata pale suddenly. You were pretending to be nice to him in public, and then shitting on him when you were alone. They were all pale now, fidgeting and looking at the ground. Hana was the first to meet Mina's eyes. Are you suggesting we killed him? Bakugo let out a sound of protest, almost in time with Akihito and Itsuki's. But Mina stood her ground. Their reactions were weird. The situation was suspicious. So she nodded. I think you pushed Izuku off the roof. And I want you to tell me why. Izuku was so tired. He was just tired all the time. All day he'd had to dodge people trying to push him around, kick him down, laugh in his face. He couldn't deal with it anymore. At first he'd pushed himself to get through it. Yes, it is, but after school he was going to hang out with Dabi, Himiko and Tamura. He loved his friends, they helped him get through the day and were probably the only reason he could manage it at all. But then he remembered that Nikushimi would be there and, well, he wasn't in the mood. He was supposed to be meeting them now actually, but he couldn't get himself to. And that feeling was what led him to standing here on the roof. He didn't want to die, he'd never really considered it before. But if the only thing keeping him going was making him feel so empty inside, what else did he have? He wasn't sure how he made it to the roof, the memory lost in his disassociation. The door wasn't usually unlocked, so a teacher must have forgotten to lock it. He stood there, contemplating for far too long. He didn't know how long it had actually been, but his phone was starting to ring, so it was long enough for Himiko to become concerned. He should get down, answer the phone and tell them that he was running behind, that he was in his way. He didn't. Then he heard voices, Dabi's probably. It wasn't the first time they'd come to the school to find him when he was too late. The voices were enough to shake him out of his daze, and he stepped back. He pulled out his phone as he walked back, reading over the text messages. From Toga Himiko. Hey Izu. I'm here early LMK when you get here. 8:47. Dabi's here. 8:51. Are you on your way? 8:58. Tamura's here now. He's complaining that you're late, but he was late so. 9:07. I wouldn't worry about him. 9:07. Are you okay? 9:14. This call. 9:17. This call. 9:19. Do you want us to come get you? 9:25. This call. 9:31. We're on our way. 9:37. Are you at school? 9:42. This call. 9:48. Text me when you get this. 9:57. He didn't mean to worry her. Checking the time, he saw it was only just 6 o'clock, so they probably weren't here yet. He was about to respond when he heard a creak, and he looked up suddenly, just as he reached the stairs. Seeing Hana staring at him made him flinch so hard he dropped his phone, listening to it bounce down a couple of steps. "Oh, Hannah, sorry I didn't see you." He managed to keep the stutter out of his voice, managed to hide the shaking in his hands as he stepped forward to find his phone. Akihito stepped up beside her, watching quietly as Izuku leaned down to pick up his phone. It was off-putting, the way they hadn't said anything. But he'd be fine as long as it was just the two of them. His ribs still hurt from the last time the five of them had cornered him. It was some sick sort of joke that everyone considered them to be his friends. He hated them. But no one hurt him when he was with them, so as long as he could leave before they were alone he was fine. He wasn't always lucky. "What are doing, Deku?" Etsuko's voices chimed in, but Izuku couldn't see her. His heart started beating faster, anxiety curling in his chest. He'd be fine. I was just, leaving." Arata laughed from wherever he was standing. That was 4 out of 5. He wasn't making it out of here without a bruise. His friends were on their way though. He'd only have to deal with it for a little while before they got here. Then Etsuko stepped forward, moving in from behind the wall. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest, tapping her fingers in her arm. "You don't think you're going down this way, do you?" He looked at her confused, not understanding what she meant until she laughed. "Come on, we all know why you're up here in the first place." Akihito gestured to the rooftop behind Izuku. "Don't say you're too chicken." They thought he was going to jump. He shook his head, but Hannah stepped forward again, only a few steps away from him. His phone was in his hand and he could feel it ringing, but he couldn't answer it. He blinked slowly, and when he opened his eyes there were 5 figures in front of him. It all happened in slow motion, but far too quickly for him to keep up. Someone pushed him back, tripping him on the steps, and he fell. His ears started ringing and his head hurt. He must have hit it on the step as he fell. It made it all the more harder to understand what was happening. A kick was aimed at his stomach, pulling the air out of him in a sudden gasp. Someone stepped behind him and kicked him again, sending him skidding down a few steps and bruising his side. It wasn't meant to be serious. We were just messing around. Itsuki cried, tears forming in his eyes. Arata pushed him too hard and dash. Arata turned to face him, face red in anger. "It was not me. I hadn't touched him at all. Hannah was the one who pushed him." He pointed at Hannah, but she almost shrieked at the accusation. "What? I did not dash." Mina held her hand out. She tried not to think of how angry this was making her. She refused to look at Bakugo, already picturing the pure betrayal in his eyes. "Just tell me what happened." He felt like screaming. He couldn't breathe, the pain in his leg was so bad. He didn't know how far down he'd fallen, but the second he'd hit the ground it had felt as if his leg had snapped. Someone laughed above him. If he thought about it he'd recognize it as Itsuko, but he couldn't think at all with the pain running through his body. He tried to get up, tried to get away, but he couldn't move. Something touched his leg and he yelled in agony, falling practically limp on the floor. When another kick hit him in the side of the head he didn't make a sound. His mind became foggy, lapsed in pain and confusion and hurt. The pain had dulled, but not in a good way. It was as if someone had separated his mind from his body so he couldn't feel anything at all. He could see barely. It was blurry and fuzzy, but he could make out the few figures around him. His head felt like it was stuffed with cotton, but every now and then a voice cut into his bubble. "Is dead. And dash, still Brea dash. At do we dash. Do we high." Izuku let out a groan, faintly hearing the voices fade around him. He didn't know how long he'd been laying here, unable to think at all. There were arms around him, moving him and sending shivers of pain throughout his body. He didn't know whether he made a sound, but every step the people holding him made him want to cry. He might have been crying. He could feel a faint coldness on his cheek, more so when he felt wind against his face. He was outside again. He opened his eyes, if they had been closed at all, and saw a hand holding him high over the fence. He knew, on some level, that the fence wasn't high, but he wasn't standing, so someone must have lifted him. Then there was more wind, rushing past him too quickly to be normal. He was falling, he distantly recognized. He closed his eyes. "We didn't know what to do, okay?" Akihito finally spoke. He was the last person to say anything at all. He looked like he was dead. Bakuga's voice was ice cold. "Angry. But he wasn't. And you threw him off of it. Roof. Itsuki was fully crying now, hugging himself and leaning into his lap. Hana had tears running down her cheeks, but she didn't act ashamed, didn't look like a person admitting to having murdered someone. He was quirkless. We just put him out of his misery. Itsuko's voice was cold, uncaring. She didn't look like she was proud, but from the way she held herself it didn't seem like she cared. It was just another day. They had justified it to themselves. Had reasoned themselves out of murderers. Mina would never understand how they could live with themselves. She said as much. You don't get it. Erta cried. You had to deal with mourning him, so what? He yelled at Bakugo. I have to live knowing I killed him. I'm the reason he died. Do you know how hard that is? Shinso scoffed. Then he laughed, not as if it was funny but as if he was completely lost. How hard it is to live with the fact that you're a murderer. It should be hard. You shouldn't be allowed to be here at all, let alone live your effing life. Why'd you do it? Mina asked quietly, and Itsuki's head turned to face her. He looked at Hana and Itsuko but didn't respond for a moment too long. We didn't mean to. We didn't want to get in trouble. Mina wanted to laugh. The faint green glow was slowly growing behind the group. Izuku was still here. When Mina was able to see his face clearly, she could see the tears staining his cheeks. The group couldn't see him and they'd never seen him before, but Bakugo and Shinso saw him. They both went quiet. You threw me. His voice was clearer than Mina had ever heard before. Off of the roof. He was quiet but forceful. Hana screamed. All 5 of them spun around, faces paling even further if that was even possible. They were all mumbling and gasping. Surprised to see the person they'd killed still alive. You pushed me down the stairs and threw me off of a rooftop. He stepped forward towards the group. What the F is this? Who the F are you? Arata screamed at him, but it did nothing to stop Izuku from continuing forward. You pointed a finger towards them. You murdered me. Hitoshi couldn't wrap his mind around everything that had happened. He'd decided going into the interview to record it, like Kaminari had done with his interviews. So when they had rung Detective Tsukachi, they had the full confession ready for him. The 5 of them had all been arrested, crying and babbling about ghosts and monsters and whatnot. Izuku had dug into them pretty badly, but Hitoshi didn't mind turning a blind eye. It was the very least that he deserved. A chance to yell at the people who took his life from him. Right now he was finishing up his notes, formatting to look like an actual assignment. It felt surreal after everything that had happened. Mina was downstairs, filling the class in on everything that had happened. She finished her report just before she went down there, deciding the notebook was going to be her final assignment. It had every detail of every lead she'd ever even thought of. The last few pages were the in-depth analysis of what had happened. She had 2 whole pages just for the transcript of the interview. If you could call it that. Detective Tsukachi had assured them that the killers would be getting a full trial. There wouldn't be much need for investigation since he and Mina had done it all already. They even had a confession. Closing the document on his laptop, he set it aside. Izuku was there, blankly staring around the room. Hitoshi wondered what he'd do now that he remembered his life and knew who killed him. Hitoshi couldn't even imagine. Nizu offered me a spot as a student. He muttered and Hitoshi turned to look at him. What? He asked quietly. It was an odd admission after everything. But Izuku just looked at him slowly. He said that since I could control my transparency or whatever, I can be a student. Being a ghost is just like anybody else with a quirk. He had a small smile on his face and he looked hopeful. Hitoshi was glad to see him happy, despite everything. But maybe he had it wrong. Maybe knowing what he knew wasn't upsetting or disorienting. Maybe it was relieving. Maybe Izuku felt like he could exist without having some big secret hanging over his head. I'd love to have you as a classmate, Izuku. He smiled back at Izuku, and Izuku's smile grew bigger. Yeah. I'd love to be your classmate too.